Once upon a time there was a great invasion of the devil and his minions. Thanks to the incredible power he had, he conquered almost the whole world. During his conquests, many people died, hope disappeared, and the whole world was ready to die. Blood was pouring over the roads and fields. The devil made a fatal mistake that cost him his life. His head flew off his shoulders. The main mistake was that he attacked the village where the tribe lived, which was too strong for him. This tribe was the strongest people of that time, known as the Ravens. On a clear day, a powerful explosion sounded deep in the mountains. Everything between the trees was filled with red light, and the fire covered every inch of the forest. The explosion was so powerful that the flames grew higher than the mountains themselves. In a moment, there was nothing left of the trees, and the fire destroyed everything around, leaving only ashes. The giant dragon landed on the ground and roared loudly. His roar was interrupted by words, stone, scissors, paper, that sounded behind him. 3 people behind him were playing rock, paper, scissors, and deciding something among themselves. One of them put down a rock, the other put down paper, and the one who put down paper won. The game was played by the eldest son, Galahad Blade, and the youngest son, Quain Blade. The elder put the paper down and won, so he is the one who will fight the dragon. He is very serious about this battle. This guy was convinced that any issue could be solved with a game of rock, paper, scissors. This is great, because any situation can be solved instantly. The third boy in their team was Denberg Blade, who was silently watching what was happening. The eldest son stood right in front of the dragon, challenging it. The dragon was huge and completely engulfed in flames. As he prepared to attack, the boy mentally calculated how much he would earn for the dragon's head, which he planned to get. But the dragon's roar showed that it would not be so easy to defeat it. The boy stopped paying attention to the roar and threw himself at the dragon with his fists, striking it with a powerful blow that broke its neck. After defeating the dragon, the boy jumped up and down, amazed at how quickly he was able to defeat it. However, his team felt that he was forcing them to do only what he was good at. The boy's attention was focused on the winner, who was dancing next to the dragon, but sounds behind them made them look around. Turning their heads, they saw hundreds of orcs. Their eyes blazed red, and they had symbolic tattoos on their bodies. The orcs made no sounds except for growling, and death was in their eyes. The boys were not afraid. Picking up their swords, they joyfully rushed at the orcs, shouting that these enemies belonged to them. Dan behaved quite differently, just standing silently and watching. He was skillfully wielding his sword, cutting off the hands of each orc. He was so enthusiastic about the battle that he felt real pleasure in destroying the enemies. It seemed to Dan that after the rebirth he would live an ordinary life. That was exactly what he wanted. He could not even imagine that he would become a member of a warlike race that even hunted dragons. The sun was shining brightly over the village, and it was already afternoon. Dan opened the door decisively, hitting it hard, and addressed his father with a request, wanting to go to the archipelago. His father, the head of the village of Dumpston Blade, could not understand what his son was talking about. Dan continued to explain that there was nothing to do where they were now. But his father asked back, "What kind of nonsense are you talking about?" The father pointed out that Dan is smart and is as good with a sword as his brothers. In addition, he was the best in the village at using magic. However, Dan explained that he wanted to work where he would be valued and respected. After he said that, his father offered him to join the guard headed by his older brother or to join a group of warriors led by Quain. Dan was hesitant, because if he went there, he would have to take part in battles every day, and he did not want to do that, even though his father thought it was good. After listening to his son, the father suggested another option, to trade with his sister. Dan would have to travel to different towns, sell body parts of different monsters, and buy food for the house. The journey between the villages took at least 10 days. After hearing these poor conditions, Dan looked his father straight in the eye and asked, "Father, don't do this to me." The father realized that trading was not good for his son either. Dan heard a suggestion that shocked him. His father asked him how he would like to become the head of the village. This was very unexpected and caused a real surprise to Dan. Their conversation was interrupted by a girl who flew into the room with a knife in her hand. Smiling, she greeted everyone. It was the second daughter, Raisha Blade. While joking with her father, she swung the knife right next to his face. He dodged the attack by simply smiling. After the unsuccessful attack, she created a magical fireball and directed it directly towards her father. The attack came very close to his father, but did not hit him. The father just smiled when he saw how skillful his daughter was and praised her, saying that she looked great. Dan watched in silence as the little girl tried to hit her father. They played like this, and the father joked that it would be great for her to gain muscle mass. She was laughing and shouting, "Shut your mouth, Daddy!" The longer Dan stood there, the stranger the situation became. Their games got to the point where they even broke through a wall in the house. After a while, Dan found himself standing right in front of the entrance to the cave. A lot of interesting things were waiting for him behind this entrance. He had no choice but to enter the cave, which was full of monsters with red eyes, determined only to kill. In this situation, he could only use Plan B. Meanwhile, in the village, in one of the houses, negotiations were taking place. Everyone gathered around the table and the room was silent. The light from the window illuminated everyone present. One of the elders asked the man what had happened and why all the elders had been gathered. The answer was short. The head of the village wanted to tell them something. He proudly announced that he had chosen a successor. The others immediately thought that the headman was ill, and that was why he had chosen a successor. However, he assured them that he was fine. He explained that he had to choose a successor because of his own restless nature. His story was interrupted by silence and a series of assumptions from the elders as to whether the head had chosen his eldest or middle son. After a moment of silence, the chairman announced that he had chosen the younger son. This news caused great surprise among everyone present. One of the elders dared to ask why he had been chosen. The head did not hide the reason and replied that the strongest man should become the head of the village. Everyone could not believe what they were hearing. The elder who had asked the most questions asked another, "Is your youngest son really the strongest of all your brothers?" The chairman replied that, unlike Galahad and Quain, Denberg was still not strong enough. Besides, the middle son has the best skill and technique. After these words, the audience had even more questions. Why should Denberg be chosen? But the father knew that Denberg would become a brilliant magician in the future, skillfully controlling his power. This news caused great surprise among the audience. No one could believe the words about a magician, because many thought that magic was just a trick. However, his father wasn't going to argue with them, only pointed out that Dan had defeated the dragon on his own, using ordinary magic and magical martial arts. He was only 12 years old at the time. No one could believe these words, and all the elders began to argue, saying that it was nonsense. Magic is the ability to control and release magical power, while a magical martial art is the ability to circulate magical power inside one's body. One of the elders said that using these two powers together can create chaos inside the body and destroy a person. The head of the village, Dan's father, knew this and calmly said, "I know this." However, his son said that the battle was not difficult and compared it to reading a book while eating. The elder's conversation was interrupted by a young man who burst into the room and shouted loudly, "Elders!" He added, "I think you need to see this." When all the elders went outside, they saw hundreds of orcs lying lifeless on the ground. Someone had left these corpses at the entrance to the village. If you count all the monsters, you can count about 100. And every one of them was dead. One of the men shouted that they needed to urgently gather people, about 100 of them, to dismantle the bodies before they started to rot. A girl appeared behind the head of the village, carrying a letter, saying it was from Dan. My father took the letter and began to read it carefully. The first lines of the letter were addressed to his beloved family. "I have decided to leave the village and go to new cities, but we are not parting forever. I just want to find a job that suits me. I took my ID card and some money from the safe. In return, I'm leaving you about 40 dead monsters, whose body parts will be worth much more than the money I took." After reading the letter, the chairman turned to the guard standing behind him. He ordered him to go quickly to find his son. Quickly passing through the trees, Dan ran far into the mountains, gaining more and more speed. His gaze was confident, and hundreds of thoughts were swarming in his head, for his action was very serious. He wondered if the monsters' bodies had already been discovered under the village. Because their blood contains poison, toxic substances are released as they rot. The longer the bodies lay there, the more dangerous the ground around them would become. A lot of people will be needed to clear the entrance of the monsters' corpses, which will significantly reduce the number of pursuers. Dan will manage to realize his plan. Safety is paramount, so he decides to do something like public service. His mind is full of thoughts, and he apologizes to his father. But in this life, he has a different goal, and he wants to achieve it. In the room, a girl explains to the men that Dan will be moving around in crowded cities so that they cannot track him. She shows them where he might be on the map and is confident that he will soon be in their hands. This is his older sister, and she is wondering where her younger brother has gone. The eldest daughter, Hestina Blade, Dan's sister, is sure that she will find him. After a while, the entire team of mercenaries, bodyguards, and anyone else who could be hired heard the words. From this moment on, the operation to find Dan begins. The first group set off along the main roads. The second group would explore the trails, checking every stone and looking for traces of the boy. The third group has to block all the exits and entrances to the forest. the girl ordered each of the mercenaries. She was holding a raven on her arm, to which she could give orders. She hoped for its strength and sent it on a search. With a flap of its wings, the raven took off and went looking for the boy. The girl was sure that her brother would not be able to hide, but he kept running through the forest, leaving more and more trees behind. Eventually, he came across a sign on his way. It was the name of Camp Number 2, with the inscription that it was 200 kilometers to the village. This place was intended to be a resting place for traders who sell goods in different localities. Dan managed to cover the distance that usually takes 2 days and 4 hours. At this speed, it would take him about 3-4 days. However, one of his brothers is the fastest man in the village, so he may soon catch up. He has no choice but to go back a bit to get to the road that is not marked on the map. Meanwhile, other events took place in the village. One of the men opened the door to his sister's house and told her that they had found the young master's footprints. He said they found the footprints near the second camp, but her joy was overshadowed by the news that the traces ended there. She rushed to the map to see where the second camp was. There were only rocks and forest near it. To get out of the forest, Olympus needs to walk a bit in the opposite direction. In addition, after sunset, visibility in the forest is very poor. She understood everything and returned to the minister, asking if he knew what was missing from the belongings. He explained that everything of value was still there, only the blanket was missing. From this, she concluded that the Olympus forest is called the Land of Death for magicians. Since their village is located in the middle of this forest, they had to draw a magic circle that allows them to use magic without any problems. The Olympus forest is a place where it is much harder to use magic, because the wizard's mana is subject to strong fluctuations. She realized that after destroying 40 monsters, her brother had no strength left. Near the second camp, there are several places where they can organize a halt. She is sure that he is there now, because he needs to recuperate and rest. Meanwhile, it was very cold outside. The guy wrapped himself in a blanket, guessing that the temperature would drop even more at night, but he could not even think that he needed to take several blankets to keep warm. Wrapped in the blanket, he drank tea. In his hand, he tried to use the magic of fire to create a flame and keep himself warm. But with each attempt, the fire went out, and he could not do it. He expected that in the forest magic was beyond his control. He concentrated and decided to try again and again until he succeeded. After dozens of attempts, he managed to form a fireball in his hand. He directed this fire at the cup to heat the drink. The drink got so hot that steam came out of the cup. Dan tipped the cup and took a few sips. He felt better and his body warmed up a bit. His tea drinking was interrupted by 3 men who entered the cave exclaiming, "Young master, we have found you!" He was so frightened that he spat out his tea. The men immediately wanted to grab the boy to bring him to his sister, but their intentions were not good. They rushed at him with their fists. Dan dodged a punch from one of them. He had to act decisively, and he hit the guard right in the cheek. The guy was skillfully dealing with his attackers. He wasn't going to run away, he was going to fight. He hit each of them as many times as necessary and turned them into bloopers. Dan was dealing with these big, pumped-up guards as if they were small children. His eyes fell on the man standing to his left. The man clenched his fist and said, "You had to bring more than 3 people to grab me." With fear in his eyes, the man admitted that the boy was right. There was such a loud bang that it could be heard even far from the mountain where it happened. After that, Dan left the cave and started to move on. He could not afford to move slowly through these forests, so he ran very fast. As he ran, he wondered how they could have gotten here and guessed that it was no accident. Dan realized that the units were led by his sister, who knew exactly how he would move. Although he had expected this development, he still had to hurry. From behind the bushes, he noticed 2 guards with torches, who were obviously looking for him. He hadn't expected to see them here, but even from their suspicious faces it was clear that they were looking for him. The boy watched them from behind a tree, but did not notice the raven that was right behind him. The raven flew up to him and began to call loudly, attracting the attention of the guards. The men with torches immediately realized that the young owner was hiding behind the bushes and began to think about how to capture him. All they could hear in the forest were words, "Wait, young master." The guard came back to the owner and told her that they had found the fugitive. She smiled with confidence in her abilities because her calculations were correct. She ordered this man to tell all the soldiers to form a cordon around the place where her brother was found. She added that everyone should be involved in this operation without exception. It was clear that Dan was hiding somewhere. They sent ravens to search all the trees, caves, and bushes and find him immediately. The girl's most important order was not to lose the boy and find him, because it was very important to her. Each of the guards took the utmost responsibility, combing caves, forests, and roads. There were so many people looking for him that it was hard to count them, and there were more and more of them. The night was ending, and the sun was already appearing behind the mountains. It began to illuminate the roofs of every house, and the street was getting lighter and lighter. The girl stayed awake all night thinking about where her brother was. She was drowning in her thoughts with a serious expression on her face. Her father came into the house and said, "The sun is already rising and you still haven't managed to find him." She asked her father not to worry and assured him that it was only a matter of time before she caught her brother. Her father's eyes fell on the map on the table. He noticed that the soldiers had not been placed at the top, and it was a mistake. However, she explained that there was a cliff in that place, so she did not place the soldiers there. After her father asked her about it, she began to suspect something and asked the guard a question. How many people saw Dan for the first time? He answered that it was about 3 or 4. She stood up and started thinking about it, concentrating her mind hard. If she had been in his place, she would have just knocked those people out and stayed there waiting. So she didn't understand why he started running away. But then she started looking at the map more and more closely, and she realized, did he deliberately give away his location? Perhaps he did it to gather all the soldiers in one place. But on the other side there is nothing but a cliff. And suddenly she realized that an understanding had come to her. Is he really going to use magic in the forest? She instantly ordered her men to go to the soldiers immediately and give them important information. The information was that they should immediately go to the cliff of Olympus. Above the cliff of Olympus, the sun illuminates every stone, and crystal blue water hits the rocks. At the very edge of the cliff stands a boy, looking down intently. His head is full of thoughts, and he has a serious expression on his face. His thoughts are suddenly interrupted by sounds coming from behind him. 3 blades are flying at him, forcing him to do a skillful backflip to dodge. The blades were thrown by a girl who ran forward, followed by 2 men. She looked for him for a long time and finally found him. It was his sister, and he smiled when he saw her, even though he knew they had come to capture him. Another girl appeared behind him and called out, "I'm here too, you asshole!" They attacked him, using various tricks to grab him, forcing him to dodge. He did not understand why they were using these techniques. Waving their swords, they warned him of the consequences that could come from his hiding. They said he needed to return home to avoid even more trouble. They realized that just talking would not solve the situation, and moved on to more radical actions, including the use of weapons. His older sister even decided to cut off his arm to stop him and bring him home. When he heard this, he was very frightened because he did not expect this from his sister. But all the events were interrupted by a loud bang on the edge of the cliff, which caused a strong echo. Everything stopped, and everyone froze for a moment. Everyone was holding their breath, waiting for the next event. Dan is standing right on the edge of the cliff, barely balancing himself after the huge blow from the girl who missed with her sword and hit the edge of the cliff. Dan pointed out to her with a smile that she had missed. Standing on a piece of stone that had broken off from the main rock and was falling into the water, Dan shifted his body completely onto this part. A minute later, he was already falling down, and no one had time to grab him. He was falling so fast that everyone just had time to run up and shout his name. Everyone's faces showed a lot of excitement, because despite wanting to stop him, they were also worried about him. Their main mission was to bring him home, but in a few seconds he was already in the water with the fragments of stones, and he was not visible at all. Suddenly the girl's attention was drawn to Dan, who appeared behind them with a cloak that glowed with blue chakra. When they turned around, they saw him and were very surprised. His sister was standing at the table, leaning on her hands, recalling all these events, wondering how she could not have guessed. She finally realized that if he crossed that cliff, it would no longer be considered the territory of the forest. In that case, he could easily use his magic, which he did. The girls were surprised when he managed to learn magic and asked him about it. But the answer to their question was only a request. "Forgive me," which came from Dan. He emphasized that, compared to them, he still lacked a lot, but that was not the main thing. He asked them not to worry and said that he would be fine. His last words were a request to tell his father that he was grateful for everything. At that time, the girls just listened to him with their mouths open. He thanked them for everything, and with the help of his magic, he hung in the air, surrounded by blue chakra, while the girls asked him to stop. "All right to you," Dan said, waved to them and was ready to go. A second later, he shot into the sky like lightning, quickly flying upward with his energy. The man standing behind the sister held a bow and offered to shoot Dan to stop him. But the sister, worried, asked him not to, because if he fell from that height, he would break. They had no way to go after him, and they could only guess what to do next. They decided to go back, and after a while they were home. A conference was taking place in one of the houses, where they were discussing the appointment of the youngest member of the community as the head of the village. Everyone thought it was ridiculous, because he was only 16 years old. His father insisted that he was not saying that his son would take his place right away, but that he saw potential in him. One of the men interrupted him, saying that they had another problem right now. Stop talking about the kid, because he is not even in the village. The problem was that if this boy did something, would his father take responsibility for his actions? Everyone immediately supported the old man, saying that no one knew what this boy was capable of and what would happen if he wanted to destroy the whole country. The shouting grew louder, and it was hard to stop the riot. However, one man turned to the head of the village and said that he had to catch this guy before he broke the firewood. But the elder replied that everyone knew that it would be very difficult to catch his son, who had magic. One of the men said that there was nothing difficult, and suggested that the elder go after him himself. The elder warned everyone that if he left the village, they would be followed. He emphasized that this would create misunderstandings and problems on the part of other states. The men, despite the arguments, replied that they could not let things go, and that they had to take some action. The elder remained silent and listened. After a moment of silence, he told the men that he had one person in mind. There was a man who would bring his son home. Meanwhile, the weather outside was beautiful. The sun was shining, and its rays penetrated through the small windows on the roofs of the houses. The streets in this town were very narrow, and the houses stood close together. Dan was wandering in the middle of these streets. He looked at everything around him and wondered if he had done the right thing when he left his brother and sister to go on his mission. After a long flight, he finally arrived in the town. His thoughts are interrupted by a sound coming from behind him, namely the clatter of iron doughboys. Dan turns around, smiles to himself, and whispers, "What's going on?" But he was already surrounded by 3 knights with spears in their hands, and it was very difficult to escape quickly. It was in this very place that other events had taken place 10 minutes ago. Shouts were heard all over the street. "A thief! Catch him!" The man had stolen the bag and was running away from the guards, quickly running down the street. He was sure that no one would catch him because he was running really fast. But when he looked back to see if the guards were far away, he didn't notice the guy in front of him and couldn't run around him to avoid a collision. The man shouted, "Get out of the way, asshole!" But Dan didn't have time to react. A moment later, there was a loud crash. The man was sitting on the floor, unable to keep his balance after the collision with Dan. He was insulting the guy he had hit in every possible way, but Dan just asked if he was okay. Dan politely apologized, explaining that he had no eyes in the back of his head. However, the men who had been chasing the bandit were already behind him because he had been delayed. Realizing this, the bandit quickly pushed Dan away and moved forward. Dan could not understand what was happening, but the attacker was understandable, because in his place, no one would have stopped and continued to run. At this point, something catches Dan's eye. He turns his head and looks at one thing. He sees a thief running fast, carrying a bag on his shoulder. Dan notices that the thief has grabbed his bag and is running away with it. Not expecting to know who Dan is, the guy immediately jumps to him shouting, "Give me my bag back!" The bandit didn't even have time to react as the kid was right next to him. But now he's in a bind and has to answer the question of why he stole his bag. The thief pulls out his blade and asks the boy what kind of nonsense he is talking about, pretending not to understand. A moment later, the kid is behind him and whispers in his ear, "Just give the things back nicely and go back where you were going." The thief, believing in his strength, swings his sword, trying to hit the boy, but the boy is no longer standing behind him. Turning around, he sees only emptiness, but he hears a sound from the boy. Looking around the street again, he sees nothing but emptiness. The kid reappears behind him and says that, apparently, talking won't solve the problem. This made the thief very angry, and he got even angrier. The kid was not at all afraid, and put his hand right next to his head, charging his finger to slap him. The thief flew back so far after being hit on the head with his finger that the bags he had stolen flew out of his hands. The blow was so powerful that the wall he crashed into shattered into small pieces. Dan was surprised by his strength because he had tried to hit as softly as possible. Picking up his bags, Dan went over to the thief, apologized to him, and said that he must have been hurt. The thief was lying down and only asked that the boy leave him alone. Their conversation was interrupted by shouts of "Stop!" coming from behind them. It was the guards, and they warned them not to move even a few steps, otherwise they would be dead. Dan explained that there had been a misunderstanding and that they needed to listen to the situation. While Dan was talking to the guards, the thief got up and started running away with all his might. Dan looked in his direction and shouted, "Hey!" But the guards ordered him not to move. It was a very interesting situation. The guy had just fought for justice, and now he was being blamed for everything. At that moment, he didn't even want to talk to the guards. A few hours later, Dan was standing behind the bars of the prison where the guards had put him. From behind the bars, he watched 2 men in armor carefully search his bags for weapons. They assumed that if he had attacked people, he must have a weapon. After a moment, One of the guards approached Dan and said that he was seeing him in this town for the first time, and then asked, "Where are you from?" Dan stood there, not knowing what to say, wondering what was going on and if he should just run away. He always had that option, because he was good at magic. But he decided not to run away and continued to listen to the guard. The guard asked for an ID. Dan agreed, and fortunately, brought his sister's ID with him. He hid his hand behind his back and magically changed the name on the document, then showed it to the guard, and was released. When they read his name, they were all very frightened, realizing that this ID belonged to an important person. Dan didn't understand what was happening, but when he got out of the prison, each of the guards bowed to him. Dan couldn't understand what was going on, and he looked at the ID more closely, wondering if he had accidentally created the documents of some aristocrat. It was a good thing, but he realized that it could get him into trouble. He kept looking at the IDs, trying to figure out what had happened. He hadn't even had a piece of bread in 3 days, and he was very hungry. Behind him was a counter with baked goods, the smell of which really attracted his attention. Dan approached the vendor and asked how much a bagel cost. He replied rudely, "Don't you see? It says 2 felkas." Dan did not understand and reached into his bag, trying to find the money. He pulled out a very beautiful large gray coin and asked the merchant if it would be enough. The merchant opened his mouth wide, almost dropping the coin from his hands. He couldn't contain his emotions and immediately exclaimed, "My God, I didn't know you were the son of a count," and immediately apologized for his rudeness. Dan tried to calm the vendor down and simply asked him to sell the bagel. But the vendor, apologizing, said that he would not have change from such a large amount. Then he said, "If you need anything, you can just take it all for free." Dan didn't want to take it for free. He was polite and said, "Well, okay, I'll just leave." The vendor standing behind him bowed low, thanking him for talking to him. Dan didn't even realize the value of the coin and looked at it more closely, wondering if it could be of such great value. Looking into the distance, he decided that it would definitely be accepted somewhere. However, every restaurant turned him down, saying that the coin was worth too much. Dan was already tired and exclaimed, "Have mercy! I can't change this!" Diamond dealers, arms dealers, everyone refused. In one gun shop, the salesman said, "I will not give you change, even if I gather all my wealth. I think even if I sold this building, I wouldn't get the money I need." The sun was already setting outside, painting the sky in beautiful crimson colors. In the evening, it started to rain, and Dan, tired and hungry, sat under one of the shops. He didn't understand what the problem was. He had money, but he couldn't use it. Dan hadn't yet learned all the currencies of this world, and he wondered how valuable this coin was. After a while, he thought, if he had known this would happen, he would have learned it earlier. His thoughts were interrupted by words. "There you are." Dan turned his head to the left. He saw 3 people in front of him, the thief he had slapped, and 2 big guys behind him. They had bald heads and were very muscular, looking intimidating. The thief held a grudge against him and expected compensation for the recent incident. Dan took a coin out of his pocket and asked, "Will this coin be enough?" One of the bandits could not believe that this kid could really do it, because he looked like a child. But their commander, the main thief, who was standing behind the bald men, quickly silenced them and emphasized that he could not be defeated by a mere boy. He warned them to be careful, because the kid was definitely carrying a weapon. Dan recognized the thief as the pickpocket he had encountered during the day. Dan then took a coin out of his pocket and asked them if they had any change to exchange for the coin. The 2 bald thugs shouted loudly and were shocked to see this coin, exclaiming, "A platinum coin!" Holding their breath, they turned their heads to their leader, who snatched the coin from the boy. He then said, "We don't have any change, but I'm taking it as moral compensation." The kid replied that he didn't need much, just the money they had. But all he heard in response was the thief's scream. From the side he heard, "Where is it written that 3 adults should harass a child?" It was a young man standing with an umbrella protecting him from the rain, ordering them to stop. No one knew who he was, but it was safe to say that he was Dan's new ally. One of the bald men approached the young man and asked him to go on, warning him not to look for adventures. With a calm expression on his face, the young man began to strike at the thugs so fast that they could hardly keep track. One of the bald men started to fall from the blows. The other looked at it and got very scared, but the young man acted even faster. He made a right straight punch to the beard of the other bald man, knocking him down. In a moment, the 2 thugs were lying on the floor, and the main thief was just watching and could not find the words, because this was not part of his plans. The young man calmly said to the thief, "Get out of here while I'm asking you nicely." The thief did not argue, admitting that he also wanted to leave nicely. But then he said, Will my friends listen to you? And already behind the boy's back stood two thugs, adjusting their beards, with even more anger on their faces. The boy quickly turned his head back and saw the two thugs behind him. Screams rang through the streets of the town. The kid was not expecting the attack, so the big men managed to beat him up, leaving him lying on the ground. He lay next to Dan, silently looking at him. After a minute, Dan heard the young man say, "Are you okay, boy?" The green-haired young man asked Dan. They recovered and went to the cafe. Spoonful by spoonful, Dan threw everything he saw into his mouth. There was a baked turkey on the table, croissants, meat and sauce, all of which he swallowed without even chewing. The young man warned him not to eat so fast, because if he wasn't full, he could order more. It was time to introduce himself, and the green-haired young man said, "My name is Forrest von Carter, but for the sake of simplicity, you can just call me Forrest." It was hard for Dan to respond because he was shoveling food into his mouth and chewing so fast that he couldn't talk. But through his full mouth, he was able to speak. Denmark. It sounded like the name of a country. Fox smiled and complimented the boy, saying that he had a very nice name. To help the boy, Forrest asked if Dan had a place to stay for the night. In response, he saw a shake of the head in denial, and then offered to stay here. Fox got up and told Dan not to worry, explaining that he was a good person, and his dream was to become a knight, so he was trying to help. Their conversation was interrupted by a girl. It was Fox's sister. Her name was Alice. She was very beautiful and looked like a fairy. She asked her brother a question. "Have you brought someone again?" One thing caught her attention. She saw that her brother's face was bruised. When asked what had happened, he replied, "I ran into some bandits." His sister was very annoyed because he was getting into trouble again trying to help someone. She got very tired of it, and she expressed her dissatisfaction by adding another question. "How are you going to get to the island in this condition?" While eating his food, Dan tried to ignore his brother and sister's conversation, but the word island caught his attention. He said the word island out loud, and it couldn't help but distract Alice. She turned her head toward Dan, who was greedily devouring everything he saw. Out of embarrassment, he just looked at her and laughed softly, but her expression was not at all kind. She looked like she was annoyed by everything. She left the two of them, turning away and finally saying to her brother, "Don't you try to tell me you can't come with me." After she left, Forrest explained to Dan that she was his sister, and that she had been very irritable lately because she was tired, and asked him to ignore it. In response, Dan heard a question. "Listen, I'm really curious." And the kid asked, "Do you know anything about the local currency?" Dan then explained that he had come from a long way away, so he didn't understand how money is used here. Forrest offered to explain, as it was very simple, and decided to make it as easy as possible. There are 8 units of currency in the Empire: iron, copper, bronze, melchior, silver, high-grade silver, gold, and platinum coins. He pulled out a copper and an iron coin from his pocket to show us an example. Unfortunately, he didn't have all the denominations, so he couldn't demonstrate them all. "Ordinary people use felts," emphasized Liss. "It turns out that 1 iron coin is equal to 1 felk. 1 copper coin is equal to 5 iron or 5 felk. A bronze coin is twice as valuable as a copper coin and is equivalent to 10 felk." Forrest continued by drawing everything on paper and showed the boy how it looked. Dan looked at the list carefully and then asked how 1 platinum coin could be valued. Forrest replied that for 6 to 7 gold coins you could rent a small apartment for a month, so for 1 platinum coin you can rent a large estate, which caused Dan to be very surprised. He realized that he was trying to pay for gum with a coin worth tens of millions. After a few more hours of talking at the table, Fox took the kid to his room, showed him around, and asked him to settle down. In the meantime, he was going to go to his sister's. After a hard day, Dan immediately sat down on the bed, very tired. His mind was full of thoughts. The sound of rain outside the window only helped him think about this hard day. So many interesting things had happened during the day. But he had to put his backpack in order. He took out all the weapons and things that were in it, and laid them out next to him. Dan had accumulated a lot of weapons, and he wondered if he could sell some of them. He had a whole bag of platinum coins, but the problem was that he wouldn't be able to pay with them. He had no choice but to sell some of his weapons to get money to live on. A moment later, he opened a portal next to him. As expected, the magic of the space outside the village worked much better. Dan was glad that he had cleaned up the place beforehand. Just as he was about to enter the portal, he was distracted by a knock on the door behind him. Fox opened the door slightly, smiling at the boy. He was glad to see that Dan was in bed and already asleep. He assumed that the boy was very tired, so he had to be quiet so as not to disturb his sleep. After a long night outside, it was already starting to dawn, and the light from the window was coming into the room. There was a note on the bedside table next to Lisa's bed. When the sun hits his face and wakes him up, he should pick up the note and read it. The note read, "Thank you so much for the sleeping arrangements and food." The note was from Dan. The next morning, Dan ran across the rooftops, moving forward toward his goal. First, he needed to get normal documents. If he was constantly mistaken for an aristocrat, he would become too visible. He needed to find someone to help him with this, and he moved forward. Meanwhile, the same two thugs and the thief were walking down the street. The thugs asked the thief what he was going to do with that platinum coin, and offered to share, saying that they would only need a couple of gold coins. The thief was very cunning and said that they needed to be patient because it was quite a difficult thing to change this coin. He quietly told them that they should be especially careful when holding such a coin. But suddenly the thugs ran away with great speed, leaving the thief alone in a dead end. The thief didn't even realize what was happening and where they had gone so quickly. "Hello," said Dan, who appeared right next to the thief. He made the thugs run away. Dan's first mission was accomplished. The thief was lying on the floor with his face smashed in. Now he was responsible for everything he had done before. After a while, the thief was tied to a tree right in the forest. At the time Dan was carrying him, he was unconscious, so opening his eyes would be a surprise to him. He opened his eyes in the woods, not realizing what had happened or how he had gotten there. The voice that sounded next to him surprised him. "You're awake at last." It was a giant man with scary sideburns and hairstyle, standing over the thief, instilling fear. The thief started screaming and tried to get the giant to untie him, but he didn't seem to understand what was really happening. After he realized what was really happening, he was even more surprised. What changed the thief's mood the most was that the giant struck the tree with his left hand, so that it was uprooted and split into two pieces. The giant warned the thief, "If you make any more noise, I will do the same to you." It was a kind of offer. Then the giant said that he had heard of ancient methods and a man who made false documents, and asked if he knew anyone. The thief replied that he had never heard of such a person. Then the giant struck the tree to which the thief was tied with his fist, cutting it down, and the fist whistled over the thief's head. The giant came closer and asked the thief to answer if he did not want to die. Frightened, he shouted, "I'll tell you everything! I'll tell you everything!" "I've never really heard of anyone who makes fake documents, but I know someone who might know," the thief said. The giant listened attentively. The last question in this conversation was, "Where can I find this person?" After a while, the giant set out on a journey to find the person the thief had pointed out. On the way, he looked at the platinum coin in his hands. It was a good day. He found out the information he needed and returned the money, killing two birds with one stone, so to speak. Walking down the road, he flipped the coin, trying to determine whether it would come up heads or tails. The coin would spin in the air, making several turns. As soon as it flew up to the giant's hand, there was a whistle near his arm, and the coin disappeared. Dan appeared and took his plan away with him. Dan appeared so quickly that it was hard to notice. One of the cafes was full of people, and everyone was drinking beer. The attention of all the people was attracted by a loud sound from the door slamming. A man dressed in a nice outfit and looking neat entered the place. In his mind, he thought, "God damn it, did I make a mistake with my disguise?" And was even more nervous because everyone there was paying attention to him. Indeed, all heads turned in his direction, and he quietly walked to the bar. The barmaid who met him said that she was seeing him here for the first time. She was extremely beautiful. Her figure was perfect, her hair was red. There were alcoholic drinks behind her, and she asked the man if he was looking for anything in particular. "Well," he said, "I'm looking for someone who is very difficult to meet." It was the same giant who was looking for information about a person who forged documents. Then, in the forest, when he was beating the information out of the bastard, he transformed into a giant. "Okay," he said, "I need a cold dark beer right now, and some fresh seafood for an appetizer," he added, as if it were some kind of code. She replied, "Follow me," turned her back on him and took the first step. A moment later, her feet were on the cold stairs to the basement. She led him behind her, and they descended the stairs. He was alarmed that it took them a long time to get down, but it didn't matter. After he asked her a question, he was very surprised by what he saw in front of him. It was a very strange blue thing with a hexagonal star-shaped sign inside it, arranged in a circle. It was a magical barrier, but it was strange why it was in that particular place. She pointed her hand in its direction and concentrated her magic there. After a while, she created a portal through which they were able to pass. She addressed the man with a request. "Come through here, please." So far, he had only responded with silence, but he was very curious about what was happening here. After they entered the portal, There was a woman with a table sitting on a chair. The other chair was empty. She looked like a sorceress wearing a purple veil, with a bandage on her face that hid most of her face. Only her eyes were visible, but her eyes were incredibly beautiful. The barmaid decided to leave the two of them alone and closed the door behind him. The man came closer and closer to the table. The woman was waiting for him and knew that this meeting was going to happen. She said to the man, who was very nervous, which was noticeable, "Why are you standing there?" hinting that he should sit down. At that moment, he could not understand who she was. There were 6 magic spells in this place. What he had seen earlier was a magic barrier. There were 2 defense spells and 2 more attack spells. And the last one was there. It was illusion magic to hide what was on the other side. The woman asked the man a question. "What brought you here?" He could not answer quickly and thought for a long time about how to ask his question. Finally, he asked the woman if she could make an identity document for him. She laughed and whispered, "An identity card. It's not that difficult." However, he heard her say that he had to get the ingredients to create it himself. The woman needed some ingredients. An animal bone or a horn. When he heard this, he reached behind his back with his hand, using magic. He pulled out an animal bone and placed it right on the table in front of her. This surprised her, and she expressed her amazement by saying, "How amazing you are. You even brought the bone of the beast with you." After she got everything she needed, she asked him what class he wanted to belong to. Just a human, or perhaps a knight. But this did not satisfy him, and he asked if he could get the status of a baron, or even higher. "Of course not," she said, and asked if he was asking because he really didn't know. The identity documents of people from high society are subject to magic to avoid forgery. She can try, but she doesn't promise to make the document perfect. But it didn't matter to him, and he told her so. He could figure out the magic himself. It wouldn't be a big deal for him. She agreed with him and said that she would do as he wished. Then she told him the price, 15 million felks in advance. He was silent for a while, thought about it, and was ready to get the money. He put a platinum coin on the table. The coin lay very beautifully on the table, reflecting the drops of light that were in the room. The girl opened her eyes even more, very surprised at the beauty of this coin. She said, "You seem to be a very rich man." The man then asked her if she could get anything else besides the document. He said that money was not a problem. The main thing for him was the work done. The woman remained silent, but her eyes told the story. Meanwhile, it was a clear day outside. Dan held a new document in his hands. Now he could walk around everywhere without any problems. He had a map of the island in front of him, and he also received information about the imperial troops and nobles. He also had a bunch of magic books. Finally, he managed to exchange money, and now he could eat wherever he wanted and as much as he wanted. Sitting on the floor in his room, he recognized that he could now not worry about anything. Meanwhile, in that beer hall in the basement, the girl continued to sit. She was sitting and thinking at the table where she had just made a document for Dan. She couldn't figure out who this guy was and how he had put 3 platinum coins on the table. He didn't look like a normal person, and she couldn't see him as a normal guy. She took off the mask from her face, and her beauty was blinding. She looked like the embodiment of all earthly beauty. Her hair was pale white, and her eyes were very beautiful. Something had to be done with these coins. She realized that she had to show them to Big Mommy. At the same time, in the village of Voronov, the daughter came to her father, and he immediately asked if they had found the boy's whereabouts. She replied that her people had searched all the imperial villages, but found nothing. It's not that simple. The father knew that Dan could hide using magic. His daughter tried to reassure him, asking him not to worry so much, and as a sign of this, she said she thought her uncle had received their letter. Meanwhile, the uncle already had the letter in his hands and was reading it. He read every line written in it. He looked very carefully at each line, and what he saw there shocked him. He read the words, "I ran away from home." He realized that this could clearly cause problems. At that time, Dan was in a gun shop and was choosing a weapon. The gunsmith was very surprised that he was going to travel, and where he was going to take all these weapons. But the boy replied that he would need them for one important job. At this point, Dan's attention was drawn to the words, "It's too expensive, please lower the price a little." These words were spoken by Forrest and his sister, who were standing next to the merchant. The merchant agreed and said that he would sell them what they wanted for 5 coins of Melchior. But Alice didn't want to bargain for long and offered him only 2 coins, insisting on her own. Her brother tried to calm her down and told her that she could just pay the 5 coins. But she shut him up, blaming him for all her troubles. She blamed him for the fact that because of his peaceful kindness, they had no money left. The seller was shocked and did not understand how he could sell the goods for 2 coins, but Alice kept talking. 2 coins, that's all. "Can you sell it for 3 coins?" said Dan, standing a few meters away. When they saw him, they were surprised, because they were not expecting him. He had a backpack with a bunch of things on his back, and he was smiling confidently. After a while, they were sitting in a cafe and talking warmly. Les asked Dan why he had left so early that day, as he was very worried about him. Dan replied that he had to go because he had important things to do. Alice wanted to put in her 5 cents and said, "I think you were just embarrassed." Her brother, smiling, asked her to be quiet. After setting a table full of food, Dan wanted to pay for it all and told them they could eat as much as they wanted because he would pay for it all. Forrest realized that Dan had managed to get some money and told him about it. Dan explained that he had brought some money with him before he left his village, but because he could not exchange it yesterday, he could not use it either. Because of this, they could not hesitate to eat. But Alice continued to sit with a displeased face. Fox concluded that Dan now had a place to stay. "Well, actually, I'd like to go to the island too," Dan told them. Without hesitation, he offered to go with them, but his sister immediately began to shout, hinting that he shouldn't suggest it. Thinking about his words of gratitude, Dan reflected that the distance from here to the island is about 2,000 kilometers. If he flew with magic, he could get there in 2 or 3 days, but he shouldn't waste his power. He turned to Alice and said, "I don't know if it would be rude of me to ask you to go with me," hinting that he wanted to go with them. In response, he heard, "It would be." But Fox said it was okay, and the more people on the trip, the more fun it was. Alice warned him that they were in a very difficult financial situation. Dan listened to these words and realized that it was very difficult to get a train ticket, and if this man asked to buy food again, he interrupted them and told them not to worry, he had enough money not to burden them. He even offered to lend them some money if they needed it. This surprised the girl and she asked, "How much can you lend?" In response, she heard only the words, "How much do you need?" After a while, in the Imperial Palace, a dear friend, Vlad von de Contblade, is warmly welcomed. Dragonzan Orfina and Emperor Bentel von Bahamut Aurelian greet the man with a smile, telling him that he had done a great job defending the empire from evil forces. But the man did not take these words seriously and replied that he was just doing his job. He fell down on a chair, throwing his feet right on the table, which made the emperor very angry, and he shouted at him to take his feet off the table. The emperor started shouting about the value of the table. He, in turn, put out his hand and said, "I'm sorry." The emperor asked him to get to the point because he was very busy. He said, "My youngest nephew has run away." The emperor was surprised at first when he heard these words. He asked, "What of it?" "Don't worry. Do you think that people from the ancient ravens will start looking for him everywhere and shoot down everyone?" But the man wouldn't worry about it and said that he hoped they wouldn't wipe out anyone or any village. The problem was that his brother had chosen this young man as his successor, and he reported this to the emperor. When the emperor heard this, he immediately asked how old the boy was, and he received the answer, 16. But after hearing this, he could not believe it. The man added that it was hard to believe how strong the boy was. When the emperor heard that at the age of 12 he had defeated a dragon with magic, it made him think. Everyone stood up and was silent for a few minutes, thinking about this conversation. After that, the emperor turned around and started to leave. When asked, "Where are you going?" he replied, "I told you I have a lot of work to do. I have to take care of my citizens." "What about my nephew?" the man asked again. The emperor, leaving him alone in the room, said finally, "He is part of your family. Such matters should be decided by relatives," he added. "Good work." The emperor wished him and said nothing more. This made the man think. The iron wheels of the train were on the rails, and the train was ready to go anywhere in the world. It was running very fast, leaving the station. In one of the compartments were Forrest, Alice, and Dan, putting their things on the shelves. Alice, as always, had a sour face, and her brother, Les, asked her if it was necessary to take seats in first class, because there was plenty of room on this train with cheaper tickets. In response, she said, "It takes 4 days to get to the island. How can you survive the trip without sitting in business class? Besides, everyone used to be able to afford these seats if a certain kind man hadn't become an annoying benefactor," she added, pointing to him. "In any case, we will return your money," she turned to Dan and exclaimed. But he just smiled and said, "Okay," without paying much attention. The train continued to rush on and on. Orcs were watching the train from behind the rocks. They were watching the train and conceiving a cunning plan. The train continued to run, the wheels banging on the rails. Dan was holding a book called The Laws of the Empire. He read it very carefully while sitting in the compartment. Forrest and his sister just sat there in silence, but they got bored, and Alice said she was very surprised at the boy's concentration. It had been over an hour since the train had left, and he was still studying. Her brother asked her to be quiet because she was disturbing Dan. She noticed that he was apparently preparing to take an exam in the summer, and said that she had heard that civil service exams are held twice a year, in winter and summer. He looked up from his book and said, "Yes, yes." He explained that the exam would be held in July, and he had just over a month to go. Forrest chimed in, saying that July was just around the corner. He continued by hoping that each of them would achieve their goal. Then he added that he hoped Dan would enter the civil service, and he would become a knight. His sister interrupted, saying that he would break into a cake for the sake of others, and that someone like him would not be knighted. However, Forrest replied that breaking into a cake was the essence of knighthood. They could talk for a very long time, but something happened and the train stopped. Looking out the window, they tried to understand what had happened and why the train had stopped. The nearest station was very far away, and they couldn't figure out what had happened. Dan thought about getting out to check, but before he could, a beam of light flew behind his head. Turning his head to the left, he saw an orc climbing onto the train outside the window. There was not even a drop of fear on the boy's face. He was staring at the orc, wondering what he would do next. A minute later, the window in the train was broken, and the orc climbed right in. Orcs are very powerful creatures. They can even bend metal with their hands. Alice was very frightened, because she was a fragile girl and very afraid of monsters. Seeing an orc is not a test for everyone. Dan came to her, trying to pick her up from the floor because she had fallen. With concern for her, he asked if she was okay. She blushed for a minute because she hadn't expected this turn of events. The guy she was looking at with a sour face offered to help her. But this moment could not last long, because the orc was right in their compartment, and something had to be done. There were goblins with the orcs. One of the goblins sat down on the floor near the window through which he had climbed and just sat there doing nothing. It was unclear why he was there. When Lys turned his head, he heard the sounds of blows. The sounds were coming from the train vestibule, and like a man who dreams of becoming a knight, he immediately reached for his things and told his sister that this was not right, and he was going to go on a reconnaissance. It seemed to him that these creatures had attacked the train, and he had to check the situation. He took out a giant sword from his belongings. His sister remained sitting on the floor, and he opened the door and started to get out. He needed to calm her down, so he said a few words to her. "Don't worry, and wait for me here." Following him, she shouted, "Wait, brother!" Her brother turned around and she exclaimed, "You idiot!" The door to the compartment closed, leaving her safe. Left alone in the compartment, she turned her head back. There she saw nothing but a broken window and a goblin sitting on the floor. Walking along the corridor of the train, the light from each window fell on the door. It was very quiet, but you could expect monsters from anywhere. And then the boy's attention was drawn to the screams, "Help!" In one of the cars, people were running away from goblins who were attacking every passenger with weapons. The goblins were holding axes and maces that could kill with a single blow. The goblins had only one plan, and one of them shouted to the whole carriage, "Take all the valuables you can find. Just kill the people who resist." The woman tried to save herself and ran away with tears in her eyes, but the goblin shouted without pity, "Die!" and swung his spiked bat at her. The word "enough" distracted the attention of one of the goblins, and he looked intently at the one who shouted it. It was Forrest. He wielded his sword skillfully, killing goblins, showing that he could become a real knight. A sense of revenge took hold of one of the goblins. He turned toward the boy, called him a bastard, and began to growl. The goblin didn't have any weapons, so he decided to just punch the boy. But his punch flew past and hit the table next to the boy. Skillfully stepping to the side, Lys swung his sword. A second later, the goblin's head fell off his shoulders. The boy called this technique head off the shoulders. Forrest stood like a real knight, and behind him sat a girl who had just been crying, but now she was protected. He turned to her, asking her if she was okay and feeling well. Behind him stood a bunch of goblins of different sizes, from fat big ones to skinny little ones, but all with dangerous weapons. The Forrest told the girl that it was safe in the western wagons, and ordered her to go there. There were more and more goblins, and they were getting fiercer. Their eyes were filled with red, and they were very angry, only wanting to kill. The girl had to hurry, and that's what Lys told her. In a moment, all the goblins rushed at the boy as one, growling and with their claws, trying to tear him to pieces. It was very hard for the boy. But where was Dan? Why is he not helping now? Where did he go in such a dangerous situation when a whole crowd of goblins was rushing at his friend? Some kind of blue chakra stops all these monsters flying at the boy and doesn't let them move on. They seem to be frozen and do not realize what is happening. Their claws should be cutting the boy, but now they are motionless. In a moment, the chakra becomes like sharp blades that cut through each goblin. and in the air they are no longer so cool. In fact, they stop being cool when their bodies are cut completely. They scream even louder than when they tried to attack because now they are in more pain than ever. A moment later, their body parts, arms, heads, all fall to the floor separately. The whole mass of bodies falls in separate parts in front of the feet of Lys, who is holding a sword. He does not understand what has just happened. How all the monsters fell to the floor. Outside the train window, Dan's legs are visible, covered by this blue chakra. The magic is accumulated in his hand, which he has just used to defeat all these monsters. He realizes that he can't be delayed by these monsters. They are only in his way. As he descends a little closer to the train, but still high in the air thanks to the magic, he realizes that he must get to the island as soon as possible to prepare for the exam. Alice notices him from the window of the carriage and sees him using magic, realizing that he is capable of it. She looks at him in awe, unable to believe what has happened and how it has become possible. Soaring in the air, he continues to think about what to do next and how to proceed. After a while, an announcement is made at the station. We are arriving at the station. Everyone who is getting off is advised to prepare in advance. The door of one of the cars slowly opens. John comes out of the door, holding a backpack on his back. They had made it safely, protecting the people and fulfilling their mission. Looking around, he notices how beautiful this place is. Finally, they arrived on the island, where everything is so beautiful that it is hard to believe your eyes. Above the roofs of buildings and castles, above every dome, you can see a rainbow that seems to embrace it all. Now new adventures await them, much more interesting than those they have experienced before. Brother, do you really think you're a hero? Didn't you think about what would happen to me if you died? Alice asked her brother, and he only apologized. She warned him that if he tried something like that, she would kill him herself. Alice continued to ask him questions. Why did you leave me? Have you no manners at all? At this time, Dan, walking with them, noticed something and looked ahead with excitement. He saw a carriage with 2 white horses. A man was sitting on them, leading the horses, and a man was lying in front of the cart. The driver was shouting at him, "Get out!" The driver continued to accuse the man lying down of blocking the road, emphasizing the importance of this carriage, and asking if he even knew whose carriage it was. The man was in great pain from the fall, but he apologized and admitted his guilt. Alice immediately told her brother not to even think about interfering, otherwise she would go home alone. Her brother agreed. Dan stood there wondering what was going on and whose carriage it might be. He looked at the badge on the back of the carriage, which had a wolf on it. The wolf was wearing a golden wreath. It was a sign that characterized the owner of the carriage. Alice now turned to Dan, saying, "What are you stopping for? You had to get to the bank." Dan agreed with her and turned his attention away from the carriage to the beautiful place around him. They set off ahead. After a while, they came to a giant bank, multi-story and very beautiful. An assistant saw them at the entrance and asked how she could help. Dan went up to her and said that he would like to open a savings account. She asked if he wanted to open an account and asked to see his ID. Thoughtfully, he asked again, "ID?" He took his backpack off his shoulders and pulled his ID card out of one of his pockets. He handed it directly to her and she took it. She asked to wait as she began to check the ID. She put it on a special device that scans the ID with a blue light, checking it for authenticity. After a moment, the scan was over, but Dan was still nervous. He worked his magic on the ID card. What if it doesn't work? Should I just run away? He thought, realizing that he should have given his real ID. The girl smiled and said, "Mr. Denfenmark, the verification was successful." It was as if a weight had been lifted from his mind. He exhaled and felt relieved. She then asked him to enter the 6-digit password for his savings account. With this book, he will be able to withdraw and deposit money as if it were a bank card. With the book, he could easily exchange his platinum coins, which was his main goal. The girl came up behind him and asked him if he was done, emphasizing that he was completely shameless for taking his time, knowing that he was expected. Alice took out a bag and said, "Here," handing it over. Dan holds the bag and asks what it is. But the girl emphasizes that she promised to pay back the debt, and it is exactly the money she took before. He doesn't understand what's going on, but she explains, "Didn't you ask us to go to the bank so that we could return the money to you? You are so petty." But he shook his head and said, "No, it's not that at all." They seemed to have settled everything, and Alice said that since they were done, she suggested that they just leave. Fox stood there wondering why it was so quick, and suggested that they all have lunch together. Dan explained that everything was fine, but he had a lot of work to do, so he would leave. For a moment, Fox was sad to have to say goodbye. Alice's expression remained the same as always. She remembered the moment when Dan flew over the train using magic. She remembered his serious face at that moment. She remembered looking at him and not understanding what he was doing there. She turned to him and told him that he was a good man for not running away then. But at the same time, she turned around and left, leaving questions for both Dan and Lise. Her brother explained, "I don't understand what it is, but she liked something about you." Dan smiled and asked again, "Really?" After walking away a bit, she stopped, turned her head and shouted to her brother, "What are you standing there for? Come on, I'm hungry." He agreed and said, "I'm coming." Her brother had to go. He said goodbye to Dan, telling him that if he had a chance, he would meet him. He wished her well on the exam, thanked her, and expressed hope that everything would work out. Dan, in turn, also thanked him and said he believed he would become a knight. After the end of their adventures together, the fox and his sister moved forward. Dan just stood there and watched them go, a little sad, but nothing lasts forever in this life, and he knew that very well. Well, first he needed to find an apartment, which he decided to do right away. He went to one of the houses he found through an advertisement. An old lady greeted him, asking how she could help him, whether he was the owner, whether he just wanted to rent an apartment, or whether he was visiting from far away. She asked him a lot of questions. Will you live alone or with your family? How many people will live here? Dan was shocked by the number of questions. She sat at the table and continued to annoy him with these stupid and unnecessary questions. As soon as he started to answer, she interrupted him, saying, "Oh my gosh, I'm sorry, I talk too fast." She said she would ask more slowly, and Dan prepared to listen to more questions. Unable to stand it, he interrupted her and said that he came from another city and would live here alone. That was basically all she needed to know. She assumed that he had come to work and asked if he had already found a job. He explained that he was going to take the civil service exam. Civil service? There's only 1 month left before the exam, she exclaimed, which surprised the boy. She added that her son was also going to join the service, so she knew all about it. After passing the exam, he will have to attend special classes for 6 months. If he fails, he will have to return home. Success in the classes will determine the distribution of positions. Entering the civil service, even in this world, turns out to be a very difficult task, as the boy realized after talking to this old lady. She said that she had an apartment that was suitable for a student. They went out into the corridor. In front of them was a large staircase that went in 2 directions. After a short climb, they saw many different apartments. The grandmother explained that usually a lease is signed for at least a year. It is almost impossible to find a landlord who will provide housing for a short time. But she added that it was possible to stay in this house for a month. She warned him that the rent was not cheap, but in his situation, this place was perfect. He agreed, just listening in silence, even though with his money he could buy the whole house. The woman at the top of the stairs apologized for keeping them waiting. She greeted them and introduced herself as the owner of the house. Her name was Ursula von de Philolola. For convenience, she suggested that we just call her Ursula. Dan opened his eyes wide, because he thought he had heard this name before. She came down the stairs and asked if she could see his ID card first, noting that her son did not trust people without papers. This was no longer a problem for Dan, and he had no problem agreeing. A minute later, she was holding the ID and was surprised that he was from an aristocratic family, so she apologized for her impudence. Dan couldn't help but tell her that her name sounded very familiar. She nodded, smiled, and said it was because of her son. She explained that her son was known as the youngest chancellor in the history of the empire. Dan remembered that he had seen this man in a book with a list of all the nobles that he had recently purchased. This guy's name was Arcantus von de Philolola Altemius. He is one of the most influential figures among the aristocrats, the right hand and brain of the emperor. However, this raised a question in Dan's mind, which he voiced. "Why do you live alone in such a large estate?" To which he heard the answer. "Hoo-hoo. Well, I don't have any particular reason," the woman replied. She smiled and said that she just likes people, that's all. This brought a smile to Dan's face. However, they had had enough talking and heard a knock on the door behind them. The woman apologized, saying that she thought she had visitors. Dan was left thinking. He wondered if he was going to get in trouble. No one knows if this chancellor gets along well with his uncle. If this man found out who he really was, then his uncle would know that Dan was here. The mansion looked very neat, and the interior was very beautiful. And Dan looked around him. His attention was interrupted by words behind him. "Could you show us to our room?" These words were spoken behind him. He turned his head and saw that behind the woman who went to open the door were Fox and his sister Alice. Fox was very excited to see the boy, calling out his name loudly. "Dan!" Dan was also very surprised and called out his name. "Fox!" Alice was very surprised and simply asked, "What are you doing here? Are they all going to live here together?" Meanwhile, in the financial department of the imperial court, a payment document was being reviewed. A man brought the document right to the table, warning that a civil service exam would soon be held. He also noted that this was the personal data of the students who stayed in the estate. Putting the documents on the table, the first two forms had names written on them. One was Fox, and the other was Alice. Arcanta picked up the letters and, reading the names, quietly said to himself that he had not heard of them for a long time. The assistant asked if Arcanta knew these people. Arcanta said that they were the children of the woman who had been his nanny. He recalled that Fox wanted to go to a night school, and Alice dreamed of becoming a magician. Arcanta read the form more and more carefully, doubting whether he had made a mistake. But as he read on, he saw another interesting document. The assistant said that this student had found an apartment through a real estate agency. This made the guy with white hair think. He put his hand on his chin and went deep into his thoughts, trying to figure out what the likelihood was that the student could be a spy. The assistant noticed that the student's identity had been checked. Nothing unusual, his goal was to pass the civil service exam, the assistant assured him, adding that the student was from the aristocratic class. However, it was possible that he could have forged the documents. The assistant also added that the student seemed to be close to Mr. Fox and Miss Alice. This made him think even more. While reading the student's profile, Arcanta kept thinking about what to do in this situation. Meanwhile, Dan was lying on the bed with his arms behind his head for comfort and a pillow under his back. He often liked to rest like this. On reflection, Dan decided to stay at the mansion. He should have bought the whole house from the beginning, he thought. As he lay in his room, he wondered why he had decided to rent an apartment instead of buying his own home. He tried to find advantages in this. A rented apartment attracts less attention, and he cannot miss an important event while he is away. In addition, the Fox will confirm his status. He had already said earlier that he had known Miss Ursula for a long time. Looking out of the window, Dan saw people standing on the street and became even more absorbed in his thoughts. He looked closely at everyone who passed by on the street. It seemed to him that there was increased security at the mansion for some reason. After a while, it got dark outside, and light was pouring in from the windows of the houses. One man started to walk around the corner of one of the houses. He walked without suspecting anything. His attention was drawn to the small specks of light that fell like rain near his head. Looking at his hand, he noticed that some unknown magic was forming in it, and his hand began to light up. He looked at it and could not understand what was happening. Suddenly something hit him, and the strong impact sent him flying off the ground, hitting the wall of the house. There were garbage bags and wooden boxes under the wall, and he fell on this garbage after the impact. Looking around, he saw nothing, as if he had been struck by some unknown force, the source of which was unclear. Using magic, Dan appeared in midair. The mandrake root has a hypnotic effect, and Dan held this resource in his hand, which helped him to hide and strike while remaining invisible. Dan descended lower and lower, flying up to the man lying on the pile of garbage. Crouching down next to him, Dan asked him a question and warned him that he would only ask once and that he should try to answer clearly. The man nodded his head in agreement. "Is there a reason for having guards everywhere?" asked Dan. "Supervision," the young man replied. "To keep an eye on the student on the second floor." "Has the Chancellor found out about me?" thought Dan. "Then why doesn't he just come and catch me?" The next question was, what is the reason for the surveillance? However, the young man could not give a clear answer, only saying that they had been ordered to observe for a month. A whole month is a long time, which means the Chancellor has doubts, Dan thought. The man put his hand over his eyes and began rubbing them. He was blinded again by some kind of energy, and he could not see properly. As he rubbed his eyes, the pain went away a little. He lowered his hand and saw that there was no one in front of him. He couldn't even understand what he was doing here now, and how he ended up in this place. His memory was renewed, and Dan was watching him from the air. Using magic, Dan could fly up and do it quietly. He deliberately erased his memory. A moment later, Dan was back in the room where he could spend some time thinking and reflecting on the situation. He wondered why he was being followed and who did it. As he approached the table, he saw something on it. What was on the table required a decision. There was a mask on the table, and Dan realized that he had to act. The Fox screamed down the hall, "Have you seen today's paper?" He held the newspaper in his hands and showed it to Dan with excitement. Dan replied that he had just woken up and hadn't seen anything yet. The Fox handed him the newspaper and said, "Just look at this." The newspaper said that last night someone named Lupin had stolen jewelry from the Marquis of Bolton's estate. They mentioned that they had seen Marquis Bolton's carriage before, but that was not all. He announced his next crime. "Tomorrow at 10 p.m. I am going to visit the estate of Count Double. They went into the room to discuss the situation, where Alice was sitting. She asked them to stop making a fuss in the morning, and invited them to sit down to breakfast. There was a piece of meat and a glass of water on the table for Dan. He sat down at the table and greeted the girl. The fox expressed his opinion that now all the knights in financial departments would be very busy. Knights, that's understandable. But what does that have to do with the financial department? Asked Dan. The fox immediately explained. The criminal has stolen the jewelry, and it's obvious that he's going to put it on the black market. Since all cash flows are under the jurisdiction of the finance department, they will start to uncover black market transactions, Fox added. Alice continued to shut them up and asked only to eat. But her brother realized that now was not the time to just fill her belly. He told her so directly. They continued to argue, and Alice said, "This is something else, like a blessing from God. Eat up, you know how much breakfast costs here." Dan just ate in silence and listened to them. From the outside, the financial management building looked impressive, but inside it was a bustle of activity. Dan went up to the assistant and told him that he wanted to apply to take the exam. The assistant was busy doing his own thing and didn't hear him, so Dan repeated himself. "Excuse me, I'd like to apply." The assistant apologized and said that something suddenly happened. First, he put the documents on the table that needed to be filled out. Dan took the documents in his hands and began to read them very carefully. Behind his back, someone was talking about information on the black market and that there was an inspection going on. The two men were discussing a criminal who was planning to steal again today. They didn't understand why there was so much trouble with one criminal. They were also going to call the knights. Dan heard this conversation and paid attention. They were two men with books in their hands. The city was flooded with the orange light of the sunset. Looking at this sunset from the mountain, it was easy to fall in love with it. In one place there was a gathering of knights. There were a lot of knights. They stood in one column, and some of them were in different directions, listening to the orders of the chief. With such a busy schedule, the chancellor will be focused on his work and will not be able to think about anything else, Dan thought as he stood on the dome of one of the buildings. To his left, he opened a portal. A moment later, he stuck his hand in to get one very important thing. This thing used to be on the table in his room. Dan decided it was time to act. It was a mask, which he took out of the portal and put on his face. "Well, it's time to go for a walk," he said to himself, jumped off the top of the building and started flying. There were also a lot of guards on the streets near the building where the guy was. Through a window, one could see his silhouette. He was standing by the window and looking intently at something. All the guards on the street were watching him very closely. It was 8:05 p.m. and nothing suspicious was happening. But only his clone, created with the help of magic, was sitting at the table, so the guards could not suspect anything. The knights were walking down the street. There were a lot of them, and each of them was holding a spear. After a while, they entered the building where they were waiting. They lined up and stood as they had practiced for many years. They were guarding one very important thing that was in a flask behind them. It was a heavenly crystal, the value of which could not be described in words. The two knights began to talk. "Is Liu Feng really coming?" one asked. The other replied, "What does it matter? We are ordered to defend this place." "With all the people here, you'd think we were preparing for war," said the first knight. Count Drubal approached them and said, "Who gave you permission to talk? Did you come here to have fun or what?" He was very worried about his jewelry and asked one of the knights if they would be able to protect his wealth with this attitude. The knight replied that they had blocked all the exits and entrances, so he didn't have to worry. "Well said," said Drubal. A question was put to all the knights. "Do you have any idea how much the heavenly crystal is worth? Just try not to protect it. I will demote you all." One of the knights turned to the commander and shouted to the whole room, "Commander, we are in trouble." He reported that Lupin's traces were found in Margaret County. At 21:00, various jewelry and silver bars disappeared from the mansion, and the same card was found in the safe. The chief knight interrupted him. "What are you talking about? What do you mean Countess Margaret's house was robbed?" He asked only one thing. "What time is it?" "It's 9:38 p.m., the informant replied. The chief ordered half the knights to be sent to the scene. One of the knights said, "It's not yet 10 o'clock, and if the thief shows up here, what should we do?" He was very worried about the heavenly crystal. The chief knight turned to him and said, "Judging by the time, the report of the crime addressed to the count is most likely false. However, let's leave half of the men behind just in case." And so he did. The mustached knight shouted, "Shut up! You are the soldiers who are supposed to defend this place!" He called the head knight a lousy man and asked him how he could even disobey him. Just do what you're told, he shouted in a rage. He ordered the knights, but no one even noticed that the flask with the heavenly crystal was empty. One of the knights began to leave the building unnoticed. Under the armor was a very familiar face. It was Dan. He had a smile on his face, and what he was doing was clearly planned in advance. He walked further and further down the corridor. A purple magic spark flashed near one of the statuettes. Thanks to the magic, he turned into a knight dressed in armor. But now he had to get out of this image, and he turned back into his original form. It was very simple, he thought, looking at the jewel in his hand. It doesn't matter how many soldiers they send to defend themselves, they can't handle me, he thought. As for this city, he was not going to put the other nobles in danger. As Dan walked and pondered, his attention was drawn to the sounds behind him. The sound came from a room near a door that was protected by magic. There was a protective magic on the door, which indicated that there was something valuable inside. However, Dan was no ordinary magician. He had very strong magic, and it was easy for him to get through this barrier. A magical aura began to gather around his hand. After he removed the barrier, his hand touched the door handle. After a moment, he opened the door and stepped into the room. Looking around, he saw a golden-colored table and 2 chairs next to it. To the right was an office desk with a globe on it. This room looked very much like an office. There were also large bookcases with books, making the room look like a library. The sounds of magic made him turn his head back. The protective magic was attached to one of the shelves of the desk. He walked closer and began to use his magic to remove the barrier from this magic lock. Opening the nightstand, he looked inside. The eyes under the mask showed great curiosity when he saw something there. It seemed to be an ordinary notebook with many bookmarks, but what exactly it was remained unclear. After a while, Dan was already home. Fox ran up to him and asked if he had seen the news, namely that Lupin had stolen the heavenly crystal. Holding a cup in his hands, Dan turned to him and asked, "Huh?" Dan pretended to be very curious and asked again, "Really?" Fox added that there was more. Lupin had also stolen a necklace with a 1,000-year-old amethyst in Margaret County. Dan thought to himself and was even a little surprised that it was a necklace with a 1,000-year-old amethyst. Walking down the hall with a cup of tea, they continued to talk and admitted that everyone in the Empire was going crazy, because that necklace was a birthday present for the 3rd princess, Fox said. This made Dan choke on his words. He turned and started coughing because he hadn't expected this information. But Fox thought it was because he was talking too much and apologized to him. A gift for the princess. This thought surprised him greatly. In this case, things were getting very serious. Meanwhile, in the imperial court, a servant ran down the corridor very fast, shouting, "The princess! The princess!" She asked, "Your Highness, where are you?" But she could not find her, even though she was running very fast down the corridor. It seemed that she should be here. She kept shouting, "Princess! Princess!" to the whole corridor. Under the wall were a shield, a box, and a barrel. The crate was not small. After a moment, the lid of the crate began to open, as if someone was inside. The girl's eyes peeked out from under the lid and looked around to see if anyone could see her. Her beautiful shoes stepped on the ground, and her long pink dress barely touched the ground. Her beautiful green eyes and long, luxurious hair, which fell over her pink dress, were almost smeared as she sat in the box. When she got out, she was finally able to exhale. She was the 3rd princess, Aurelia von Bahamont de Aurelian Eltria. However, the maid saw her and asked her a question. "Where have you been all this time?" The princess asked her not to follow her. Turning in the other direction, the princess began to run away quickly. She looked as if something really happened to her. She was running very fast, not wanting to be seen. In a moment, she ran to the balcony and stopped, staring at one point. She looked down so intently as if she wanted to see something there. The maid still ran behind her down the corridor, calling out to the princess, "Your Highness." She was already a few steps away from the princess. She had to act radically, either wait for the maid to catch up with her or decide on the next step. The princess looked around and saw another balcony across the street, which seemed easy to step over. A plan came to her mind. She stepped to the edge of her balcony and pushed off with her heel. The next balcony was a few meters away. The princess had to jump over and get her right foot on the edge, and then jump in. Her heel almost touched the balcony. A smile had already appeared on her face, thinking that she would successfully jump in. But her foot stepped a few centimeters earlier than it should have. "Wait a minute, what just happened?" she thought. She had planned to jump from balcony to balcony, but it didn't work out, and now she was flying down with a frightened face. Yes, that's exactly what happened. She falls to the ground screaming. There are several floors below her and densely grown trees. Anything can happen when you fall. She could get injuries that would be incompatible with life. The maid, standing on the balcony, shouted loudly, "Madam!" but could not help her. Her face was very frightened, because she was very worried about the princess. In a moment, even the princess's silhouette was not visible because of the densely grown trees. It seemed that she had fallen and broken. Her eyes were closed and tightly clenched by all the muscles in her face. However, one eye began to open a little, and she began to realize what had happened and why she could not feel the ground under her back. Dan grabbed her as she fell with his magic. He was flying and was able to catch her and save her. The princess could not believe her eyes when she saw Dan, because she did not know him. She immediately asked, "Who are you?" Dan apologized to her and said that he thought she was in danger at that moment. But the current situation, when he was flying and she was in his arms, seemed much more dangerous to her. Dan reassured her, "Don't worry, everything will be fine. You're safe." She held her breath, but Dan interrupted her by asking her something. "Do you happen to know where the third princess's room is?" he asked. Her eyes lit up. Her face turned a little red, and she couldn't say anything else but, "What?" To begin with, she asked him to take her a little further away from here. "Okay, hold on tight," he said. Dan hugged her tighter. For a second she didn't understand what he meant, but the chakra around him began to grow stronger. "Wait a minute!" the girl screamed and was frightened by the power that was being created around them. They began to fly faster and faster. The girl's mouth was wide open and her tongue was visible in a heart shape as she screamed. The mask on Dan's face was pulled even tighter because of the speed. They were flying so fast that the buildings flew by and you couldn't even see them. They were so high in the air that they could be compared to the 58th floor. Her face was amazed at how this guy grabbed her. She couldn't even believe that the imperial court was so big when she saw it from above. Flying on, Dan repeated his question and asked where the third princess's room was. But she replied that this was not the kind of information she could give away so easily. First, she wanted to ask him what he needed this room for. But he said that he needed to give her one thing. Then an idea came to him, and he approached the girl with it. He asked if she could give it to him instead. They descended from the air and stood on the ground in a secluded place with no one around. He took out a beautiful necklace that he didn't want to take away from the princess and held it out to her, hoping for her help. She looked at him with bated breath. Without saying a word, she stared at the jewelry. "What is this?" she asked. The answer was, "A birthday present." "Soon the princess will find out for herself," the boy said, and turned around and started walking in the other direction. As he said goodbye, he told her that he had things to do, so he had to go. For a minute, she wondered what was going on and how this could have happened. Turning her head to the left, she saw a lot of rats near the barrel, which she had never seen before in her life. As he took 10 steps forward and was about to fly away, Dan heard a loud scream behind him. "What happened?" He turned around and asked the girl, but she screamed in panic, "There are rats!" He looked and indeed saw rats crawling around the barrel. Concentrating his chakra, he directed it toward the rats. It was blue-colored energy. "It's okay now. You can open your eyes," he said soothingly to the girl, coming closer to her. She was sitting on the floor in a panic. She apologized to the guy and explained that it was the first time she had seen rats. "I'm leaving this time," the guy said and turned around. But she interrupted him and asked him to wait. There was a moment of silence. She held her breath, sat down on the ground, and was silent. Then, interlocking her fingers, she explained, "To be honest, I have no strength in my legs at all." This hint was clear to the guy, and he realized what the girl wanted from him, but pretended not to understand. Like a true gentleman, he took her to the bell tower, from which he could see the whole city, and began to talk to her about her escape plans. He asked her if she was sure that she would succeed, and warned her that she could face many difficulties in the future because of this. "You can believe me," he added. "But I have no other choice. If I don't run away, I'll have to do what my father says," she explained. The boy asked, "What do you mean?" She held her breath. Her face became very tender and sad, and she was silent for a minute. Then she explained that if she stayed in the Empire, she would be forced to marry a man she did not want. She also explained that she had never seen the man they were trying to woo her to. "How can I agree to marry a stranger? It's not right. I don't want it," she said. Dan didn't understand, and asked if she could just tell her father that she didn't want to get married. This surprised her with its simplicity so much that she even got up and explained, "It's not that simple." "Wouldn't it be easier to just run away?" the guy asked. "You don't have the confidence to stand up to your father," he assured her. Dan's mission in this situation was to try to explain to her that she should at least try to do so. When she heard his suggestion that she could go on a hunger strike or cut her hair, she was speechless again. "You don't have to be scared," Dan said. You just need to clearly express your feelings about your father's actions. You need to make it clear that you are against this marriage. How can I do that? She didn't understand. This is your life. Do you really want to live by someone else's orders? If not, then fight for your own life, Dan said clearly and confidently. This made her go deeper into her thoughts and try again to think about what was happening in her life. Dan believed that his task this evening was this conversation and this mission. But he was satisfied that he managed to explain a little to the princess, even though he did not know that she was a princess at first. And finally she said, "It is up to me to decide whom I will marry." Her confused face turned into a confident one. Dan smiled, looking her straight in the eye. Then he asked if he could take her back to the palace. "Yes, please," came the reply. Sometime later, in the east, in the same beer bar where Dan had bought an ID card from the beautiful girl, this woman in a purple outfit opened the door of the bar and went inside. She walked confidently. Her mission was won, and she was going to go to her mommy to tell her about this guy. She walked up to the bar. Behind the bar was a handsome man who was wiping every bottle from dust. When he saw the woman, he understood her without words and nodded his head twice. It was their sign. A moment later, they were going down to the basement. Her foot touched each step, and she walked down the stairs. The door began to open, and the sun's rays passed through it. The head of an information brokerage company known as Big Mommy was waiting for this girl. She was dressed as a nun. "It's been a long time, Milla," Big Mommy greeted her. The manager of the Granville branch of the information brokerage company, Milphia, turned to Mommy and asked how she was doing. However, she immediately asked when Milphia would stop calling her that, because she said she could just call her Mom. Over a cup of tea, she asked a question. "What happened that you came to visit me personally?" She told me that a man had recently come to buy information. She took out a list and showed it to Mommy, asking her to look at it. It was a list of what the man had bought. Mommy began to read through each page and saw information about aristocrats and military men, which amazed her. "And where is this gentleman now?" she immediately asked. However, the girl explained that she had already followed him to the train, but then they lost him. They could only guess that he was probably in the city. By the way, the blonde girl recently heard something interesting, and she's going to tell Mommy about it. Hearing this, Mommy assumed that someone from the Ravens' village had escaped through the Olympus forest. She asked what the girl thought about it, and if she had a puzzle in her head. "Halfway," the beautiful girl replied. Drinking tea, Mommy only teased, taking small sips one after the other. At this time, Dan took the princess to the balcony, from which she could not fall. She was holding a beautiful piece of jewelry in her hands. He flew with her and went down to the balcony, their silhouettes clearly visible against the moonlight. She was very grateful and well-mannered, so she couldn't help but express her gratitude. But he just smiled and said that everything was fine. She just started to say words of gratitude. "I'd like to—" But Dan interrupted her, apologizing and explaining that he couldn't stay long. He turned his head to her, and a moment of silence hung in the air, as if time had stopped. She looked at him as well, holding her breath and holding the jewelry he had given her in her hand. The jewelry, a chain with a stone, lay on her hand, wrapping it in a gentle glow. "I hope you're doing well," Dan said as he turned away. It was clear that she wanted to say something else. The romantic moment was interrupted by a woman who ran to the princess, shouting that she had been looking for her everywhere. Dan realized it was time to leave, stood on the edge of the balcony, and said goodbye. The girl couldn't just let him go and shouted, "Stop! At least tell me your name!" He looked at her, turning his head, and was silent for a moment. She looked at him hopefully and heard, "Lufeng." "Just call me Lufeng," he said, not revealing his real name. Her face instantly turned red, betraying her sympathy for him. Enveloping his body in magic, he pushed off the edge of the balcony and began to fly upward. He rose higher and higher, moving away from her. She followed him with her eyes until the last moment he was in her field of vision, holding her breath. Holding the jewelry he had given her, she leaned on the edge of the balcony, watching him with the hope that she would see him again. This meeting was special to her, and she will never forget it, keeping this moment in her heart. Looking into the void where Dan had just been, she whispered his name and said, "Thank you, Lufeng." A new day came, bringing with it new adventures and challenges. Everyone around them was talking about the criminal and the search for him, but no one could find answers to these questions just by discussing him. Behind the door, a young man with white hair said that it was necessary to use all the nights to search for him. His eyes fell on a notebook on the table with bookmarks. This notebook had recently been pulled out of the box by Dan using magic. Surprised, the young man looked at the notebook and studied it carefully. Picking it up, he began to turn the pages, peering intently at the contents. On one of the pages, he recognized a list of corrupt aristocrats. At the aristocratic university, Dan was already standing at the entrance, looking at the majestic building. He was enthusiastic, smiling and admiring the grandeur of the building. He was telling everyone that they had been having a hard time because of him, so he had to make it up to them. He was holding the same notebook in his hands. He announced that from that moment on, everyone would have more worries, but he was sure that their careers would skyrocket. Dan was listening to these words, carefully considering his plan, realizing that it was time to act. He turned around and ran back, hoping that the Chancellor would like his gift. Meanwhile, on the ice mountains, all the trees there seemed to be frozen. The ice hugged them so tightly that it seemed like it would never let go. A white woman with an umbrella over her head was flying in the air above these ice sheets. Slowly she descended to the ground, and after a while she was standing on it. Her eyes were light white, and she was the same color. A man was running behind her. His name was Alphonse, and he was calling out her name loudly. Yulia! Before she could say to him, "Don't run, or you'll fall," he immediately fell because it was very slippery. Standing over him, she warned him more than once to be more careful. But he argued that he was in a hurry, and asked her to wait. "Oh, you're irreparable," the girl whispered softly, directing a beam of magic in his direction, and his body seemed to be covered in a blue film. A minute later, the boy touched his nose, and it no longer hurt. He knelt down and thanked Yulia for her help. She turned away and only said, "You're a dumbass." Then she asked him how he was going to become a knight, but he said he could do it. He explained that he would definitely go to the island, become a knight, and fight the forces of evil like his hero, Vladdy Blade. She again expressed doubts about his ability to leave his native land, given that he even falls on flat ground. He caught up with her, and they walked together, shoulder to shoulder, discussing plans for the future. "What's that sound?" the guy exclaimed, looking around quickly, trying to spot something. A giant ice monster appeared behind him, much larger than he was. Alphonse could only see a shadow that fell in front of him, because the monster was behind him. Alphonse started to scream, "Sister!" But it only turned its head and asked, "What do you want?" When she saw what was behind him, her expression changed and she was afraid. There were already several monsters there, all of the same size, and they were getting closer. The monsters roared loudly and their bone joints grinded together, creating a loud sound of ice scraping. Drops of fear could be seen in her eyes, and she held her breath as she looked at the monsters. Far away in the town below the ice mountain, people heard a loud explosion coming from the foot of the mountain. They watched, seeing that something seemed to explode. The explosion was so loud that it was impossible not to hear it, and everyone in the town paid attention as they gathered together to watch. A man who felt good in the snowy conditions, with a white mustache and hair, wore a white cloak with snow patterns. It looked like he was not the last person here. He stared at the explosion with bated breath, and two other men stood behind him. He had different thoughts about the situation in his head. The man behind him said, "I think it started." He then asked the old man with the mustache if he was not worried about them at all. But the man sighed and said, "Is there any need?" He explained that the young man was completely enthusiastic about Vlad, or whatever his name was, and although everyone was in doubt, the old man was sure that he would succeed. However, the young man heard from the old man that this was not the problem at all. "The problem is that these are unusual children," old Dennis said in a quiet voice to his colleagues. They were his grandchildren, and they were running very fast up the mountain. She was better at magic than Alphonse and could fly over the slippery ice, and he was running after her. She would still turn to him with a mockery and reproach him for his slowness, saying that at this speed it would take them a long time to get to the island. He, all sweaty, asked her to walk. She reproached him that he could also fly, but he could not yet use this magic. An avalanche of ice bones from the monsters was coming down the mountain. All of these monsters had just been destroyed by the children, and only parts of their ice bodies were left behind, which were slippery and sliding down the mountain. The old man watched from a distance, and thought that these children belonged to the Janabi tribe. Meanwhile, colorful ribbons were hanging in the square, and firecracker wrappers were flying in the air. This was all happening at the night's school. There were many people on the streets, and almost every one of them was completely absorbed in a book or a note in his hands. Everyone's face was fascinated by the anticipation of what was to come. Two boys stood in the center of the street and began to stare very intently at one point. They were Dan and Fox. They were discussing how many people had gathered, and that the entrance exam to the night school was one of the 4 main holidays of the Empire. They also mentioned that the Magic Academy was nearby, and that the exams were open to anyone who wanted to take the test to determine their level of magic and sword skills. But Alice was not with them, saying that she needed to prepare for the exam. Their conversation was interrupted by the joy of the fox, who saw the knights called the Black Buffaloes and immediately rushed in their direction. Dan watched with delight as the fox ran, shouting words of joy. It was clear that he had not expected to meet them here, and he was very happy that he had decided to go to the island. Today was the day of the exam, one of the most crucial days in the lives of these boys. Of course, Dan decided to go and support Fox, but he had another reason for being here. The guy explained that Alice was also taking the exam for admission to the Magic Academy tomorrow. Their exams happened to be at the same time, so he asked Fox to support his sister instead. Dan was surprised by two things. First, that Alice had magic, and second, that Fox had asked him to support his sister, knowing that they didn't have such a warm relationship. Of course, Dan could not refuse in such a situation. Meanwhile, the boy was already running up to the knights he had met and was very happy. But Dan continued to think. He was thinking about how he had lost his mind because of his exam, and it would be nice to have a day off. A voice came from behind him. "Are you crazy? Why the hell are you using an umbrella? There's not a cloud in the sky," echoed the gathered crowd. Dan, standing behind the crowd, tried to understand who was saying these words. "Can't you see I broke my bone because of you?" The man with the umbrella was standing right in front of the knight and apologized, saying that he hadn't noticed him. But the knight was furious. The knight shouted loudly, "Now it's my turn to break your bones!" and swung his arm. He grabbed the man with the probe by the skin and was about to beat him, but his actions were interrupted by Fox, who stepped forward and shouted loudly, "Enough!" Fox stood very confidently and heard a question in his direction. "Who are you?" In a moment, the boy stood even closer to the knight, and they made eye contact. The boy pointed to the knight's hand, saying that it was fine, and there was no need to make a fuss over a mere scratch. The knight got even more angry and yelled at the boy, "Do you want to die, you bastard?" A healthy man with a mustache appeared behind the crowd, who was 2 heads taller than everyone else, and asked, "What's going on here?" The knight recognized the man. He was the inspector. This made the knight turn around and walk in the other direction. But he turned back to the boys and warned them not to expect to get away with it. And in parting, he promised to level them both to the ground next time. Fox was not one of those guys who would get cold feet in such a situation, and he asked the wrong knight one last question. "What did you say?" But he did not hear an answer, only words behind his back. "Thank you." It was the person with the umbrella who thanked the boy for saving her. The fox came closer and asked him if he was hurt. Dan continued to watch from the crowd, drawing conclusions about the fox. Meanwhile, in a giant beautiful house, a woman stood there, listing the names of the crowd gathered in front of her. "Honey is here, Tonner is here, Barkham is here." "Alice, here," the girl replied, waiting a long time to hear her name. The woman with the glasses continued to list the names, addressing and listing everyone in the crowd. "Yulia?" she asked again. This was the second time she had called out the name, but she still didn't hear an answer. Just as she was about to conclude that the girl hadn't come, she heard a door creak on her left side and a girl ran in, saying, "I'm here." It was Yulia Fendria. She was coming to take an exam. She had recently been on an ice mountain and fought ice monsters. Everyone in the crowd turned their heads in her direction. Alice looked with bated breath at the beauty of this girl, who was all white and looked very beautiful. Meanwhile, other events were happening in the arena. All the stands were packed with people, but for now the arena was empty, preparing for the creation of history inside. One of the spectators in the stands was Dan, and Fox had a question in his mind as to why they had come here. But Fox replied that there was still time before his turn. He explained that he was very interested in seeing how the exam was going. An announcement was made throughout the stands. "The entrance exam to the night school is starting right now. We ask the audience to remain calm and quiet," and everyone held their attention. Dan and Fox were very surprised to see what they saw in front of them. Below was the boy who had recently fought with the knight. More precisely, he had not fought, but had avoided being beaten by him. This boy was standing almost in the middle of the arena, and the same knight who had confronted him on the street turned to him. "Hey, you!" He appeared behind the guy with the umbrella and expressed his surprise that this guy had come here to take the exam. He turned around and tears began to fall in his eyes. I'm sorry, Alphonsus said to the knight. A beautifully dressed man came up to the knight and asked if he knew the boy. The knight said, "How can that be? It's just that he looks like one of the scoundrels I promised to kill," the knight said. The man turned to Alphonse and asked, "How long are you going to use your umbrella?" "I will announce the exam soon." He suggested to Alphonse that his opponent should be a current knight apprentice of middle rank, the very one he had encountered on the street that day. However, regardless of whether you win or not, only your sword skills will be evaluated. So don't worry too much, the man said. Alphonse was very frightened, and his face was covered with sweat from fear. The judge raised his hand and said, and so you may begin." The knight took the first step, approaching Alphonse, drawing his sword and speaking intimidating words about his confidence in victory. The sword was already behind his back, and he made a strong swing with it, speaking in the direction of the boy. "Whether it is an exam or something else, know that today is your last day." The boy just screamed, holding his breath, and tears of fear appeared in his tender eyes. There was a loud sword strike, and everyone in the stands, including Dan and Fox, held their breath. Everyone watched in anticipation and wondered what would happen next. No one could believe what had happened. The knight was lying on the floor. Now he had a frightened face, and he could not believe what had happened. The kid pulled out his sword and pointed it at the knight, leaving him on the ground. It looks like he did not expect this turn of events, but it happened. The power inside him was very great, and with the help of the fear he had just felt, he used it. He seemed to be a gentle and fragile kid, 14 years old. But because the knight frightened him, he struck so hard that he cut the stones in front of the knight with his sword. "What the hell?" said Fox to Dan in the stands. Dan's face showed that he understood everything, but said nothing. In the Great Hall, the beginning of the exam for admission to the Magical Academy was announced. The teacher said that she would call 10 people at a time according to the list she held in her hands. Yulia quietly apologized. She stood in the center of the crowd and addressed Alice. She explained that she was a little late and asked Alice to tell her how the exam would go. Alice agreed. A question arose in Alice's mind. Did this girl even prepare? Then she began to voice the rules. "The teacher will be testing 2 magical abilities," she said. "One of them is the ability to fly, and the other is offensive power." Now Yulia had gotten the hang of things, and it was easier for her to understand what was going on. However, Alice was very curious about this girl with white hair, because she looked quite unusual. Meanwhile, everyone in the stands is sitting with bated breath. They are watching Alphonse defeat that knight, and they all have a question. Who is this guy? Now they wondered what Alphonse would do next when he was in a dominant position over the knight. The knight is lying on the ground and just drooling, thinking that it's going to be the end, but the guy just walks up to him and asks if he's okay. Out of fear, the knight stood up, held out his sword and asked him to stay away. However, Alphonse could not understand why he was afraid, because he had been taught the right manners since childhood and had no evil motives in his mind. He came closer and closer to the knight, and his foot fell into a ditch that he cut with his sword. A moment later, he stumbled heavily and fell straight to the ground in front of the knight, who was simply terrified and screaming at the top of his lungs. "Oh my gods, my head," the guy said because he was hit so hard. But the knight continues to stand there confused and not knowing what to do. He was bruised very badly, and because of this, the man who announced the beginning of the battle runs up to him to ask if he is okay. He started bleeding from the blow, and he was very scared, not knowing what to do, asking for medical help. He also shouts that he shouldn't be under the sun for too long, which surprised the knight. Is this the end of the duel? Is the question on everyone's mind. Dan watched the kid and realized that he probably had skills, but he didn't know how to use them. If this kid had learned how to use a sword properly, the consequences would have been much more serious than this blow, Dan thought to himself. The next announcement is made. The next stage of the exam begins in 10 minutes. We ask all candidates to gather in the square. The fox said goodbye to Dan, saying that he had to go. He hoped that Dan would take care of Alice. In the same room where Alice's exam was taking place, things were as follows. Each participant was trying to master magic and use it somehow. But everyone was doing it very clumsily. The girls could not even stay in the air, let alone make strong attacks. With each unsuccessful attempt, each of them fell to the ground. The teacher watched this and silently concluded that these applicants were completely useless. She turned to a young man standing next to her and asked him to gather the next 10 candidates to demonstrate their skills. Alice was next in line, and she had been preparing for this moment all her life. She stood there and was very nervous. Behind her, from the stands, Dan shouted to her, "Alice, it's your turn!" She saw him and was very surprised, not understanding what he was doing here. She asked him, and Dan answered, "Didn't Fox tell you I was coming to support you?" She turned away, blushed, and whispered quietly, "You shouldn't have done that anyway." Dan then advised her, "Don't focus too much on the aids. Relax your body and feel the magic flow." She turned to him, not knowing what he was talking about. Dan explained that he had read it in a magic book and decided to help her with the advice. Smiling, he wished her luck. She couldn't understand what he meant or what it could mean. The assistant announced her name. "Alice, get ready." From the stands, raising his hand, Dan shouted loudly, "Go, Alice! I believe in you!" All the students lined up in a row. The teacher stood in front of them with her assistants and announced that the exam for the 4th group was about to begin. She said that everyone needed to demonstrate the ability to fly and then hit the target with attacking magic. As soon as you are ready, you can start, the teacher said. Alice got ready, gathering all her concentration and strength into a fist. Her gaze became focused, and she was completely immersed in a state where she could use her magic. She remembered the words that Dan had just said to her. Relax your body and feel the magic flow. She did so, concentrating. A chakra began to form around her body, swirling the air so that the dust on the floor began to rise up. Her staff in her hand began to fill her with energy, and a blue aura formed around her body. Her feet gradually began to lift off the ground, and in a moment she was already in the air, rising above the students, and no one could believe what they were seeing. She realized that she had succeeded. As she rose into the air, she shouted loudly, "I did it!" When she was in the air, it seemed to her that it was all very simple, and that it was not so difficult to master magic. The next step was to hit the target, which was hanging in front of her, tied up on ropes. Near her hand, she formed a red ball that could deliver a strong blow. It was a powerful stream of magic that changed her joyful face into a serious and focused one, because mastering such magic required a lot of concentration. In a moment, this ball became a burning ball that glowed very brightly in her hand and had the power of fire. It became very difficult for her, and she could barely keep the energy in her hand. But she still had to take aim and shoot, which she did, releasing a fire arrow. The ball flew straight toward the target. The target wasn't very far away, but it was hard to hit, and the balloon was getting closer and closer. There was a loud sound as the fire arrow hit right into the purple middle, which was the center of the target. She had hit the target, and everything was successful. Her joy was indescribable, but the smile quickly disappeared from her face, as she was very surprised by the energy that was around her. It was the ice energy of Julia, who was also skillfully flying in the air using this power, and it seemed to be much stronger than the fire energy that Alice had just used. Julia used the Ice Queen crystals. She shouted, "Ice spears!" and formed a circle of ice so big around her that everyone inside froze. The attack was so strong that it could hit 1,000,000 such targets. She directed this energy directly towards the target, and such a giant lump of ice appeared that the target could not even be seen inside. Alice, flying in the air, was very surprised by what she saw. Even the teacher on the ground asked her to stop using this energy, because there is no barrier, and there is no need to work so hard. The girl was distracted from her goal and turned to the teacher asking, "So I passed?" The teacher replied, "Yes, you did." "That's really great!" she exclaimed happily, flying off to her team. Dan was shocked to see this and could not believe what he was seeing, because he had read about this power in books. She used the exact amount of magic power without a single mistake. He stood behind the podium and said to himself, "There are guys here with such incredible skills." And behind him stood Alphonse and heard this phrase. "Not bad, huh?" he asked the guy. And he added that it was his sister, holding an umbrella that belonged to Julia. Dan turned his head back and did not expect this turn of events, because he recognized the guy. Meanwhile, at the night's exam, the tribune is going crazy. The fox is lying on the ground, barely conscious, and behind him is a giant man with a bald head and a big beard. He was very healthy and held a heavy sword. Fox's body was lying on the ground, barely conscious, and he was shaking from the pain and the blow he had just received. The little boy is lying on the floor, a giant bald man hovering over him. The pain is so intense that he can barely make out soft moans. This man is several times bigger than the boy, and his sword is as big as half the boy's body. The bald knight, known as the Black Buffalo, stands silently over the boy and asks his name. "You better go back to yours," said the giant, turning around and walking away, as if to say that the boy could not become a knight with such skills. But the bald man's attention is drawn to the fact that the boy begins to rise, clutching the hilt of the sword that was lying on the floor. This makes the bald man look around, and when he hears behind him, "Wait!" he is completely stunned. Finding his strength, the guy gets to his feet, picks up his sword, and says with confidence, "I can fight." The bald man turns to the sounds of the stands and looks at the boy for a long time. After a long pause, he realizes that this boy has great strength of mind because he managed to get to his feet. Pushing off the ground with his sword in hand, the boy jumps right at the giant, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Knights never give up for nothing!" The bald man seems to be twice as big as the boy, who tries to stab him with his sword but misses. The giant barely manages to dodge these quick attacks, and he doesn't understand how the boy has so much strength after his injuries, as his face is covered with scratches. The giant cannot help but praise the boy's speed, expressing his admiration. However, it is very difficult for the boy to hold the sword, and his shortness of breath becomes noticeable. "It's all because of your unnecessary movements," the giant exclaimed, and immediately after these words, he slapped the boy hard on the cheeks. The blow was so strong that the boy flew backwards and fell to the ground. His left eye was closed, and his right eye could barely see, and he was forced to clench his teeth to endure the pain. In a moment, the giant is standing over the boy, blocking the sun, and swings his huge sword. The sword is rushing with terrible force toward the boy's body, about to strike him with a huge blow. Gathering the rest of his strength, the boy opens both eyes and dodges the giant's swift attack. The giant is stunned, because he did not expect the boy to be able to dodge. The boy had a sword lying next to him, so he grabbed it and tried to pierce the giant, but the giant dodged in time. The sword passed near the giant's chest and he jumped aside. Then the boy spun around and struck the giant so hard that he began to fly backwards and jump on the ground like a frog on water. The giant flew back and turned to the boy and said, "Instead of defending yourself, you are attacking." But he noticed that in a real fight he could easily be killed. The boy listens to these words carefully, realizing that they might be true. The battle is not over yet, and he needs to gather all his strength to continue passing the exam. His sword in his hands makes a very loud metal-on-metal sound when it strikes the enemy's sword, so loud that the blade begins to turn red and heat up from the force of the collision. This kind of force should be controlled by the trained and strong body of a real knight, not a young man taking an exam. But there is something special about this boy. Looking into the boy's eyes, the giant notices the work and effort that the boy has spent over the years. His desire to become a knight becomes obvious. The giant impresses with his size, and the boy with his speed, how often he tries to strike. The blows become so frequent that it becomes difficult for the giant to deflect them, and the swords ring right next to his ears. But gathering all his strength, the giant delivers a blow so hard that the boy cannot control it, and this blow hits his sword, throwing it back a little. Barely able to stay on his feet, the boy groans with exhaustion, but he is not going to put down his weapon. Mocking, enraged, the giant stands over the boy again, asking, "Where's the self-confident kid who was at the beginning?" The giant seems to think that the boy has surrendered. He asks the boy to calm down and trust his skills. The situation repeats itself. It seemed that the boy had fallen, but no. He finds the strength to get up, despite the great pain. He doesn't want to talk too much, and just silently looks straight into the giant's eyes with his green eyes. He needs to pick up his sword and rush at the giant again, even if it costs him the whole world, and he finds the strength to do it. The blow from the side is so fast that the sword leaves a trail in the air, but the giant manages to put his sword up. If not for this defense, the giant's head would no longer be on his shoulders. He is familiar with this attack, and while holding his sword in defense, he says, "This attack." Thanks to his high speed, the boy strikes so hard that the giant begins to fly backwards. Heavy breathing can be heard from the giant's lungs. He can barely stand on his feet. There is dust around him. He breathes more and more often. It seems that the guy manages to realize his plan. After 5 seconds of breathing recovery, the giant is very surprised by what he sees in front of him. The guy's blade is already right next to his neck, and he can hardly defend himself from such a quick strike. With only a few centimeters left to his neck, the sword is swept further. Every ray of sunlight shining on the battlefield reflects off the blade, leaving blood splashes in the air. To deliver this blow, the guy used up all the strength he had in his arsenal. However, what he sees in front of him surprises him so much that he simply cannot believe his eyes. The giant is already standing right above his body, penetrating him with its gaze. There is not a single scratch on the giant's neck. How could he have withstood this attack? The rage that had settled inside the giant because he was unable to withstand the boy's attack spilled out in a loud scream right next to the boy's ears, creating a sound barrier between their faces. The scream throws the boy backwards. The sword blade is right next to the boy's face and is very sharpened, about to get even closer. The giant now realizes that the boy is not going to give up. He has proved it with his stubbornness. But the situation in which the guy found himself is inevitable, because the forces are completely unequal. No matter how healthy this man is, the boy will have to recognize his powerlessness. The words, "I surrender," which silences the giant. After such a hard battle, the guy's face is very bloody. He fought to the last, not even realizing who he was fighting against. Putting his sword back in its sheath, the giant turned around and asked, "Did you really think you could defeat a professional knight?" The boy could not believe that he had just fought a real knight, not a student. Without needing to say more, the giant turned around and took a few steps back. However, he did say one thing. "Don't worry, if you are talented, you will always be welcome." The boy, after a long effort and a hard battle, smiled and realized that all his efforts and pain were not in vain. Alice ran into the arena with loud words, "Brother!" She was worried about the boy the whole time he was fighting. Sitting on the floor, the first thing he asked his sister was whether she had passed the exam. When she said she had, he became even happier and said, "This is what I expected from my sister." Dan also came with his sister, smiling and holding himself proudly. Behind them stood Alphonse and Julia, as always, holding umbrellas on their shoulders. They watched from a distance as Dan and Alice picked up the boy and asked him how the fight went. Julia heard the words the boys said about herself and her brother, namely that they could be counted on to help. They also noted that Julia had very kind eyes. This hard day and long adventure was coming to an end, and the sun was already setting behind the arena. The lights were already on in every house as it was getting dark outside and the sky was filling with stars. After a hard day, Alice and the boyfriend had already come home and saw very unexpected guests in front of them. Alphonse and Julia were standing right in front of them. Their dialogue immediately turned to the topic of the exam, namely the fact that they were also taking the exam. "Nice to meet you," one of the guys said. A blonde girl with very kind eyes said, "From today we will live here. My name is Julia." Her brother added that his name was Alphonse. "Starting today we will live here," they said, and the boys were very surprised. The boy was very excited to have new neighbors, and it was hard to tell what emotions Alice was feeling from her face. However, they immediately met with smiles, especially Alphonse and the boy, because they had recently had a very interesting story. The boy recalled the strength of the little boy, and how he had fought a knight on the battlefield, leaving a cut-up earth on the ground. But Alice had other memories of Julia. She recalled her strong magic, which she used in the air when she was taking an exam. It could be said that their power surprised Alice and the boy, and they said with light smiles on their faces that they were also very happy to meet. A young man dressed in a beautiful outfit came in, and a woman in a yellow dress stood next to him. The guy said, "My nephews are in the capital for the first time. Because of this, I decided to put them in a place I trust," he continued. "And I asked no one to worry. And it just so happens that other students have moved in." Alice did not understand what he was talking about. She was even more surprised when she recognized who he was, because it was William Fendria. Her brother asked her if she knew him, and heard the answer that it would be a shame not to know such a person. He was born into the Janabi tribe, in which excellent magical abilities are passed down from generation to generation. William Fendria is a general close to the emperor and the owner of incredible abilities. Alphonse overheard this conversation between the siblings and asked them if they were talking about their uncle. Alice could not believe what Alphonse had just called this man. "Uncle," said Alphonse with a beautiful smile on his face. Then Alice and her brother were even more surprised. They just swallowed their tongues and couldn't find the words. And then they started shouting at the top of their voices and could not contain their emotions. Meanwhile, in the Granville estate, in one of the motels, there is a platinum coin on the table, shining with its brilliance and value. The man who was responsible for renting the rooms cannot believe that he sees this coin in front of him. It was given to him by a woman in a red cape. She hears the landlord say that he does not have the change from the platinum coin. Her hands slowly remove the hood that was on her head. Her beautiful hair is now visible. This is Risha Blade. She is not satisfied with the answer and asks to just have a room to live in. A young man appears behind her and interrupts her conversation with the man, asking for her attention for a moment. Meanwhile, it was dark outside. It was night. They were walking down the street and having a conversation. The boy, this girl, and another man on her left side. She was expressing her dissatisfaction with the fact that she just wanted to rent a room and take a bath, because she hadn't been able to wash all this time. The guy, whose name was Mech, had a sign on his forehead and was addressing her, saying that their host, a diplomat, had to visit a city first. The kid walking on the right side of her was very surprised to hear the word master, and said that there was no need to address him in that way. He said that they could just call him Lan. This boy was a merchant and diplomat from the village of Voroniv. His name was Lancelot. The older man did not understand how he could disrespect the man who had agreed to accompany them. However, the younger man admitted that in any case, the money they had could not be used in this village. And the girl also said that the platinum coins were too valuable. And a question arose that the girl voiced, "What should we do now?" They were walking and talking, and from around the corner of one of the houses they could see the silhouette of a man who seemed to be watching them. He looked out from behind the corner of the building, which was built many years ago, and watched the boys closely. The giant building seems to be standing in the arms of a sky filled with stars. Inside this building there are a lot of weapons hanging on the walls like antiques. There are also a lot of artifacts in the form of monster heads and various magic potions and flasks. Johann von Philadel, a trader from Double County, head of the Granwell branch, said that they usually hold deals at the end of the month, and asked what could have brought them here today. The guys pulled out a photo of Dan and asked the man if he had seen the guy today. Holding the photo in his hands, he stared intently, and seemed to be recalling something, trying to search his memory. But when he looked closer, he remembered that he had never met this guy, and said that this was the first time he had seen this face. He offered to help, saying that if necessary he could ask his men to find him. But the boy with the mark on his forehead said that it was not necessary. The kid put coins on the table and said they needed money now. He offered to exchange some platinum coins that were lying in front of the man. Looking down at the table, he looked at them and was very surprised. He sat there for a few seconds and just stared at them in silence. "I don't know what to do. At the moment we don't have the ability to exchange the 5 platinum coins," the man told the boys. The kid asked, "Maybe at least one?" However, the man apologized and said that he could not help. When there was no hope, the man said something. He expressed an idea that suddenly came to him, and seemed to be looking at the boys slyly. But it was hard to see this slyness with the naked eye. He led them to his corner, where he kept his most valuable items and all the artifacts he had, pointed to them and asked them to take a look around. He told them that there were various jewelry and weapons that had been brought from all over the country. He asked them to say if they liked something, just say so. If they bought a couple of things from here, this man would be able to help them with money. The girl immediately liked the cane and asked the boys what they thought of it. The man heard this and immediately offered to show her the best example, but the boy put his hands out in front of them and said that it was not worth it. The girl could not understand why, because they needed money. The man who was trying to sell something also apologized. As the boy came closer to the girl, he whispered in her ear that they should leave. It was still deep night outside, and the sea of stars continued to glow in the sky. "What's wrong?" the girl asked. The boy explained that they did not need the cane and there was no point in taking it. The girl had some new money that she wanted to use. The kid was not a fool, and told her that he was sure the man had the opportunity to exchange the money, but he was trying to sell them his goods on purpose. It seems that this kid is the smallest, but the smartest. The man with the mark on his forehead got angry and immediately said he would kill the bastard. The kid immediately calmed him down with an ironclad argument, saying that Trubel County were the only people their village was cooperating with. He also said that he would report the incident to Mrs. Hestia. They continued on their way, discussing the fact that they could not trust anyone in this world. Dan's sister, on the other hand, had only one thing on her mind: when she would be able to take a bath. The man who was following them overtook them, and as he was overtaking, he hit the girl. They stopped and couldn't understand what was happening, starting to discuss it and looking at the man walking forward. One of his hands seemed to be hidden near his stomach. He started walking faster and faster, and he was carrying a bag. Now we recognize this man. When he took out the pouch, he poured the coins inside into his hand and noticed that there were 5 platinum coins. "Wow," he whispered to himself and put them back into the bag with a smile. In his dreams, he was already thinking that his mommy would finally take pity on him, and he would be able to become a good son, since he was already rich. He whispered this to himself, and behind him he heard the words, "Can stealing make you a good son?" The boys noticed that their money had been stolen, and they caught up with the thief. Now he is looking at them with a frightened face. He had a knife hidden, which he now took out and waved it in front of the boys, threatening them. He continued to wave the sword, and wanted to tell them who he was and what name he was known by. A guy with a brand appeared behind him and interrupted him, saying that they had no time to talk. Not even a second passed before the thief was lying on the floor, slamming hard against the ground. The sound was loud. The guy's foot was right on his head, and he could hear people asking him how he dared to steal other people's money. The hand with the bag of money was now in the hands of the owner of the money. When the guy was pulling the bag to put the money on his belt, he hit Dan's photo, which came off and flew straight to the ground. It fell right in front of the thief. In the air, the photo opened and fell to the ground so that the thief recognized the boy. He said, "Is this thief a boy?" He grabbed the photo, approached the boys and asked them again, "Have you seen him?" He explained that he knew the boy from whom he had taken the platinum coin. Dan's sister and the kid's eyes met. She could not believe what she was hearing. The long night was over, and the sun was shining brightly outside. A cloth was stretched out on one of the buildings with the words "Civil Service Entrance Exam" written on it. There were many students in the classroom, each taking a test. One of these students was Dan, nicely dressed in a shirt and a nice vest, carefully filling in every box that was written on this test. Behind Dan was a bulletin board with the exam results written on it, and each of the students came up and looked for their name. Many of the students were happy. Many were sad to learn their exam results from the test. Dan's face, as always, was stone-faced, and he was looking carefully for his name. The title of the board read, "Civil Service Entrance Exam, Results." Finally, Dan found his name and the result. A slight smile appeared on his face. It seems he has achieved his goal and done what he had been planning for so long. Congratulations on passing the exam, Dan. In the room where Dan lived, his friends are congratulating him, popping firecrackers, and wearing funny caps to symbolize the celebration. Now they've all achieved what they wanted, and it's something to celebrate, because it's a once-in-a-lifetime moment for some people. The landlord and the realtor were all celebrating this holiday. The woman who rented the apartment cooked a lot of food. Everyone who lived with her considered her the best hostess in Arsala. Adolf devoured every piece of meat, choking down, and said, "Auntie, this is so good." Yulia interrupts him, asking him not to call her that. "You need to have manners," she said. However, the aunt calmed everyone down, saying that everything was fine and they could eat. Adolf shouted across the room, "Bon appétit, everyone!" Everyone noticed that Adolf had gotten used to the situation, and that was good. During the meal, Lise asked Dan if he was going to move into the dormitory. He said yes, because it would be cheaper. Alice praised him for this decision and said, "If you stay here, you'll get tired of my annoying brother." Everyone quickly became close and had warm conversations about how quickly they had become friends. Yulia and Dan were the same age. Because of this, she turned to him and said that this was the reason they decided to become friends. Alice screamed loudly, turning her head in Dan's direction, and started to argue, asking why they hadn't become friends so quickly. "Didn't you know we were the same age?" Dan's hand moved closer to Alice's, and he quietly told her that he would be happy if they became friends. The girl was overcome with emotion, and she continued to ask ridiculous questions. The next question was, "Why are you talking to me so formally?" Les, sitting behind her, said that she shouldn't raise her voice at the table. Dan continued to listen and realized that this place was seriously not right for him. He thought about how to move into the dormitory as soon as possible. However, when he arrived at the registration center, a woman told him that there were no more places. With his hands in the air at the incomprehension of the situation, Dan asked, "What?" She explained her offer and suggested that he enroll for the next semester. Dan didn't understand. "Don't all students get placed in a dormitory?" He immediately asked her about it, and she replied that everything was correct, but for some reason there were no rooms left this time. After that, she asked me to leave my contacts and promised to let me know if a place became available. Dan could only keep silent and accept the situation. Meanwhile, two people with animal heads stood on the edge of the cliff. One had the head of a bull, and the other had the head of a lion. They were wearing masks, and they were having a conversation. "Isn't this all too sudden?" The person with the lion's mask said that there could be no problem if you really try to take in everything around you. Through the bull's mask, the human eyes were visible, and one could read that he or she agreed with the partner's words. However, the bull, as we'll call him from now on, agreed that it was better for them to just observe and not cross the line. The lion asked him again, "Didn't you want the Empire to collapse more than anyone else?" "The Empire is the strongest thing on the whole planet," the bull replied. Taking a few steps in the other direction, the lion said that he did not want to make the bull his enemy. "But that will happen anyway if you interfere with my plans," he added. The bull continued to listen attentively, and the person with the lion mask walked a few more steps away, and pushing off the ground powerfully, jumped so far that he flew into the mountains. "I will not bother you anymore, but I will wait for your decision." "I also do not want to be an enemy," whispered the bull. Let's move on to the events at the university. An announcement is made, and the introductory class begins. All students are asked to take their seats in a disciplined manner. Everyone takes their seats and waits attentively. Among the other students was Dan, who took his seat. In the end, he was unable to move into the dormitory, and he had given up on finding a new place to live. And he heard the words from the landlady. "It's a pity, but you can stay here until a place in the dormitory becomes available." When asked by his friend Lise if they were not having fun living together, he only replied, "Yes, yes." But if he decided to leave the apartment he was given indefinitely, it would look strange. His main question was how to live in the Chancellor's house and remain invisible. Dan was sitting deep in thought when he heard words of greeting behind him. An adult man with a mustache and a small beard, a little overweight, approached Dan and asked permission to sit down next to him. "Of course you can," Dan replied. He thanked him and began to sit down. He looked quite mature, obviously having decided to join the service just now. After asking his question, the man said, "Excuse me for being rude, but may I know your age?" The young man replied in a friendly manner that he was only 16. The big guy was very happy to meet them and said that he was glad to meet someone close to his age, but it was a little confusing. "Even though I'm your brother, you can talk to me informally too," the man said, which left even more questions, because he looked like he could be an uncle. Talking quietly, they got to know each other, and the man introduced himself as Flam Deuter and the young man as Dan Mark. It seemed to Flam that they were brought together by fate, and he invited Dan to have lunch together. Dan refused, saying that it was not worth it. Flam was very persistent and offered to buy him a meal, but Dan kept refusing. To this the man replied, "Okay, fine, we'll have lunch after class." Classes were already over, and the children were walking down the street. Right in front of the university, a gorgeous woman stood looking at Dan and seemed to be mesmerized. Her hair was brown and very long. The hovering target was surrounded by a purple chakra summoned by magic. After a moment, this magic hits the target, and a loud explosion is heard. A girl with long hair runs into the building. She did it. The teacher and the admission committee are holding the list of students and cannot understand who has just entered the hall. Who is this girl? The teacher adjusts her glasses with her hand to get a better look and understand who it is. The girl was running so fast that she was tired and out of breath. She was in a big hurry, and when she caught her breath, she introduced herself as Aria von Holstein. Because she hit the target so well, the teacher immediately said that she had passed the exam. After the successful exam, she was invited to her home, a giant castle. The maids put on her clothes, but she finds them uncomfortable. The fit is awkward. Natalia and the girl thought it was not her style. She can't understand why she has to wear this outfit if it's uncomfortable. Why can't she just wear comfortable clothes? The maids tell her that a ball in honor of the princess's birthday is coming up. They explain that the main character of this event must be dressed very nicely. Behind the woman's back, there was a knock on the door. A voice came from behind the door. It was General William, who introduced himself and asked permission to enter the room. One of the maids began to say that they were having a fitting and could not come in, but the princess immediately took a deep breath into her chest and said, "Come in." His feet stepped into the hall, and the maids could not understand how a man could be in a room with a princess, especially since the fitting was not yet over. William smiled politely and greeted her pleasantly, addressing her by her first name. He apologized for being a little late and conveyed his congratulations on entering the magical academy. "It's all thanks to you." The girl bowed and expressed that if it weren't for William, she would have had to prepare for an engagement. "In fact, I just did what you wanted," William replied. He was sure that she had passed the exam on her own, but the girl interrupted him and said, "Mr. General has been teaching me magic since I was a little girl." She asked him why he had come, and was told that His Majesty was very worried about her. Because of this, she would have to attend the academy under a different name, William explained. She asked if the other students would feel uncomfortable knowing she was a princess. He couldn't lie to her and told her the truth. "Yes, because of your status, your life at the academy may be more difficult." In addition, there was one more thing that William was going to tell her. When she heard it, she could hardly contain her emotions. Sometime later, she was already at the University of Magic, and a girl approached her. It was Yulia. Her beautiful white hair and white clothes, like snow maidens, always looked incredible, even in summer. The princess turned around and saw Yulia in front of her. She said that from today, she would accompany the princess. She came closer and introduced herself, saying her name, Yulia Fendria. No one told the princess that she would be accompanied by someone. There was silence for 2 seconds, and they just stood there looking into each other's eyes. Both were very pleasant looking, and could not help but like each other. "Call me Aria von Holstein," the princess said. Julia listened to her attentively. "I hope we will become friends." The princess held out her hand, coming a few steps closer. "Yulia!" the princess said, addressing her. "Yes, Your Highness," Julia replied. "Your Highness Aria von Holstein." "Oh, right, Aria von Holstein." And they laughed. At that time, a couple was walking in one of the classrooms, and the teacher was showing different signs on the board, teaching the students. Dan sat at the back of the classroom and listened intently. A whole semester, he thought. From August to October, in other words, for 4 months you have to attend classes and take exams, the teacher said. After the internship, in December, you will be finally hired as trainees. The class ended, and the teacher collected the documents on the table and said goodbye to everyone, saying that they would meet again next time. Satik asked Dan what subjects he had chosen besides the 5 required ones. "I chose adventure and exploration," Dan said. Satik was also thinking of taking that class. Then he offered to talk on the way, and he asked if Dan was ready for the next lesson. Dan didn't expect to hear that, because he hadn't even heard of any next class. Their conversation was interrupted by a man in knightly armor who shouted loudly to the entire classroom, "Line up in 7 columns." The students could not react so quickly because they did not know what was waiting for them. However, they were called up and told, "Hurry up and get in line." "Why are you standing up? Did you come here to have fun or what?" the knight added, and everyone began to run fast. Some even left their notes on the desks. A moment later, all the students were standing outside, lined up in 7 columns, listening attentively to the man. He explained that from now on, everyone in his class would have to line up like they did today, and asked if everyone understood. Someone in the crowd shouted, "Yes! Here, everyone will improve their physical strength," he explained further. Dan stood in the middle of the crowd and listened attentively. He realized that he could not make any mistakes. If he made even the slightest mistake, this class could end badly for someone. Because of this, he had to control his strength. However, how much he needs to do this, he will understand a little later, because now it is not clear. They were all given wooden swords in their hands. Vusatik was the first to try. Trying to do his best, he gathered all his strength. He swung the wooden sword and hit a pole tied with a rope. The teacher saw this, came up to him and was surprised, praised him, saying that it was very good, and asked if he was a mercenary, because his face looked like he had spent 20 years on the battlefield. The teacher also said that he liked Vusatik. Dan tilted his head and overheard their conversation. He said that he had never been a mercenary, and thanked him for the compliment. But now he had to decide how hard to hit. On the one hand, he had to do his best, but on the other hand, he had to avoid showing his true colors. Swinging the wooden sword, he struck the pole so that he could barely hear a faint knock on the wood. But when the sword touched the pillar, his hand jerked, and he created such an impulse that the wave from the impact spread in all directions, and the pillar sank into the ground. It was impossible not to notice, and Dan looked around, hoping no one had seen it. It was a good thing that the teacher didn't pay attention and continued to talk to Mustache. Even if Dan gets the lowest score in swordplay, he has to be careful. I can easily exhale, Dan thought, and let the air out of his mouth, relieved. Meanwhile, in the temple, the two characters were having a conversation. This temple was incredibly beautiful, and every statue in it had been on Earth for a very long time. The person with the lion mask stood and looked at this statuette, studying it in detail. Underneath the mask, an old beard, long hair, and a red cloak were visible. His name was Mr. Fernando, and this name was heard behind him when someone addressed him. After that, the words were spoken. "We have gathered everyone as you ordered." There were many people in gray clothes and hoods standing in the temple hall. A slight smile appeared under his mask. His hand reached for his face. He took off the mask that had been on his face, and now it was in his hands. "Well done, Paladin," Fernando said. Paladin is the term used to describe a Knight Templar or Knight Templar. Fernando had a few more words he wanted to say. Cardinal Fernando turned to the hall and exclaimed, "My noble warriors!" He was walking down the street with Dan, discussing whether all students were provided with dormitories. With sarcasm, Dan replied that he thought so too. Mustache asked why he was the only one who was not provided with one. Their dialogue was pleasant, and Dan admitted that when he was told this, he did not know what to say. That's not going to work. This didn't sit well with Vusatik, and he offered to help him figure out what was going on. However, Dan asked him to ignore it and said that he was promised a call as soon as a vacancy occurred. "It's a shame. It would have been really nice if we had lived together," Vusatik said. Dan replied with a little laugh. "Uh-huh." Something to his left caught his eye, and he turned his gaze there. He saw 2 men, dressed suspiciously, standing by an open window, holding some strange boxes. They looked as much like criminals as possible, and this was confirmed by the fact that one of them had already started to climb through the window as if there were no front door. Dan realized what they were going to do. Mustache noticed that Dan had turned his attention away from their conversation and asked what was going on. However, Dan did not want to answer and simply said, "Nothing." They walked on, and their conversation continued. The mustachioed man, who was very friendly, offered to let Danny stay in his room until a new place became available, but he refused in every way possible, knowing that it would be uncomfortable. Meanwhile, on the roof of the building, not far from Dan's, the thieves had just climbed through the same window. One of the thieves' hands grabbed the roof jamb. In a moment, they had both climbed to the very top of the building and were on the roof. What they were looking for inside remained a great mystery. They approached the window on the very roof of the building and began to look for ways to open it. One of the thieves was holding a magic staff. They came even closer and began to study the window. The rim of the window began to glow green. With the help of the staff, the criminal in the hat used magic and removed the window from its frame. They couldn't talk on the roof, so they used gestures to communicate, and one of them pointed his finger to indicate that it was time to go in. In a moment they were inside and saw a very long corridor, but they knew where to go. They looked around and looked in the direction they needed to go. To avoid making loud noises, they ran quietly down the corridor to their destination. Raising a hand meant it was time to stop, and one of them gave this sign. They stopped. In front of them, they saw a magical barrier. It would take some time to overcome it, because they knew what magic was. One of them took hold of the barrier and tried to finish as quickly as possible. After a few minutes, the passage to the door was open, and behind that door was what they had been looking for so long. With a creak, the door began to open, and behind it was the glow from the object they had come to. Very quietly, without making any sounds, they entered the room. In front of them was a beautiful statue of a girl standing on a stand. It was a golden statue of a goddess. It was incredible. One could look at it for hours, and one's eyes would not get tired. One of them could not even believe that it was so valuable, because he could not see beauty even in simple things. However, the other was a little smarter, and explained that it was hard to even imagine how much it could be worth. He explained that even though the temple's credibility had suffered because it had failed to cope with the devil's invasion 120 years ago, the temple was still a temple, and the artifacts stored there would always be of great value. They made noises in vain while inside near the statue. As they continued to talk, they discussed putting magic on the thing, and wondered how long it would take to remove the magic barrier. "Are you guys trying to steal something?" Dan appeared behind them and asked them. When they turned their heads in his direction, they were very surprised by the appearance of a stranger. But he didn't even pay attention to them. He walked closer to the statuette and was delighted with its beauty because it looked very expensive. He looked it up and down, and magic was swirling around it. It was incredibly beautiful. Dan is one of those guys, few in number in nature, who sees every beauty in every little thing. He felt a strong magic coming from this statuette. As he reached out to it, he felt the magic intensify more and more. When his hand was near the statuette, the magic glowed red, and he could feel every touch of magic on his hand. It was his first time seeing something like this, and he took the statuette with his strong magic. The thieves, standing behind, just looked at this and were amazed at what was happening, and why some kid came in and took the statuette they were just about to steal. One of them didn't wait, and with a swing of his fist, rushed at the guy. He turned to him, looked at him attacking, but Dan's speed was incredible, and not a single nerve in his face flinched. He didn't flinch, but his arm collapsed, and the bandit flew into the wall. The blow was so strong that the bandit was so hard that there was a print in the wall. His comrade, screaming with the girl, simply ran from the room to the door. However, as always, whoever commits a crime must be punished, as Dan said, catching up with the guy and being a meter away from him, so he never managed to reach the door. Now things are not so quiet in this room, and the freak is screaming in pain. Meanwhile, Fernando was talking to his subordinates. They reported to him that, as he had ordered, they had killed every single one of the 300 pagans who had been plotting against them in the shadows. He was glad to hear this, and asked if they had managed to find out where the headquarters of the Big Mommy was located. In response, he heard that they had managed to determine the location of the main bases in the northeastern part of the country, a small village called Granville. "We are waiting for confirmation from other branches in the near future," the masked man said. The man smiled with satisfaction that they would finally be able to get to the Imperial Rats. He just managed to say, "Great, we have to go as soon as possible." And a blow against the concrete sounded above his head. Fernando looked in that direction and looked very closely at what had exploded there. It seemed as if a comet from the sky had fallen into the room, and the concrete was scattered in different directions. Fernando could only see a pile of dust that was in the room. And then Dan came out and said, "Now do you realize that it would have been better to just give up from the beginning? Is there really so much fuss about nothing?" His foot was on one of the criminals he had laid on the floor. His gaze was confident. He wasn't afraid to fly into the room with the criminals. Fernando was standing in front of him, and behind him were a dozen of his co-workers. Dan was holding a statuette, and he told everyone that he hadn't tried to steal it. Fernando looked at the statuette in surprise and was very impressed to see it in Dan's hands. "Eden!" exclaimed Fernando, looking at the statuette in amazement himself. The old devil shouted to all his subordinates to grab it, and they all ran at Dan with their guns. However, Dan was very frightened and shouted, "Wait!" A blade passed under his feet, and he ducked into the air to dodge the attack. The people in the robes began to use magic in the form of the element of fire. The beam flew directly at the guy, but remained behind him, and a loud explosion sounded there. "It's not going to be possible to just talk to them," the boy realized and started smiling, because he realized that he could do his best here. His speed became so high that no one had time to see him fly up the hill. Where did he go? These characters could only say, and the boy was no longer visible on the horizon. How did he manage to disappear so quickly? He was no longer in the room, and no one could see him. Only Fernando's voice shouted, "Find him immediately!" Outside the window of this building was a nearby bell tower. Dan used the portal to transport himself there, whispering to himself, "Phew, I just wanted to do a good deed, and didn't realize what just happened." Dan breathed a sigh of relief. He thought he was safe, but he turned his head back and saw something. Fernando was standing there with his staff in his hand, which was very beautiful, and it was clear that it held great power. Standing together on the roof, he asked, "Did you really think you could escape?" Magic began to appear around them. "Pay with your life for what you've done, you little rascal," Fernando said. But this time, Dan just watched and realized that his curiosity was playing tricks on him. There was a loud explosion at the top of one of the bell towers, and the whole street was lit up in red. This man intended to punish all the wretches who despised God. His faith was so strong that it left no room for doubt. Waving his magic staff, he released a powerful attack toward Dan, caused by the energy that had been accumulating in the staff for thousands of years. Dan didn't understand why he was being attacked, or what was the reason for the aggression in the first place. Turning around, he tried to explain that there had been a mistake. But before he could say a word, he saw a new, even stronger attack approaching him. A powerful explosion, illuminated by a red light caused by magical energy, sounded at the top of the tower. The dust from the explosion dissipated, and the silhouette of the man could be seen on top of the building. His serious expression indicated that he had just conducted a very vicious attack. The attack was so powerful that the roof of the building was shattered, and the stones were scattered all over the street and even reached the edge of the city. Dan's appearance caused him great indignation, because the boy was not in his plans. The man stood on the roof of the building, looking for Dan, but suddenly felt a sharp pain go through his body. Drops of blood flew out of his mouth, his body began to tremble, and the pain grew worse. Two figures in black hooded cloaks ran up to him, addressing him as "Your Excellency." They immediately asked him if he was all right, but he only rudely ordered them to shut up, noting that the boy had run away. The two noted that it was the first time the old man had used magic in many years, and asked him to keep his holy mana. He said nothing, but contorted his face in indignation, not wanting to speak to his servants. A light flashed outside the window of Dan's room, signaling his return home. He walked from one side of the room to the other, thinking that he had no intention of entering the temple because of what had happened. Taking off his mask, Dan examined it carefully, contemplating his actions, and suddenly remembered that he now had the statuette. He took the statuette in his hands and examined it carefully. The magic was gone, and now it looked like it was made of gold. The next day, Dan was at the Civil Service Training Center. Dan was sitting at his desk, deep in thought. His thoughts were about the statuette. Its image never left his mind. He tried to hide it in his magical space, but it didn't work. So he decided to leave it as an ordinary piece of decor in his room, planning to return it to its place when the situation calmed down. His friend with the mustache approached him and asked if he had heard the news. He explained that the ball in honor of the princess would be held at the Magic Academy. Then he asked if Dan had a suitable costume for the event. Dan replied that he hadn't even planned to go, but his friend continued to talk, mentioning an announcement that Dan didn't even know about. "All students of the night school of the Magic Academy are required to attend the ball," the friend explained. After a few seconds of silence, Dan asked if this was true. That was the end of their conversation. Meanwhile, back at the Magic Academy, this majestic and beautiful building shines under the sun. Beautiful flowers are growing in the courtyard, and in each classroom, the story of children who will later become real magicians is being told. Under the light coming through the window, a girl in a purple dress walks, her beautiful hair gently falling over her shoulders. She walks confidently down the corridor, although her mind is full of thoughts. She recalls a conversation when she was asked to do something. Her mentor explained that next year, an informant studying at a magic school would graduate. She wanted this girl to take his place. The girl denied that the job of an informant was not suitable for her, but the mentor, ignoring her words, asked her about her age. Hearing the answer 16, the mentor simply asked her to agree and say nothing more, arguing that it would not be difficult to enter the academy with her skills. Yes, there would be no problems with forged documents, and the girl listened to her mentor without expressing emotion, realizing that she had no other choice. That's how she ended up at the magic school, sitting at her desk and studying the book in front of her. She could have spent hours thinking about it, but two girls came up next to her and asked permission to sit next to her. They were the princess and Julia. All the students wore the same uniform, which looked very beautiful, especially emphasizing the girls' figures. They started talking, and Julia said that she hadn't seen the new girl at the entrance exams. She explained that she was a little late. Alice also entered the classroom and addressed Julia, noting that she was very early. The princess didn't know the new girl, But Yulia explained that this was Alice, her friend with whom she lived in the same boarding house. "Yes, my name is Alice," the girl confirmed. But the princess's face showed a change in mood. However, maintaining her manners, she introduced herself. "My name is Arya von Holstein, and it is a pleasure to meet you." This introduction was watched by a girl sitting behind them. She had beautiful green eyes and was trying to understand something important. Looking at the girls in front of her, she noticed Arya's white hair and thought that she looked like a member of the Janabi tribe. This tribe has incredible magical powers, so she didn't understand why Arya would want to study at the academy. By the way, according to Big Mommy, Princess Aurelia has now entered a magical school. The observer continued to think about this. She was to be introduced to an escort who was General William's nephew. The girl understood the big picture and assessed everything that was happening around her. But the situation remained mysterious. She understood only one thing. The girl next to her was a princess. At that moment, the princess noticed her and approached her with a question. She asked how the girl had spent her first day at the academy and whether she was comfortable, because the first day is always a little awkward. To establish contact, the princess suggested that they have a parfait together after class. The girl was embarrassed. She hadn't expected such an offer. After a pause, the girl looked up at the princess with her beautiful green eyes and agreed to go with them after class. It was already dark outside and another school day was over. This rascal stood under a giant statue of a girl who was sitting, addressing the crowd of mercenaries with a question. How could this happen? The hooded and masked mercenaries listened attentively, but he had many questions and wondered why this had happened before such an important event, and what they were all doing while the kid was running away with their treasure. One of the mercenaries turned to Cardinal Fernando and asked him to calm down, but he asked again with anger, "Are you telling me to calm down?" With his mouth wide open, he turned to the man and asked him if he even realized what this golden statue meant to them all. "It's in the past," Fernando heard him say. The young man explained that they were now following the cardinal to create a brighter future. He wondered if it was worth dwelling on the past instead of focusing on the present. Fernando could not believe that this young man had the courage to address him with such words, and they locked eyes. Once he had calmed down, Fernando acknowledged that the young man was right, praised him for his courage, and asked if they had already decided where to start. The masked man looked up and said, looking directly at Fernando, "We'll start with the Magic Academy in the capital." The ball in honor of Princess Aurelia's birthday was in full swing, a real celebration. There were representatives of each of the schools on the street. Knights of magic in beautiful blue uniforms, mages, civil service students. The girl looked admiringly at this beauty around her, and saw a holiday in every person who was here. Her dress was striking in its beauty, emphasizing all the features of her body. The guy standing behind her wanted to hug her, but didn't dare. She looked ahead, as if she saw something important that she cared about, and then she was lost in thought again. A week had passed since she had been sent to the School of Magic as an informant. She had managed to learn a lot of new things since getting here. As she assumed, Julia is General William's niece, which makes it very unlikely that Arya is a princess. However, she decided to make sure of this at the ball and made this decision for good. Alice had already arrived at the ball and appeared behind the girl, noting that she was early. They started a dialogue. The girl said she wasn't interested, but judging by her outfit, it was the opposite. She smiled pleasantly and said that she wore such a beautiful dress because it was her first time at the ball. Their conversation was interrupted by her brother, who asked if this was her friend. He was also dressed elegantly. Alphonse was standing next to them, and they both introduced themselves and asked her name. Alice added that the guy with the umbrella was Alphonse, Yulia's twin brother. Milphia smiled pleasantly and greeted them, saying her name. She realized that this guy was also from the Janabi tribe. Alice turned to her brother and asked where Dan was. Fox said that he had gone to the restroom. They saw him in the crowd and were very excited. Alice shouted out loud that here he came. She opened her eyes wide when she saw how beautiful his clothes looked and asked why they looked so expensive. Dan replied that a lady had lent it to him. He added that she said it was customary to wear such nice clothes to the ball. Dan looked to his right and saw a very beautiful girl he had never noticed before. It was her, with a beautiful bust, long white hair, charming green eyes, and an incredibly beautiful dress. Her smile could turn any guy's head, and her eyes seemed filled with magic. They looked into each other's eyes for a long time, and it seemed that they already knew those eyes. Meanwhile, at the princess's estate, maids were taking care of her, constantly praising her beauty. They were surprised at how beautiful her makeup was, and how luxurious her hair looked. It was really incredible. Looking in the mirror in front of them, they could not take their eyes off how beautiful this girl was. "Happy birthday, Your Highness." The words rang out in the room and she turned her head when she heard it. Her friends had arrived even earlier than she expected, and were also very well dressed. It seemed that today was a dress-up day, not the princess's birthday. The princess asked them to wait a little while until she finished getting ready, but the boy asked them to ignore him, because he just came to congratulate her. He also said that today he was the head of her bodyguard. Yulia came closer and began to look closely at the princess, unable to contain her admiration for her beauty, admitting that she even envied her. The princess started to get embarrassed, asking her not to say so many compliments. But Yulia reassured her, saying that she was just telling the truth. The boyfriend was ready to protect her from any threat, because during such a celebration many people gather, and there could be dangerous people among them. He asked Yulia to take care of the princess and left because he had other things to do, but Yulia could be relied on. The princess suggested that Yulia also have her makeup done. Yulia was very surprised, but the princess reassured her, saying that the new makeup would be incredible. Yulia couldn't believe that it could be done right in the princess's room, and she even said so out loud. The princess immediately asked her to sit on a chair. Some time passed, and almost all the guests gathered, most of them around the fountain, which was running. The water made a soft noise, creating a cozy and festive atmosphere. The hearts of every guest were filled with celebration, and everyone was expecting to see the princess. Some guests were standing on the balcony, including the princess's closest friends and her new friends whom she had recently met at the magic school. They were watching all the people and talking about various trifles. Fox noted that the ball hadn't started yet, but there were already so many people here. His sister confirmed, saying that it was natural, because it was Her Highness's birthday. Alphonse didn't care much. He was only concerned about having something to eat. Dan's gaze never left the girl. He kept looking at her and felt as if he had seen her somewhere before. And she didn't even turn to him. Her eyes were fixed on the people at the party. She was looking around. When he looked at her more closely, he realized that he had seen her somewhere before. Who was she? Mustache appeared behind Dan and said, "You're early, Dan." When the boy heard this familiar voice, he broke out in a sweat of surprise. Turning to him, Dan greeted him and asked who he was. Dan explained that he was also a student at the School of Public Service. Everyone turned in his direction, and Fox was the first to greet him, explaining that he lived in the same boarding house as Dan. "My name is Fox von Carter," he said. "I also live with him. My name is Alphonse," the other added. "Hello, I'm Alice," said the girl. He was pleased to be so welcomed and introduced himself as Flamdeuter. Mustache was pleasantly surprised and said so out loud, happy to have so many new friends so unexpectedly. The word friends caused great surprise to Alphonse. When asked by others how old he was, he replied that he was a little older than Dan. Because of this, he suggested that all formalities be dropped, followed by his laugh, which left everyone in a daze. While they were talking, another person came up to them and said in surprise, "There you are, and I've been looking for you for so long." Everyone was surprised. Julia. They were amazed at her beauty. She had always been beautiful, but now her appearance simply did not leave them without emotion. "You put on makeup. You look so beautiful, sister." Everyone enthusiastically complimented her. Everyone was delighted. Even the mustachioed man who had seen her for the first time was enchanted. Dan asked everyone to be quiet and turned to Yulia. "You look just incredible. Your beauty is beyond words. You are very beautiful, Yulia." He continued, emphasizing that it suited her very well, and gave her many compliments, noting her incomparable beauty. The girl laughed a gentle laugh, turned to him and asked if he was telling the truth, because she had not expected to hear it, especially from Dan. Another girl appeared behind Yulia and addressed her, which caught Yulia's attention and she turned her head. The girl asked Yulia to introduce her to her friends, but everyone was already standing with their mouths open, looking at her with amazement, waiting for the introduction. "Hello, everyone," she said, fixing her hair. "I'm Yulia's friend. My name is Aurelia. Nice to meet you," she said to everyone she saw in front of her. She took a few steps closer and walked up to Yulia, because she was the only person she trusted here. Dan's face was so surprised and amazed by her beauty that it seemed he had seen more beauties today than in his entire life. This magical day continued, and the party was just beginning. All the guests had arrived, and everyone was in attendance. Around one corner of the building, the princess's bodyguard, this wonderful young man, was already walking. His face showed incomprehensible emotions. It seemed that he was not penetrated by this celebration. There was a small building in front of him, and he was looking at the door of it carefully, about to enter it. There was a creak of the door, and it opened, letting in the light from the street. He entered, various barrels and sacks lying around, and he took his first steps inside the building. In one of the corners was a black silhouette of a man, who could not be seen due to the poor lighting in the room. He was sitting and trying to take a bite of food. His eyes were hiding something, and it was clear that he did not like to be in the light, preferring the darkness. "If you came, you should have greeted Aurelia," the boy said to the man. He then asked what he was doing here and why he was here. The man continued to chew a piece of chicken thigh. That was Vladdy. With his mouth full, Vladdy began to make such sounds that the guy simply could not understand him, and asked him to finish eating and then start talking. However, Vladdy continued to make sounds with his mouth full. The young man waited until he chewed and asked him why he was eating in such a difficult environment, suggesting that they go to the banquet hall. He received the answer that Vlada was uncomfortable around a large number of people, although eating here was also crazy. A sudden draft that appeared out of nowhere brought a piece of paper to the young man. He picked it up in surprise and asked Vladdy what it was. Vladdy replied, "You have heard that we are a nephew only from home." He explained that this leaflet had a portrait on it that he had drawn himself, and he needed to know what the boy looked like. After that, Vladdy went to the door, leaving the boy alone, and went to say hello to Aurelia. The latter looked at the sheet and was very surprised, saying quietly to himself, "A portrait of my nephew," but it seemed that the portrait was drawn with his foot, because the quality was so-so. Meanwhile, the boys were talking, and they were all happy to get to know each other. Dan recognized someone else who was next to him. It was the same girl he had recently saved when she was falling from the balcony. He did not know that she was a princess, and now he was standing next to her. She couldn't recognize him because he was wearing a mask and didn't show his face. Looking at her form, he noticed a light magical halo emanating from her. It seemed to him that this magic was creating illusions, judging by the magic circle embroidered on its lining. The fox turned to him because Dan had been thinking too long, and asked what he was thinking about. It was good that Dan thought about his voice, which he used to talk to everyone. This girl heard him then, because they had been talking for a long time in the bell tower. "Yes, you are Dan?" the girl asked, but he didn't know how she could know him and asked, "How do you know me?" The princess said that Yulia had told her a lot about him. After that, they suggested that they should all be friends, because they would be studying together for a long time. Changing his voice, tone, and timbre, Dan agreed. It would have been ridiculous to refuse such a beautiful girl, especially a princess, an offer of friendship. Meanwhile, other events were happening in the temple, and there were not very good people inside. Among them were mercenaries and a scoundrel who wanted to steal the statue. Next to him were his right and left hand, two men dressed just like the mercenaries. "Is everyone ready for the big event?" he asked all the hooded men. "Yes, Your Excellency," everyone agreed, lowering their heads. However, this rascal was already wearing a lion mask. He turned his head to his right hand and asked, "Who is our target now?" "The third princess. We must kidnap her," the man replied. He was curious about the benefits of achieving this goal, and that is what he asked. The man explained that they would be able to cut the emperor's throat and control everything in the palace. The masked man was eager to do just that, saying in a low voice, "This is a chance that will not come again. It's time to go," he told everyone in the building. "It's time for God to come down to all the wretched and unbelievers." Meanwhile, the princess's birthday celebration continued. The tables were almost overflowing with food, and all the guests had already entered the building to try every dish the princess had prepared. People were talking easily with their friends on various light topics. Dan stood apart from his company, watching them carefully. He realized what he needed to do next. He turned around and started walking in the other direction. He chose a path where he was less likely to be recognized. He thought about how he couldn't even believe that he had met Aurelia here. Since he used a mask during their previous meeting, she shouldn't recognize him. Better to go home as soon as possible. He stepped onto the roof slate and hurried home. He was already several hundred meters from his home. A portal opened behind him, and he was about to enter it. Inside the portal was a space that allowed him to travel a long distance. He always had his mask with him, and he put it on. This is the mask he puts on every time he becomes Lupin. It is a mask with a magic spell. It will help make it harder to find him for a while. He sat down right on the edge of the roof, but a person appeared behind him. He felt an energy behind him that made him turn around. This man wordlessly took out his weapon and started waving it right in front of the boy. Barely managing to dodge the exposed blade, Dan fell on the slate, which even cracked under him. "What's going on?" he asked the man, as he could not have expected this turn of events. He also noticed that this attacker was very fast. When he took off his mask, he said, "Dan, you did the right thing to come here." "Uncle Vladdy!" Dan shouted, recognizing him. The uncle suggested that the boy try to dodge the blow he was about to deliver. With a swing of his sword, he attacked in such a way that even an experienced fighter would not have been able to dodge. But Dan managed to do it. "Look at him," Vladdy said. Not expecting the kid to be able to dodge his attacks and avoid being hit, the boy raised his hands and asked his uncle to wait, asking what he had done wrong. The uncle explained that he had done nothing, just looked very suspicious, and decided to deal with him before he hurt anyone. However, these words seemed like nonsense. Then my uncle asked, "Are you a Libra or a Pisces?" This question surprised the boy even more, because it seemed to make no sense. He could not even understand what the old man was asking, and asked again, "What do you mean?" But the old man answered, "Who are you?" The uncle warned him that he had better answer the question, because he had never asked him a second time. He never liked to repeat himself, and this time he was not going to. Having said that, he immediately reached for his weapon, a long and sharp sword. He took it out so quickly that the sound of the blade coming out of the sheath sounded like a bell. The sun was rising over the city, embracing everything with its light. A huge building with a clock on top, visible from all over the city, stood unshakably, striking in its beauty. Two masked men, who were worshippers of the Lord, were being bathed in the rays of this beautiful sun, which would soon set and night would fall. The man wearing the bull mask had an ominous premonition, and he told the girl next to him, who was wearing the scorpion mask, about it. "Why exactly?" she turned to him and asked. However, he could not answer this question. However, he could tell her one thing for sure. "I have a feeling that something is going to happen in the academy in front of us." The girl took it as a joke and complimented his sense of humor. He did not understand what she meant and asked her again. Her black lipstick on her lips took the shape of a smile that appeared on her face, and she whispered that she adored misfortune. It would be perfect if there was some kind of misfortune, full of hopelessness and despair, she said. The bull was surprised to hear this and asked her, "What are you talking about?" She decided not to answer, and simply asked him not to worry so much, then prepared to say something else. "Today we are here as spectators," she added. He sensed the hidden meaning in her words and listened in silence. Meanwhile, Vladdy's foot kicked off the slate on the roof. Against the backdrop of a beautiful sunset, he runs as fast as he can toward Dan to attack him. This man is full of mysteries and wants to get an answer to his question from the kid. The events unfolded so quickly that the boy didn't even realize what was happening, or why his uncle was attacking him. He kept holding out his hands, asking him to wait. This is the second swing of the sword that the uncle makes, and the sword passes right by the boy's head for the second time, almost knocking the mask off his face. It was at this moment that he realized that his uncle was really trying to kill him. "Libra or Pisces?" his uncle asks again, and wants an immediate answer to this question. And finally, Dan realized what his uncle wanted him to do and what he needed to answer. But before the third swing of the sword begins, Dan doesn't have time to say a word and asks, "What does Leo and Aquarius have to do with it?" His uncle replied, "Yes, you know everything." Dan then said that his uncle was confusing him with someone else. He said that he had heard of organizations that used the 12 zodiac signs in their names, but he was not part of them. If the uncle believed everything so easily, it would be much easier. But in this particular situation, he was not going to just believe so easily. "I'm really just a little thief and nothing more," he said in his defense. "Looking at your uniform, I realize that you are not the person I should be dealing with. You must be a knight of very high rank," Dan said. Anger flashed across the man's face, but he calmed down a bit. Finally, Dan reached a point where the man just listened to him. "Apparently, we are here to provide security for the ball," Dan explained, and asked him not to waste his time with some pickpocket who called himself that. "Your job is to catch people who are much more dangerous than me," Dan said. In his uncle's eyes, he already seemed less dangerous. As soon as they talked about it, and Dan mentioned the topic of people who could ruin the ball, a large explosion went off behind him, kicking up a big cloud of dust. A big fire was seen breaking out in the center of the city, and a huge cloud of smoke was rising, even visible from the other side of the city. My uncle realized that this was what Dan was talking about and turned his attention there. The boy was only confirming the truth of his words. Seizing the moment, he turned around, noticing that his uncle had something to do. After saying goodbye, he started to walk away over the edge of the roof. "Hey, thief!" his uncle called out, not letting him go. He asked where he was going, since he hadn't let him out yet. Turning his head back, Dan did not expect such a turn of events, and realized that he could not escape now. This was a completely different development than he had expected. Meanwhile, the banquet continued, and people were celebrating, unsuspectingly. There was so much delicious food on the table that Alphonse and the mustachioed man ate everything there was, starting with baked chicken and delicious pizza, and even a liquor cabinet next to the cheese. A large chocolate cake with chocolate dripping down it impressed the girls, especially Alice and Julia. They stared at it fascinated, watching the chocolate flow down each floor of this cake. The girl looked at the door and was worried about going through it. The princess was sitting on a chair, with a maid and a man in a black tuxedo next to her. The maid warned her that she needed to greet her guests. She asked them not to worry, assuring them that none of the students would recognize her because the dress was covered in magic. The corset made her feel very uncomfortable, and she told the maid about it. She wanted to get some fresh air, so she asked to go out to the terrace for a while. Before she left, the maid warned her that guests would soon begin to come up to greet her. She knew this, but on such a special day, she couldn't afford to be childish. And that's what she was thinking as she stood on the terrace. The wind blew lightly in her face, and her beautiful hair began to fly away under its influence. She leaned on the concrete base and looked forward, mesmerized. Soon night fell, and this crimson sunset no longer illuminated every roof of the building. Standing on the terrace, she remembered how Dan had saved her from falling. She couldn't have realized that she had been standing next to him just a couple of hours earlier. That evening, she could only see his face, which was hidden under a mask, and his beautiful big kind eyes. Then their eyes met, and they saw the rays of kindness that were hiding in the pupils of each of them. As if floating in her fantasies and memories of that evening, she stood there thinking about that beautiful night. It was then that he introduced himself to her as Mr. Lupin, and she said to herself, "I wonder what Mr. Lupin does." And on the roof of the building, a figure in a cloak was watching her. Two other figures approached one of these figures. They were watching her every move, as her back was turned to them and she could not see them. Under each mask was the face of a criminal with obviously bad intentions. Uncle and Dan jumped on the roofs of the buildings, picking up speed very quickly and passing each building. Their speed was extremely high. Not everyone could run like that. Dan realized that it was not easy to escape from this man. His uncle's speed was very high, but he was sure that he would kill him without hesitation. His mission now was to find the right moment to escape. Suddenly an idea came to him, and he asked a question. "Can I ask you something? Why is the banquet hall so quiet if there was an explosion nearby?" asked Dan. He thought about it and answered that a protective barrier had been put up around the academy, which muffled the sound of the explosion. That's why the people inside didn't hear anything. Dan listened carefully to the answer. The local guards must have gone to the site of the explosion anyway. His uncle continued. They need to find out the situation so they can continue the ball. The boy understood. Several more explosions sounded in front of them. They looked ahead. There was much more dust, and they could not understand what it was. "Another explosion," the uncle said, turning his head to the boy. He looked around, but Dan was no longer there and he couldn't understand where he had gone. Like a bird, the boy flew, using his magic, over the buildings to escape from his uncle's observation. As he flew, he wondered if the criminals knew about the barrier, and decided to use this time to terrorize him. If this situation was someone's vigilant and well-thought-out plan, then the explosion could have been a trap, and their real target was at the ball. Using his wits, the boy realized this. But why the ball? That was the main question in his mind. His mind came up with one thought that seemed incredible, but he couldn't believe it could be true. Meanwhile, the princess was standing on the terrace when suddenly masked men approached her from behind. "Your Highness," they said. She looked back and saw two people a few meters away. They had hoods on their heads, making it impossible to see who they were. They had wooden masks on their faces. At first glance, they looked polite, but their masks did not inspire confidence. They asked her to come with them. She took a deep breath and, frightened, couldn't even breathe, just looked and kept silent. Meanwhile, he continued to fly in the air. He realized that if all the explosions were a distraction, then Princess Aurelia might be their target. Of course, this is just his opinion, because there are many different options in such a situation. Either way, it was a great opportunity to escape. And he admitted that he didn't care about the crown princess. But what if the criminal's goal is not her, but to commit a terrorist act? If he escapes alone now, what will happen to his friends? Given that the explosion distracts the guards, the criminals will obviously act very quickly. Time is running out, and Dan wonders if he will have time to save all his friends. To speed up, he opens a magic portal behind his back. He picks up a magic gadget in the form of a pyramid. He is sorry to use it, but now there is no other way out. The eye on this pyramid begins to slowly open, emitting red light. When it is fully opened, a powerful purple energy appears around it, the strength of which is immeasurable. Now everything Dan sees looks purple, every building, It's like a thermal imager. He can see people even through buildings. He used it to find the criminals. When he saw how many there were, Dan realized that his guesses were right, and the explosions were just a distraction. To use magic, Dan needs to close his eyes, and that's the only way he can see through everything. He fully immersed himself in this ability and continued to watch. What he saw next was terrifying. 5 men were leading the princess away. This is exactly what he was afraid of. Aurelia was very frightened and could hardly hold back her tears. A few drops even ran down her cheek. As they walked, she tried to warn them that they were doing something wrong and they were in big trouble. She even tried to offer them money, saying they could have as much as they wanted. One of the criminals said that it would probably be better to leave her unconscious because she talks too much. But for some reason, the magic didn't work around her, and they couldn't do it. The girl heard this and asked loudly, "What are you saying?" The criminal told her to shut up, shouting at her loudly so that the tiny girl was frightened. He added that she shouldn't make him angry if she didn't want to find out what would happen when he got angry. She was sure that they had no right to threaten her and told them so. But she did not understand who she was dealing with and what to expect. One of them confirmed this with his actions when he swung his fist right at her, shouting, "I'm tired of you!" The punch was about to hit her pretty face, making it less attractive. To avoid seeing this, she tried to close her eyes, thinking that this way she would not feel the powerful blow to her head from the thief. But nothing happened, and when she opened one eye, she saw that she was still intact. Opening both eyes, she noticed that all the criminals who had tried to attack her and lead her somewhere were lying unconscious on the floor. It could be considered a birthday present for her. "Long time no see," a voice said behind her. "Your Highness, Princess Aurelia," said Mr. Lupin, who had rescued her from all the villains and left them sleeping on the floor. However, a few criminals stayed and looked at this masked guy, not even realizing who he was. Dan stood in front of the girl, leaving her behind his cloak, and asked her not to move, to stand still while he was going to deal with them. "Get the princess!" The men shouted and rushed at him to stop the boy and then grab the princess. Seeing their eyes grow big with surprise, you could take pictures of them and hang them on the wall to laugh at them in the morning when you wake up. "Basketball with your foot," Dan shouted and kicked one of the criminals right in the leg, so that he did a flip in the air from the strong impact. The criminal's partner looked on, and was drowning in his thoughts whether he should continue to fight this guy or not. When he was done with one, Dan walked up to the other's back and asked him if they were really brothers in arms. He did not want to answer and thought that his sword, which was behind his back, would help him deal with the kid. Just as he tried to make one sword strike, the blade flew near the boy's head, but he said "Hoba" and dodged the blow. It was clear that the thief was swinging the sword to kill the boy. No one was going to spare anyone here. By this point, Dan was ready and skillfully dodged a horizontal sword strike by doing a backflip and ending up above the exposed sword blade. His opponent tried to strike, but failed. Dan, however, did something much cooler, hitting him with a pinch on the back of the head. "Who is he?" The other criminals could not understand, and ordered all the remaining men to grab the guy. With a calm expression on his face, not even out of breath from defeating so many thieves, he looked at them and thought they were very annoying. Not thinking of anything else to do, they took up their swords again and tried to attack the kid. He could have used magic and dealt with all the criminals in one go, but that's not interesting. So he chose to throw his elbows and fists at the bastards, hitting their wooden masks. The two swords began to cross in the air, and with the help of magic they were kept in zero gravity. A moment later, Dan was holding one of the swords in his hands. Dan didn't want to make any noise, and he had a very interesting idea that made him smile. The thieves were even more surprised to see his reaction. In less than a second, each criminal's throat was pierced by a sword, and they didn't even have time to say a single letter. Their legs, which had been leading the princess with evil intentions, began to lose strength and buckle, and their eyes, which had been looking at the princess, closed. She watched this horror, and emotions overwhelmed her body and head. But now she was saved, and she was no longer threatened by these strange men. Her green eyes were still very frightened, but now she felt that the danger was over. Dan told her that she shouldn't stay here now, because the rest of the criminals would definitely come running. She watched and listened carefully, agreeing with him. Dan held out his hand to her and, in such an unusual setting, asked her out on a date if she had time. She couldn't believe what he said, but the redness on her face was immediately noticeable. The corpses of these fools remained lying on the ground. A foot stepped next to their bodies, a leather boot right next to the head of one of the dead mercenaries. The man in the lion mask and his mercenaries looked around and saw that the situation did not meet his expectations. One of the crippled mercenaries, who had survived by some unknown means, turned to him and said, "Mr. Fernando?" He crawled to a tree and sat down next to it, after which he explained that the boy was to blame for everything, and that he had committed all these murders himself. The boy who stole the statuette. Fernando listened attentively. He concluded to himself that God himself had sent him this chance. This time we have to use God's will, Fernando said. He was overwhelmed with emotion and very angry because this boy was always spoiling his plans. The roof of each building caught fire from the attack, and soon dozens of buildings were burning in the city. The concrete that the buildings were made of was crumbling and falling to the ground. A foot stepped next to the hot concrete. It was the foot of a man who was carefully looking around. He looked at each destroyed stone in front of him, and realized that those who had done this had done a great disaster. A huge hole left by the explosion caught his attention. It was good that there were no casualties. The whistle of an arrow made him look away from the pit, and he saw that it was flying straight at him. Thanks to his high reaction speed and clear training, he managed to dodge the arrow's path. Chakra began to form around his leg. He directed the flow of chakra in front of him, so powerful that the ground rumbled. Behind him, a man appeared and began to attack him, drawing a sword from its sheath. The man wielded the sword like a real ninja, making it extremely difficult to dodge his attacks. But not for him. Bam! And the imaginary ninja feels a sharp pain that makes him remember his whole life. The man tried to hit him on the cheek, but missed and hit him right in the chest, so hard that he flew far back. The blow took his breath away, and he sat under a piece of concrete that he had broken through with his back, barely breathing. My uncle needed to know who they were, so he asked him this question. It was quite realistic to expect a few more of the same thieves to appear, and it happened. 2 figures appeared behind his uncle. It was clear that they were definitely waiting for him to come and all gathered here. These guys don't want to have a dialogue and just shout at him. Die! A mountain of arrows falls right in front of my uncle's feet, and he takes 2 more steps back and barely manages to dodge them. Once again, his great speed saves him from the arrows. But will it save him from the piece of concrete that flies directly at his head? A loud explosion was heard when his fist hit the concrete, and this giant stone shattered into small pieces. What incredible strength does this man have to break such a giant stone so easily? The stone is broken into small pieces, but in the air, with the help of magic, it turns into sharp blades, with sharp tips, chained to the stone itself. These blades grab the uncle's arms, preventing him from moving freely and moving his body easily. Once he is chained, the men with weapons quickly rush at him. They want only one thing, for my uncle to die and not have even the slightest hope for life. His expression is calm, and he is weighing everything that could be happening around him. Clenching his fist tightly, he makes a decision to gather the remaining strength in himself and continue to act. With a strong jerk of his body, he breaks the chain. It's scary to imagine how much power is hidden inside him. Several thieves were scattered by the uncle's hand, and the metal components of the chain killed several of them. However, not all of them. One of the thieves comes at the uncle with a sword. How many of you will there be? The uncle does not understand, noticing the thief on his left. The ice blade flies straight into the criminal's chest, and he flies far back. He feels this magic that has formed behind his uncle, sensing a strong presence behind him. William has appeared to help deal with the scum. Behind him are the knights who also came with him, but William can't understand what the authorities are doing here, so he asks them. However, he wants to ask the same thing. Wait, his uncle says, having realized something, and they both realized. What about the academy? There's no one there and someone needs to protect it. They quickly jumped up and realized that they had to do something, not just stand still. They both felt the magic in the area of the academy, which was coming out in a very strong stream. More criminals began to appear near them, and my uncle turned his head in their direction and saw them. There were not a few of them, but several dozen. My uncle realized that it looked like a trap and told William. It was dark outside, and there were more and more criminals. Soon they were on every street in the city. Behind them was the university, and they were gathering around it. From the window, the princess and Dan, who was wearing his crown mask and using the power of the wind, were looking at these criminals. However, Dan didn't know what was going on and told the princess about it. But he was sure that these people were trying to steal her. But the princess could not understand why they would kidnap her. A loud sound of falling glass, and the window they were looking through shatters with a loud crack. The criminals spotted them in the window, and the chief among them ordered them to kidnap them. Dan had cast an invisibility spell before and couldn't understand why it didn't work. He tried to think about it, and as he was thinking about how to cast it again, he noticed something in front of him. It was a bracelet on the girl's hand. What is this bracelet? It seems to protect her from certain types of magic. I think we were discovered because of your bracelet, Dan said to the girl. He walked over to her, apologized, and began to direct his chakra to the bracelet. Their hands glowed purple, and the magic around them came alive. He crossed his fingers so that a magical ribbon appeared between them. The girl looks at this bracelet with great surprise. Very impressed, however. While they were solving the issue with the bracelet, the criminals had already entered their room and began shouting that they had to grab the girl and the boy. "Please forgive me again," Dan said and hugged the girl. His foot stepped on the edge of the window where the glass was broken. Holding the girl in his arms, they flew. She hugged him and looked like a little girl in his arms. The criminals just watched Dan and the princess fly away. They shouted, trying to stop them and asked them to come down to the ground. Dan suggested they try to catch them if they could, but they were unlikely to succeed. Fernando also appears in these events and notices the boy, not expecting to see him again. Without waiting a moment, he starts to work his magic, and is sure that this time the boy will not escape. Heavenly Punishment is one of his main attacks that he uses most often, and pointing his staff at the boy, he shouts these words. A beam of magic, like electricity, flies at the princess and Dan, who are in the air. Dan didn't expect to have the courage to use magic when the princess was in danger, because they only wanted to kidnap her. But this attack could lead to much worse consequences. A moment later, there is an explosion so loud that it's hard to believe that anyone underneath could survive. Fernando is smiling now, holding his staff. He is confident that he has succeeded. He is sure that he has managed to kill them. But what he sees in front of him shocks him. There is a layer of protective magic around Dan, and the princess is amazed that she is alive. "How is this possible?" the bastard in the lion mask shouts at the top of his voice. It seems that Dan has no choice but to fight, and he clearly understands this. And then this man himself hinted that a fight was inevitable, because he started flying towards Dan, charging his staff with magic. Only with the help of an air shield can Dan remain the winner in this situation, and ensure the girl's safety, because he is holding her in his arms and is fully responsible for her life. If you've made a commitment, you have to see it through. About 10 explosions thundered right next to them in the air, but luckily none of them hit. The princess is still breathing, but she is very frightened by what is happening. He hadn't thought at all that this old man would use magic, and he needed to save the girl who was looking at him with defenseless eyes. He saw that she was very frightened, and he needed to calm her down. A light began to glow on his hand. It was magic again. He asked her not to worry about anything and to get some sleep. As soon as she asked what, her eyes slowly began to close. The magic worked, and she was already completely closed-eyed in his arms. Now she was not afraid of anything. But her bracelet still continued to absorb a large amount of mana. Even putting the princess to sleep was very difficult. The archers did not forget to do their job and, without waiting for Dan to finish his magic tricks, shot arrows at him. The magic shield helped to escape from them, and each arrow hit him, breaking. However, the enemies had a plan B, and one of them offered to test the power of his blade, appearing behind Dan in a moment. The blow of his sword bounced off the magical shield that Dan had placed in front of him, protecting the little princess girl he was holding in his arms. The sword rebounded with such a ringing sound that it is hard to believe the blade did not break. This is the same defense he used before, and the second attacker was unable to pierce it. This makes Dan smile. The bad guy called him a thief and was unhappy that he couldn't hit him with his sword. The criminal's name was Fibrio, and he was one of Fernando's main assistants. Fernando asked him not to stop attacking, and he grabbed the sword again. Dan needed to maneuver quickly, but it was difficult because the girl was in his arms and sleeping. The golden ribbon stays behind the sword when Fibrio attacks. In their attack, they put all the strength they have, the two of them against each other. Fibrio swings again, but his sword ends up on the other side of the boy, as he has managed to use his magic skillfully and use a backflip to dodge, despite the fact that the girl is in his arms. His self-confidence grows from such a great defense, and that's a good thing. Instantly, Fibrio uses his magic. He's not the last magician here either, and a giant blue fireball appears around them. Dan points his shield directly at the sword attack, but doesn't notice that the magic is right next to the girl. Dan decides to finally use his attack magic. A Rasengan begins to form in his hand. The attack happens very quickly because he is already very experienced in this area. The fireball hits Fibrio's body directly. The wooden mask on his face burns, revealing half of his face, and the sword he was holding in his hand falls out. Subsequently, his body falls down, and he can no longer attack. His partner looks on and can't believe that Fibrio is gone, and he's left alone against Dan. But to worry about the others, he was told by Dan. Now he is not so confident in himself. He couldn't even make one attack, and his body also flies down towards his friend. The archers remained on the ground, and only they can now strike the guy unexpectedly. But will they succeed? Dan and the princess in his arms continue to spin in the air, and he notices the archers drawing their bows. They are so annoyed with him that words cannot describe it. He has to create barriers around himself and the princess again and again to keep the arrows out. To give them an answer, Dan again forms magic in his hand. But this time not yellow, but dark blue. All the arrows that were flying at him now fly in the opposite direction under the boy's control with the help of magic. Pow, 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 pow. The heads and hearts of every thief are pierced by the magic of these magic arrows that flew back at them. Even when the arrows had already pierced their bodies, they didn't stop and continued to penetrate deeper and deeper. Dan is not going to leave anything to chance, especially Fernando. However, the latter, standing behind him, continues to shout, "God's punishment!" and again directs the rays of his magic directly at the boy and girl, hoping that this time he will not notice. A bright light appears behind Dan, falling on his hair and illuminating his head. The attack is about to happen. In his hands, because of his anger at this situation, a much stronger ball of magic forms, one that even the most powerful magicians can hardly imagine. As the god's punishment flew toward him, Dan let this magic ball fly directly into the beam, and they collided, creating a powerful explosion. Different colors of chakra swirled together, and the guy bounced back as he had planned. How did he do that? Fernando asked himself, not for the first time. His surprise was so strong that it was hard to describe. His mouth was wide open, and there were millions of questions in his head. His mask almost flew off his face. A fierce energy begins to gather around the guy. This chakra is legendary, and can only appear when such a strong character is pushed to the edge. Dan now suggests that Fernando try to dodge his attack. "Wind Maiden," says Fernando, and a hurricane begins to swirl around him. He creates blue blades that look very much like ice blades. With his face rigidly contorted from the pain he is now experiencing, Fernando gathers his strength. "The iron will of God!" he shouts, swinging his staff, summoning this attack. Not a bad attack, the boy admits, but it fails to do any damage. A smile appears on Dan's face, and now he offers to try to dodge what he has planned. A layer of chakra is already gathered in Dan's hand, but the energy is much stronger, and there are red jets of it around him. He gathers more and more energy, which is so hot that it hits even the thief who is lying on the ground, despite the fact that he is several dozen meters away. The criminal, somehow exhausted, finds the strength to lift himself up a little on his hands and push himself off the ground. This is the most loyal criminal to Fernando's master. The pendant around his neck begins to emit light sounds. It is the most ancient magic. The 7 tips will change the future, destroying everything in their path. They will lead to one true outcome, and that's what Dan is about to do. He has gathered all the energy into a bull, a mythical spear with 7 tips from Irish mythology, and now it is flying at the thief, gaining high speed. Over time, the spear became so big that you can't even look at it to cover everything in sight. It is not fear, it is death that Fernando sees in front of him. Inside the core of this fiery explosion was Fernando. His faith and all his evil deeds remained inside. Meanwhile, William and his uncle heard the explosion from afar and looked in that direction with bated breath. William said, "This is legendary magic. Who could have used it?" My uncle looked at this calmly and remained silent. But it is safe to say that he was also shocked. The sparks from the use of this magic were flying through the air and falling to the ground. It is hard to even imagine how loud this explosion was. Fernando was lying on the ground, seemingly unconscious, with a lion mask on his face. He was moaning, his white hair fluffed all over the place. Taking in a lungful of air, he stood up abruptly, looked first to the left, then to the right. To his left, he saw one of his servants lying unconscious. "What has this kid done?" he thought, looking at his right hand lying on the floor. The boy's name was Mario, and his cheeks were bleeding from his mouth. His hand was on his stomach, and his body was unconscious. How did this happen? Fernando could not understand as he approached Mario to try to talk to him. "Mr. Fernando," Mario managed to whisper, barely able to speak, gathering all his strength. Even criminals have their touching moments, and Mario asks him to take care of everything. "You idiot!" Fernando called him, hoping that he would not leave him. Tears welled up in Fernando's eyes, and he clenched his teeth so that his grief over the loss of his friend was visible. After coughing several times, blood comes out of his mouth because his lungs are damaged and burned. He felt as if his chest was ruptured, and he turned to his servants, asking them to use magic immediately. He ordered them to take care of the wounded, but did not notice that Dan had come down to the ground behind them. He put the princess on the ground so that nothing would happen to her. She was the only one to worry about at that moment. Her eyes gradually began to open. The magic faded, and she woke up. When she fully opened her eyes, she looked around and saw no one around, and Dan was not there either. She looked ahead. There was no one there. The whole street was empty. But behind her she heard the sound of shoes on the ground. It was her uncle and a boy running toward her, addressing her as Your Highness. They immediately rushed to her, asking if she was hurt and if she was okay. However, as she looked around, she was only concerned about one thing. Where was Mr. Lupin? Meanwhile, the streets were filled with people, from mages to civil servants to knights. Among all these people, students stood out, and in the distance between them was a blonde-haired girl. She was walking confidently down the street. Her attention was drawn to two men talking behind her. She looked closely at everyone who was there. She kept walking and was about to arrive at the place where she had planned to be. She entered an alleyway where, at first glance, there was no one. A person in a cloak appeared behind her and began to make sounds. The girl heard these sounds, and her head gradually turned. Her eyes fell directly on the person in the cloak. Literally in an instant, a lot of ninjas with weapons appeared around her, and a man in a white cloak with long hair came closer to her. "It's been a long time, militia branch manager," the man said to her. But it was not a man, but a woman, the deputy head of Big Mama's information brokerage company. The girl was not sure what had brought her to the palace, so she asked about it. In response, she heard, "Are you really asking because you don't know?" Magically, a blue postcard appears in front of her. The girl takes it in her hand and begins to cover her face with it, bringing it closer to her head. As she holds the card, she notices a photo of herself standing next to Fernando. The woman explains to her, "After entering the magical academy, you became close to the princess, and then passed all the information about her to one of the 12 members of the Zodiac, Leo." The girl begins to justify herself, saying that she never did it, but holding the evidence in her hands, it looks unconvincing. "It's no use making excuses," the woman explained. "We caught you red-handed." After that, she said goodbye to her, and the ninjas began to move closer, drawing their swords. "Wait a minute," she exclaimed, asking them to at least listen to her. "You're making a mistake," she continued to shout. But at this point she found no arguments to defend herself. Blood began to fly in the air. Drops of blood fell to the floor, spreading over every stone of the pavement. The girl looked with very wide eyes directly at this woman in front of her. Ninjas surrounded her all around. She tried to breathe in as much air as possible. The deputy could not stand on her feet, and they began to buckle. She couldn't understand what was happening. Why was blood starting to come out of her mouth? She looked at one of the ninjas behind her. A photo appeared in front of her and she began to look at it closely. The photo was of her with Fernando. The person who appeared behind her said, "Did you really think you could deceive me with such pathetic magic?" It was Big Mommy who addressed this question to her deputy. She explained what usually happens to traitors. Now this girl said there was a misunderstanding. "Goodbye," Big Mommy said, smiling right into her face. However, no one listened to the intercessor, and she just screamed in pain because of what they were doing to her. It seemed to be very cruel, and now there was a whole pool of blood in front of the blonde girl. And she heard an offer to herself, or rather a hint of an offer, when Big Mommy said that a deputy position had just become available. She came closer to her and began to listen carefully to what Mommy would say next. "Starting today, this is your position, which falls on your shoulders." The girl could not believe these words. How could this happen? But when a person always makes the right decisions along the way, it happens. However, there was no need to stay here, and, turning around, Big Mommy offered to have lunch together. She was just starting to walk away when she heard someone addressing her behind her. The girl asked why she hadn't told her about it in advance. Her mother did not want to answer. "I wanted to surprise you," she said, and it seemed that her fat face could really hide her kindness. For a few more seconds, the girl could not even begin to follow her because she was so surprised and just followed her with her eyes. Meanwhile, in the imperial palace, the princess was resting from the adventures that had just happened to her. He entered the room, namely the bed where she was resting. "Your Highness, the time has come," he heard behind him. All the prominent personalities who were influential were gathered around the negotiating table. They met the eyes of the person who entered the room. Each of them looked directly into his eyes with a serious face. The most important among them, the one sitting in the most beautiful chair, noted that this guy was late. It was Prince Jean-Tess von Bahamut de Aurelian-Eltria. His gaze was confident. He immediately apologized and said that he would be more foresighted in the future. William said, "So everyone is here, we can begin," and looked directly at the prince. A serious topic began to be discussed, namely that the 12 zodiac signs were trying to take over the palace. Using the princess for this purpose, they created an operation called the Ant Cave. In the first shot, we see a brief mention of Leo. He was the only one with any information available. A lone guy explains that someone else was seen at the scene among the criminals. It turned out that Taurus and Scorpio were present at the scene. The prince wondered what they were doing there and decided to ask about it. William explained that they found out that they were watching from the outside, but did nothing. The head of the Adventurers Association said that Lev was the only one who took the bait. The people were divided into 3 groups and tried to break into the academy. William began to explain that thanks to an explosion that occurred 2 kilometers from the School of Magic. The prince raised his hand and asked for a moment. The projector showed a strange character flying in the air, and the prince asked why he looked like that. They realized that this person was using magic to disguise himself. From this, the prince concluded that no one understood who he was and asked if they had any idea. William interrupted and said that he had not said that. According to Her Highness, Princess Aurelia, the man introduced himself as Lupin. William explained to everyone present. The prince was surprised to ask if it was really Lupin, because he thought the name was familiar, and then he remembered that this was the criminal who had recently made a splash. Is he one of the Zodiac members? William interrupted him. He said that if we don't know, we shouldn't talk about it. The lone boy was listening intently to the conversation when one of them asked the general to speak up and asked if he thought Aurelia's life was worthless. The general asked everyone to be quiet, especially Hantes. Enough, Hantes! Hans had no other choice, and he could not contradict the general, so he was forced to keep quiet. But his character is very curious. He quickly stood up, leaned his hands on the table, and looked directly into the general's eyes. Aurelia is your daughter, the general heard the boy say. Father, you are very cold, the boy said, turned away and started to walk out. The other participants of the conference tried to stop him, shouting words after him. As he was leaving, they once again met the eyes of the general, who had already agreed with his words. Everyone was very curious about His Majesty's attitude to this operation. The man closed his eyes and weighed the pros and cons of this situation in his mind. Everyone in the room understood that personal feelings should be unacceptable to the emperor. The prince walked down the corridor. He was tormented by thoughts of this conversation, wondering if he had overreacted and that the general should not show his emotions. The dark night had already come. It was late and completely dark outside. Fernando's servants were using magic on him as he lay on the table. Their hands were shining with energy, and they were pointing toward his body. At one point, after a long ritual, he began to breathe. One of the masked men turned to him and said, "Mr. Fernando, you're awake." He had been wanting to say this for a long time. After Fernando opened his eyes, he immediately saw Malib and asked, "Is that you?" He answered, "Yes, Mr. Fernando, it is me." However, Fernando quickly noticed that Malib was acting differently and said so. "I have not yet left," he said, coughing and lying on the table. His servants asked him to take care of himself. You could read his feelings in Fernando's eyes. He was thinking about Mario and asked his staff if he had died. They did not know what to say, and there was a long pause. "Fibrio, what's wrong with her?" asked Fernando. He was told that fortunately she was strong and unharmed, but that she needed treatment. "That little bastard," as Fernando called Dan, "ruined the lives of 2 of my men," and he felt he had sinned against Fibrio. Meanwhile, Fibrio, all beaten up, got out of bed and sat on it. His hand took hold of the pendant hanging around his neck, and he squeezed it tightly, whispering to himself, "How stupid! How stupid!" His hand clutched the pendant even tighter, and his lips pursed in pain. Meanwhile, in a granary in the southern part of the empire, from the hill, every house could be seen, with lights shining in its windows, for it was deep night. A young man and a girl were walking along the streets and talking warmly, smiling. Near the granary was St. Percival. It was a huge building, like a temple, with crosses on top of the dome. Inside, a priest was praying right in front of a giant window on the wall. Crossing his arms, he closed his eyes and said the words of the prayer to himself, repeating them over and over again in his head. The attention of the Holy Father was distracted by something. Someone appeared behind him. He stopped praying, turned his head back, and warmly greeted the person who came in, as was his custom. It was the Holy Virgin Hillis. She looked very beautiful, and the sun shining on her reflected on the earrings in her ears. She thanked him for his hospitality, especially at such a late hour. "Everything is fine," the priest said, and asked her how he could not receive a holy virgin who had returned from a pilgrimage. He offered her a cup of tea. They sat down on chairs right at the table and began to drink tea, starting their dialogue. They talked about the current pilgrimage, which was not easy. She, a very wise girl, replied that there are no easy things in the world. She thought that this time it would be very interesting. The priest really hoped that her sixth sense was right, and that it would indeed be very interesting. He asked her what had happened. She immediately began to explain what was wrong. Silence reigned between them, and her eyes opened wide. The priest could not believe what he was seeing in front of him. He said it to himself and closed his eyes to open them again and see if it was really happening. The girl opened her eyes, and tears poured out of them. The priest asked, "What is wrong with you?" But she could not say anything. She forced out that something had happened to her sister. She could not hold back her emotions and told him everything about Paladin Fibrio. This story was so touching and sad that her tears flowed like a river. "My God," the priest said to himself. "If this is about your sister," the priest continued, "didn't you give her the miracle you had been working on for a whole year?" he asked. She replied that her sister had used it, but the priest did not understand this, and the situation became even more confusing for him. She continued to tell him about all this, but she had to leave immediately. She interrupted the conversation, got up from the chair and said she had to leave. The priest stood up and asked for permission to escort her out. She refused because she wanted to leave alone, and said that she did not need to be escorted. Her last words were that she had met very nice people on the pilgrimage. She didn't tell the priest anything else, and he just heard her say it. At the entrance to the church, there was a conversation about the fact that the Holy Virgin was a little late. "Shall we go inside?" "No. We will have problems if we enter this place without permission." "Right, what can you do? There is nothing to do." And they realized that they would have to wait. A month and a half before Aurelia's birthday ball, in the Zaram desert, two people were walking, very tired and barely breathing from the heat, looking at the endless mountains of sand. They could not understand when they would see the city in front of them, and they were waiting for it with hope. The boy apologized and said that he should have been more careful. However, the girl, realizing the situation, told him that it was not his fault, although it might have been. She then explained that this would not have happened if someone had not confused the stick with the floor by looking at him. And then, with a hidden meaning, she asked the guy behind her, "Right, Vice Captain Nari?" The vice captain coughed twice and admitted, "There is no excuse for me. I'll take responsibility." And, upset, the girl asked him to just find a seat as soon as possible. The boy listened to this conversation and remembered that not long ago they were walking in Granville, and now they were wandering in the Zaram desert. Once they set out to find Dan, 10 days passed. Fortunately, they managed to find out from the bandit that he had gone to the capital. 2 days ago, they hired a guide to get to the city without using transportation to remain undetected. But there was one but, and that but was in the form of a platinum coin. When she put down this platinum coin, all the men screamed, "The platinum coin!" And no one wanted to take it because they had no change, a problem with a lot of money. When they reached the middle of the desert, their guides suddenly turned into bandits. Of course, Vice Captain Nari went a little overboard, and these bandits were punished. Meanwhile, they continued walking, and the girl remarked that he should have left at least one of them alive. She accused him all the way of not thinking and leveling all 3 of them to the ground. But he took it as a compliment, smiled and said, "Indeed." The kid asked them if it would be easier to find the city if they flew. It was a good idea, but they had 2 problems, the girl said. First, she had never used such magic before, and second, she had a fear of heights, which she told them. It was a little strange to hear that. The little guy, smirking a little, said with a smile, "Well, there you go." Then the kid suggested using water magic, which sounded rather strange in the desert. Then he explained that it could be used to find water sources, and thus the nearest settlement, and asked her to try it right now. A light wind was blowing the sand in the desert, and it was flying a little above the main mass. When night falls in the desert, it gets very cold, but the sky, covered with many stars, looks like a real wonder of the world. The Bedouins were sitting on camels, and people with torches were approaching the temporary camp set up right in the middle of the desert. With the help of the torches, the light fell on 2 men who were lying on the desert sand. The men looked at them and saw that they were unconscious. After examining them more closely, they realized that it was the work of a murderer, as there were no signs of poisoning. Suddenly, they realized that their hearts seemed to have stopped. Apparently, it was done by a real professional. There was a drugged man with a scar on his face sitting on the camel. His appearance was incredibly impressive. He opened one eye, which was not scarred, and carefully examined the situation and drew conclusions. Meanwhile, in one of the houses located right in the center of the oasis, there was a conversation going on. It was a small town in the middle of the desert. They were discussing what to do with the new guests, because all the hotel rooms were booked. The man who was in charge of the accommodation could not find a room for the new arrivals. The young man asked if there was another place to stay nearby. The old man replied that, unfortunately, there was only one hotel in the whole town. The old man also added that even the stables were full of camels. Suddenly, another man appeared and asked what was going on when he heard them talking. He found out that these people had come looking for a place to sleep. The man apologized to the guests and said that a very important person was staying at the hotel. The young man immediately stated that he understood that they were not using all the rooms, and asked the man to enter their situation. The man turned his head away and told them to look for another place. The young man put out his hand and asked him to wait. He asked if it was really that difficult to find at least one room. The man looked at the three young people and began to think, impressed by the young man's persistence. He was especially impressed by the appearance of the young man with the badge on his forehead. The man saw incredible strength in his eyes. He was very interested in who they were and asked them about it. The boy, however, was in no hurry to tell him, but instead asked a counter-question. "Who are you?" "What is this habit of answering questions with questions?" the man said. The young man, showing his character, asked if he wanted to be forced to answer. The bearded man thought this was very funny and he said so. Suddenly the boys heard sounds behind them. Two serious men appeared and stood behind them. They looked quite serious. Not a single muscle on their faces flinched. The man got down from his camel and told the young man that the next time he spoke, he should choose his words better. He asked him to stop playing tricks, hinting that their meeting could end very sadly. However, neither the girl nor the boy had funny faces, and they looked at the man very seriously. The man's beautifully trimmed beard added to his seriousness. The young man began to stretch his arms and said that sometimes fists say more than many words. The kid stood behind him and pulled at his clothes, asking him to stop. The man's hand reached for the sword hanging from his belt. "Apparently you are completely bored with life," the man said, preparing his sword for battle. They began to look at each other aggressively, and the young man offered to see if he could kill the knight. The tone of the conversation became even more serious, and they started shouting. The knight shouted, "Come on, attack!" And the boys got into a fighting stance. "Everyone stop right now," a woman's voice said. Everyone turned their attention to the girl who was standing on the second floor looking at them. Everyone stopped talking and turned their heads in her direction. It was the Holy Virgin, and her words were law for all believers. Everyone immediately apologized, calmed down, and said that there was a misunderstanding. "I'm the one who should apologize," the girl said. "It's nice to meet you. My name is Hillis," she said, with a pleasant smile that seemed to always be on her face. Dan's sister looked at her in silence, not smiling at all like Hillis. Meanwhile, there was talk in the temple about the fact that they had taken the ruby crystal. A doped-up man on a camel was talking to a young man standing at the top of the stairs. This young man had a very long beard and claimed that the ruby crystal was of great value. The interlocutor asked him not to worry and promised that he could return the crystal. He said that according to the latest report, the criminals had specific targets and had taken the ruby crystal along with other jewelry. He asked if they had managed to find out who they were. There was a moment of silence. The eye under the scar was closed, and the right eye looked directly at the man. A couple of minutes later, after a long pause, he answered, "Yes," and he explained that it was a group of people with red eyes, and he said that it was them. Meanwhile, the girl explained that she was the one who should apologize in this situation. She added that she was very pleased to meet everyone. The argument continued, and Diva said that they had nowhere to go because of it. She began to apologize and admitted that she should have realized that such problems could arise. The young man said that everything was fine. They could at least have one room to stay in for the night. "But you are clergymen," the girl said in the direction of the bearded man. While the bearded man and his subordinates listened in shock. "Doesn't God's teaching say that you should show mercy?" she added. "Now bow down, you rascals," she continued. The boys were amazed, because 5 minutes ago she had been a sweet girl, and now she was ordering them to bow down so harshly. At this point, they all fell to the floor, bowing and apologizing for their impudence and for disobeying God's will. Even the little boy apologized to her and said that it was a bit unnecessary. "Don't be so hard on them for our sake." In response, the girl said that they should have been punished accordingly for their offense. As an apology, Diva offered to pay for their stay here. She also asked them to choose any room and have a good rest. The boys were delighted. Their mouths were open in amazement. In the corridor, the candlelight shone dimly, creating a mysterious atmosphere. A drugged man sat in the room and carefully studied what was written on the sheet of paper he held in his hands. The scar on his face gave him a stern look. He was trying to understand what was written there. To summarize, the criminals were a small group, 2 men and a woman. The note stated that they all had red eyes, which was his assumption about this group. It was also known that they were looking for a guide and paid for the service with a platinum coin. Eventually, the people accompanying this group were found dead. Apparently, the criminals deliberately showed their platinum coins to provoke the attack. In addition, they took all the jewelry, including a ruby crystal. Scarface drew these conclusions. They were the only clues he had, and he proceeded from them. Are these people planning to destroy his organization? He thought. That was the end of his evening thoughts, and the morning came. The rustling of palm leaves made a pleasant noise where the boys were staying. The boy woke up, stretched, and realized that he had slept wonderfully. The bed was so comfortable and cozy that he slept with great pleasure. He looked at the two beds where his friends, the knight and Dan's sister, were sleeping and saw that they were empty. Why are they up so early, he thought. The boy stretched a little more and started to go down the stairs. Lancelot, good morning, he heard, and he also heard glasses clinking. They were not glasses, but beer mugs. The whole company was sitting at the table having breakfast, and they friendly invited the boy to join them. What's going on here? He did not understand and asked. The knight explained to him that they had talked to these people and they were very cool. The bearded man apologized to the kid for what he had done yesterday, because he was the only one he hadn't had time to apologize to. Everyone had already forgiven him and apologized to him. Zdoroviak said that they just had to tell him right away that they were from the village of Veroni. Then he would have given them a room without hesitation. All's well that ends well, he added. The boy went up to the girl and quietly asked her in her ear why she said where they were from. She replied, chewing, that it was not such a bad idea. Their vice-captain was talking in the corner about how they had been deceived and that they were lost in the desert over a mug of beer. The girl also told the kid that yesterday they had talked to the Holy Virgin of Percival. The Holy Virgin? The boy asked in surprise, because it had been 80 years since she had been elected to this place. Their conversation was interrupted by a question from the room. What kind of scoundrels are drinking beer in the morning? Everyone turned their heads and their smiles disappeared. It was the lady, and her appearance was very unexpected. She explained that they had a long way to go today, so they shouldn't get carried away with beer. In response, I heard that everyone was getting up from the table. Yesterday she was much nicer, but now she ordered everyone to get ready. When she appeared, everyone became much more serious. The little boy apologized for his impudence and said that they did not know she was a holy virgin. She explained that she had heard something out of the corner of her ear. In particular, that they had been deceived by a guide and because of that they were lost in the desert. In this case, she offered something to the boy and his friends. She offered to go with them, and with this offer, a pleasant smile appeared on her face again. She put her hand on her chest as a sign of respect. The boy could not believe what he was hearing, and this offer from the girl surprised him greatly. He asked her again, "What are you saying?" That was the end of their conversation. After some time in the desert, the sun was so hot that he was thirsty every second. People who traveled across the desert on camels were more prepared for this. It was easier for them. They were called Bedouins. One man was sitting on a camel and holding a saber. He turned to a young man who was also wandering in the desert, put the saber to his neck, and asked him if he had seen 3 people with red eyes. He answered with fear, "No." Behind him, another boy was watching the scene and heard the men asking another boy if he had heard anything. He also replied that he did not know anything. A man with a scar stood behind them and watched them closely. These were his men who were asking everyone, trying to find the group. The door opened very quickly to the room where the boys had been recently. The same people came inside. The old man who was in charge of assigning rooms greeted them warmly. The saber flew so fast next to his head that it stuck right in the stone from which the building was built. The sandstone was so hard that it was hard to cut through with a saber, but these men were so strong that they managed to do it. This scared my grandfather very much, as did the picture in front of him. A pumped-up man and his subordinates waving their sabers. They warned my grandfather that they had very little time, so they advised him to answer as quickly as possible. He could not even breathe, let alone speak. The man with the scar asked, "Did you see 2 men and a woman with red eyes?" The old man raised his hand and asked again, "With red eyes, you say?" "Did you or did you not see them? Answer quickly!" the room shouted. The old man replied that they had recently left this place with the Holy Virgin. The old man could not keep this information under such pressure, and the man with the scar heard everything. Now, he had even more clues, including the Holy Virgin. The carriage continued to move through the desert with 10 camels walking beside it. On these camels were people who were smiling in a friendly way because they were good heroes. Right inside the carriage, a blue glow began to light up. This glow was caused by Dan's sister, who surprised everyone by using the magic of cold to freshen the air a bit and make the journey less hot. "I was feeling irritated all this time because of the heat," Diva explained and thanked the girl. The girl replied that it was a very simple magic. She asked, "Don't you have magic?" "Saints are not allowed to use magic for personal purposes, especially since we are all on our way to the capital," the Virgin explained. The little boy was curious how busy she was, and he asked her about it, apologizing for the trouble. She replied that everything was fine, but noted that it was lonely on a very long journey. She then said that they would soon arrive at the Holy Land, the temple. Their carriage began to shake, and everyone was very frightened by what had happened. However, the girl quickly realized what was happening and looked at the knight. He looked her straight in the eyes, and their silent dialogue could be understood without words. The knight raised his fist, signaling that it was time to stop. They dismounted from their camels and gathered together. He looked into the distance of the desert, and 300 meters ahead he noticed something. There were so many people that he could not even count them. It seemed that they filled the entire horizon. Each of them had a saber, and all these sabers were pointed in the direction of the guys. They were enemies. "Everyone get ready! Protect the lady!" the men shouted. The Scarface raised his hand to his men and said that no one was important to him now. However, he added that there was an exception. 3 people with red eyes. He pointed his finger at his servants to capture them. Following the order of their commander, they rushed with their swords to capture the boys. There were so many of them that they could not be counted. The sound of their feet raised clouds of dust in the desert. The team's situation was critical, and the criminals were already very close. Concentrating his attention, the bearded man looks at the thieves with fierce determination. A sword appears behind him, held by a thief, swinging it in the air. The man turned around and fought back with his sword, showing who was in charge. He ordered the others to protect the lady, not allowing even one hair to fall from her head. The fight was just heating up, and it was very difficult to fight off such a mass of people. The older members of the enemy team order the younger ones not to stand, but to run and attack. They are getting closer to the guys. Behind them are hundreds of similar soldiers, ready to come to their aid at any moment. People in purple cloaks appear, with staffs in their hands. They look very much like magicians. The staffs begin to glow with a basic blue magical light. Raising the staffs above their heads, the magicians shout spells, and 3 fireballs appear. Not everyone had time to see this attack, and when they looked up and saw the fireballs, they were terrified. A loud explosion sounded, blinding many soldiers. All 3 layers merged into one point and exploded. The thieves have no idea who they have messed with and what can happen to them now. 3 magic circles appear near the girl, which she creates. She is ready to use her magic. But before attacking, she needs to know at least something about her opponent. Her magic is so strong that the opponents gather around her, and the magic circles gain more and more power. She addresses them, warning them that they need to think before they attack. She confirms this by throwing the criminals 3 meters into the air, causing them to fly off behind their comrades. The knight's body was also stiff from the long ride, and he was glad to meet his enemies to stretch his muscles. To lighten the mood in the team, the enemies boast that they are much more numerous than those they attacked. They are confident that they can win if they attack in a crowd, and they begin to surround the boy from all sides. An axe appears in the boy's hand, and he prepares to have some fun with it. With all his might, he hits the ground, and even in the desert it seems that the earth has cracked from the force of the blow. At the same time, the girl skillfully uses her magic, carrying out each attack ruthlessly against the enemy. She doesn't pay attention to her fear of heights, spinning in the air and blasting every enemy. Such a serious slaughter is going on that the guys who were in the wagon with this crazy trio are watching the battle from the outside. They are surprised at how hard these guys are smashing the enemy and discuss it among themselves. Their boss, a bearded man, interrupted their dreamy gazes and addressed them, saying that they would see it another time, but now they should follow him. He added that they had to get rid of the magicians. Meanwhile, the magicians, skillfully using their skills, are rapidly trying to attack. They launch fireballs one after another right into the center of the battle. The speed of the fireballs is very high, but the girl manages to create barriers in the air to stop them. This makes the magicians very angry, and they become extremely angry. They cannot understand who would have thought that there are people with such skills among the holy knights. The commander of the magicians turns to his subordinates. "Why the hell aren't you attacking? They will soon get tired of endless attacks. Shoot quickly!" he orders everyone who was there. An arrow hits the magician in the head directly because he was standing to his right. 2 arrows also fall back from the left side, hitting the target, and the chief magician is left standing with his staff, without his 2 soldiers on opposite sides. He turns his head back and sees them lying there without any signs of life. "What the hell? What the hell?" the magician repeats to himself. From behind the mountain of sand, the boys get closer and closer. The bearded man calls them cursed dark magicians and urges them to accept their punishment. The chief magician is very dedicated and respected, so the man's words were fatal for him. 5 fireballs immediately fly out in front of him and hit the boys. The bearded man looks at these fireballs with a serious face, and the guy behind him does not understand what is happening, because the threat is very great. In front of the magician, there is an explosion right where he directed his fire. Twirling his staff in front of him, he hopes that he has managed to kill the 3. His joy is interrupted, and he looks in front of him in fright, hearing a whistle. It's the whistle of an arrow that has come out of the mountain of smoke that he has created. He managed to dodge the arrow, but the mage behind him couldn't, and the arrow hits him right in the face. This only made the magician even angrier, and he twisted his face as he looked at the boys. The dust began to settle a little, and the man turned to the magician, asking if he really thought that those who betrayed God had a future. "Attack now!" the man said, and behind him stood his men, sparks of fire and magic flying around them. The magician cannot believe that 5 magic balls did nothing to them. How they managed to survive in this hell. The girl crossed her arms and held them together at the level of her chest. She sat on her knees and was forced to use her magic, the power of which was incredible. A chakra was forming behind her, creating a loud crackling sound. Their belief is that God is always with them. This same God is always with them and helps them attack when they are attacked first. He helps them to act against evil and always stay on the side of good. Even the fireballs launched by the magicians are avoided by them with the help of their faith. Even the camels they sit on run faster when they believe. The fire attacks are repelled by quick swings of the sword, which creates a wave of wind through which the fire cannot pass. A man confidently jumps on a camel and holds a sword in his hands. He and the boys have already run up very close to the magicians and do not plan to leave anyone alive. The battle begins and the sword rings from the blows. His boys are also confidently dealing with the magicians. The chief magician is watching this scene and is already thinking about how he can escape from here. He plans to escape because he sees his team suffering from the sword attacks. The bearded man sees the magician trying to escape in the other direction. However, at the moment he was watching the magician's escape, something happened. It made him look into the distance, at the tops of small sandy mountains in the desert. Drops of blood began to fall on the sand. The blade of one saber ends up in his stomach. He notices it and looks at it intently. In front of him he sees a face with a scar. It was he who threw the saber at him. "What the hell are you doing here?" he asked. The blood continues to flow even more as the saber is removed from his stomach. The man, devoted to his faith, kneels before the scarred man, and he swings the saber right over his head. "Die," he says, and looks directly into the man's eyes without pity. The man looks up and looks him straight in the eye as well. Scarface thought that this man had enough to live on in this world, and raised his saber to strike. Suddenly, some energy crashes into the saber and prevents him from doing so. The energy is so strong that it even disturbed the man's balance, and he was left standing on one leg. The energy gets stronger and stronger, so much so that it throws him back. Squinting one eye, the scarred face with the other eye stares intently ahead, trying to understand what it is and what has struck him so hard. The guy who had stopped the thief from striking him appears and asks him if he is in charge, although it was obvious. While shaking hands, the guy offers to play a very interesting game. Who will kill whom? The guy is not so sure of himself, but the offer is quite interesting, and a slight smile appears on his face. "I found you, man with red eyes," the scarred face whispers to himself. The sabers clanged against each other, continuing to carry the mountains behind them, and the battle went on. Inside the carriage they were riding in, the light from its windows shone brightly. The Virgin continued to pray. The energy around her became stronger and more impressive, so much so that even her dress began to float in the air. She was completely immersed in her magic, with all her thoughts and body. A glow began to shine around the man, and the place where the saber had struck him began to fill with chakra. After a moment, the wound began to heal, and the pain began to recede. 5 seconds passed, and there was almost nothing left of the wound. He approached the guy, and they understood everything without words. He pointed to his wound, but the man interrupted him, saying that they had divine power and should not be surprised. However, a man with a scar on his face stood before them, holding a giant sword. You can be sure that the lady used magic on the second guy with the mark on his head. The enemy was very difficult, and it took a lot of effort to fight back. The man warned his friend to be very careful, as this enemy was not one to be easily defeated. In response, he was asked if he knew this guy. "He is the Dark Knight of Malaysia," the man replied, "and he is also called the King of Mercenaries. Indeed, his strength and power can be very surprising, because he has a large army under his command." The boy became even more curious when he heard the words about the strength of the enemy. He was very curious to fight, and he looked at him with his eyes, trying to break him morally. But not even a moment later, the man jumped first with his sword, trying to attack, and swung his weapon in the air. The sword and the axe came together in a single blow, starting a heavy battle between them. The power of their blows is no match for ordinary warriors. Even the best knights cannot wield their weapons as well as they do. Confirming his superiority with a slight smile and holding the axe in his hands, he deflected each blow. The first blow was successfully deflected, and he swung his axe at the enemy's feet. The knight with the scar on his face jumped back to avoid the attack. After dodging, he had to act immediately, and he did. One of his strongest attacks is stabbing his sword into the ground, causing a wave to fly in the guy's direction right through the sand. This beam was very fast, and it was barely possible to put up an axe to deflect it. It was hard to keep up this attack, and the pressure was getting stronger and stronger. To deflect the beam, the guy stepped back and waved his axe. It was necessary to constantly float in the air, dodging every swing of the enemy's sword, as they were very fast. The enemy could make about 5 strokes in 2 seconds, and with the help of dodges, it was possible to avoid attacks. Their eyes met, but the expressions on their faces were different. A groaning sound and a loud ringing of metal could be heard in the air. But the man with the scar looked at his sword and saw that there was no blade in it. This could only mean one thing. He was now powerless. But the guy did not use the axe against him and simply swung his fist. His punch was so strong that the man flew backwards. He flew straight over the mountain of sand, touching the ground with his heels, and it seemed that he was jumping like a frog on water. He could have flown like that for several kilometers. But his back hit a large stone that was in his way, and it stopped him. The blow to his back was so severe that his mouth began to bleed when he coughed. In a moment, the guy with the axe was already there and running to strike. "Try to block this blow now, mercenary king," the guy shouted as he approached. He could not believe what he was seeing in front of him and was very frightened. He still had some strength left in his heart and his body could rise. He leaned on the sand and began to squeeze it in his hand. He gathered up a lump of sand and threw it directly into his eyes, blinding him. With a piece of the sword, he got up and started attacking. He wanted to do damage with this piece of sand, and swung it right in front of the boy's face. Fortunately, his eyes had already moved away from the sand a little bit, and he was able to dodge. There was a small cut on his face because the tip of the knife went right through his cheek. His opponent is so tired that he can barely breathe, as he used all his remaining strength for this attack. It seems that he finally realized that he had no chance, seeing that the young man in front of him had already completely recovered from the sand in his eyes. He walked closer and grabbed the pagan's arm. He sees the enemy's head approaching him faster and faster. With his head, he hit the enemy's head with such force that it was as if he had an iron plate hidden in his forehead. The attack looked ridiculous, but at the same time it was very effective. One of the disadvantages of this attack is that it brings you to your senses very quickly. They both hold their hands on their heads. "Red eyes are a vulnerable power. You have very crazy abilities," the enemy said to the boy. After that, wiping the blood on his face, he asked if he was really from the Raven village. Several more people appeared in front of him. Each of them now had a sword in their hands, and the scarred man was on his knees. "It's time to finish him off," the bearded man said, and addressed everyone with this suggestion. Scar heard the suggestion that he had better surrender if he wanted to stay alive, and something behind him caught his attention. He looked back to look around him and saw many dead people on the sand. All those who had come with him. Each one of them was lying there, not moving. Their magic staffs were broken, and their swords were just lying on the sand. He heard a sound in the distance and saw that something was happening there. There were blows. There, a girl was dealing with the rest of the criminals with the help of magic, and the kid was helping her with it. The magic around them was only getting stronger, and there were very few opponents left. Scar had to be clear about what to do next, because he had no room for error. "Don't think this is the end," he said to the man standing opposite him. After that, he punched the ground with all his might, and a bright light formed around his fist. It was a smoke bomb that prevented everyone from breathing, and everyone tried to grab him as quickly as possible. The man looked through the dust and tried to see where he was. However, his silhouette was already flickering in the distance. The attention of each of the criminals was drawn to a sound that conveyed important information. "Fall back! We are retreating!" shouted those who gave the orders. Having finished the battle, they started running back. The guys didn't even realize what was happening. They suddenly stopped fighting and just started running away. However, a man approached the boys and explained that, apparently, their leader had ordered them to leave. One of the boys turned to his commander. He told them to follow the others, and if it became too dangerous to return, he was responsible for these 2 guys and didn't want anything to happen to them, especially since they were injured, and the boys agreed. The camels were already leaving, and the 2 boys were sitting on them. The man turned to the others and asked if anyone was injured. When he heard that everyone was fine, he was satisfied with that answer. It was over and everyone was safe. The mistress was also fine, and that was the most important thing. She didn't have a single scratch on her, even though the events had forced her to use magic. At first glance, she was very calm, but suddenly she called everyone lousy. "Didn't I tell you to be more careful? Do you realize how complicated the magic is that allows me to protect you?" "I could have died of exhaustion," she explained. Everyone listened attentively. It was evening, and the enemy troops were already retreating. They were leaving with camels, both the magicians and the men who had fought separately. Each of them was recalling the difficult battle that had just taken place. Behind the mountains, two boys watched them go. They did not understand who they were, and why they were going somewhere, what it was and where they were going. And they were going to the Holy Land, to the temple, which was right in front of them. Right in the center of this place grew a large golden tree. It was of astonishing size, and every branch was shining and illuminated with a golden color. The foot of this man was walking on the street of the city. After he had managed to survive in a situation where his life was threatened by all possible magic from other characters, and he was looking straight into the face of death, an unknown power and strong luck saved him, and now he could walk down the street alive. He was also lucky that he did not get a scar under his other eye. The gigantic building he had been walking to for so long appeared in front of him. It was impressive in size, and behind it was a large tree. In a moment, the doors of this building began to open, and the light from the street began to penetrate inside. He went inside, and there stood a magician, the one who had fled the battlefield, betraying all his colleagues and leaving them to their fate. It was this magician who first turned to him and greeted him. He was already expecting him here. His expression suddenly changed, and blood flowed from his throat. His body was no longer breathing. The man with the scar had stabbed him directly with his sword. The light coming through the large windows illuminated the body of the first magician, who now lay dead. Everyone who was there could not understand what the man had just done and why he had killed him. So they turned to him with this question. Everyone held their breath when they heard the explanation that the man had fled the battlefield to save his own skin. But this guy explained that the traitor deserved to die for his actions. The man listened carefully to these excuses and expected something from this guy. He asked if he had found the ruby crystal. The answer was that it would take some more time, the man with the scar explained. Everyone else, expecting something else from this guy, started calling him a lousy guy and remarked how important this was. A man of lesser rank told him about the importance of this case. The man with the scar warned him to be more careful when he opened his mouth next time. He turned his head to him and said that if this crystal was so important to him, he could go himself next time, that he cannot risk his life so quickly. No one wants to hear from him. All he hears is how they keep calling him a miserable bastard, and no one even realizes what he just went through. What serious enemies he met on the battlefield right in the middle of the desert. He plunged the sword he was holding right into the body of the dead magician. He asked the man if he really wanted to kill him. "If you want to do it, then just start acting," he suggested. "Be sure, I'll be waiting for you because I'm armed," the man said finally and started to open the door to leave the room. The door slammed very loudly, and everyone unanimously called him an animal. The guy turned to the old man. "Are you just going to let him leave? There must be some right to him." The ceremony almost didn't understand what the old man meant. Before he could finish speaking, the old man turned around and started walking in the other direction, thus leaving them. He approached the body in which the sword had been stabbed, and lying there without any signs of life, began to examine it closely. Greed is one of the human vices, he thought to himself as he looked at the lifeless body. Magic began to form around one of them, twisting the blue chakra into a hurricane around the mage. All the mages watching did not understand what he was doing. The energy began to get closer to his body. His face turned into a skeleton and all the skin came off. "This is the abode of great darkness," the old man said to everyone. He emphasized that everyone should join the dark forces. "Wait, master!" All the magicians shouted, very frightened. They begged for mercy, but the energy was getting closer and closer. Their faces began to turn into skeletons, and the skin on them gradually disappeared when the energy became very close. Even far beyond the walls, their screams could be heard. Two men with spears in their hands stood and felt that they had heard something. One of them asked his friend if he had heard anything. The other replied that maybe they had imagined it. Right next to them, a guy fell to the ground, and this distracted their attention, forcing them to turn their heads and look at him. When the second one looked there, his friend's throat had already been slit, and the blade had been expertly plunged straight into his neck. In a moment, the blade was already at his neck. Whoever was with him was clearly skilled with a weapon. It was the same blade that had just slit the throat of another guard. The two guys stood over the bodies of the dead men, holding their weapons. They looked around and saw something. A team of people was approaching them, with a bearded man in the center. To his left and right were his faithful servants, two young men. The night went on and on with interesting adventures. It was rich in death, as the body lying under the wall confirmed. Looking down from the terrace, he saw something that he had not expected, and that surprised him greatly. There were many magicians in the temple, some of them holding torches, illuminating the darkness. "It seems that something much more serious is going on here than we could have imagined," a guy standing behind him said to him. "I think we should enlist some help," he continued. A voice came from below. "Here they come! Here they come!" And a battle broke out between the magicians. Guys with swords flew in and started slaughtering them one by one. But the magicians also had very strong weapons in the form of staffs, which they skillfully wielded. These events left even more mysteries, and the man could not understand what was happening there. Something else caught his attention. He notices that there is a very familiar boy with blue hair downstairs. The guy looks up and sees Paladin Mario. However, the battle continues, and staffs fight against swords, knights against mages. The swords are gaining the upper hand by slashing throats, and the skill of the guys with swords is also much higher. This kind of battle is very difficult, and to fight against magicians, you need a lot of training, which fortunately the boy had. "Mario!" a voice in the crowd calls out. "Albatross!" one of them exclaims, and they meet. The guy turned to Mario and asked what they were doing here. However, he had the same question. Talking during a fight was not the best idea, and a mage appears behind them, shouting with his staff, "Die!" trying to use magic. Sword against sword, staff against staff. Their weapons meet. However, the bearded man holds the sword with only one hand, while the magician tries to repel it with his staff, using all his strength with both hands. Eventually, the magician's throat is cut, and the only thing left to do is to end the fight. The guy offers to deal with these bastards and then talk. "Good idea," the man said and agreed with him. Then the order was given. "Kill them all! Attack!" The team gathered, prepared their swords, and rushed at the enemies. The battle was going well for the team of guys, but badly for the magicians. Everything was going according to plan. In the building, the blue glow coming from the windows was only getting stronger, and this light was clearly visible from the street. Over time, it became so strong that it was visible from the battlefield, where the duel was taking place. It was impossible to ignore this light, and everyone turned their heads in that direction. "What the hell is that?" a man said, looking carefully in that direction. A man's body came out of the building, which became bigger, his eyes glowing like the devil. It was a dark force with giant fangs. The old man's body turned into a real demon. He let out a loud roar. Behind him was so much fire, as if they had been transported to hell. He came out of hell itself, shouting loudly at everyone he saw in front of him, and his intentions were easy to guess. What happened inside this building is hard to imagine, because the dark forces descended to Earth. The magician who appeared was the embodiment of these dark forces, which turned everyone around them into demons. Their skin dried up, and those who still had it were considered lucky, even though it looked wrinkled and tight. Over time, the demons began to come to life, raising their heads and showing their terrible faces. Their giant canines were sharpened to gnaw the necks of anyone they saw in their path. The red glow in their eyes was the embodiment of the magic that remained inside them, allowing them to kill and become even stronger. Right in the middle of the city, a loud explosion occurs inside a building. During the battle with the mages, it was much easier for the boys. But when such a cruel and terrible dark force appeared in the form of a devil with huge claws, they realized that they could not just fight it. It is extremely difficult for the guys, and they must now think about what to do in this situation. It is impossible to fight this devil, because with one punch of his hand he causes so much damage that ordinary mortals just fly away. And in the worst cases, it is not even possible to describe it. The man looks at the demon and realizes that this time he was lucky not to be the first in the line of attack. He shouts at the top of his voice, "What kind of monster is this?" But that's not all the surprises this magical monster has in store for him. When he opens his mouth, an unknown force appears inside, creating magic. When he starts screaming, the magic flies out and scatters everyone who is on the way with its energy. To resist, you need to have great strength, but even that doesn't always help, and one leg is pushed off the ground. The guy was behind the monster, and fortunately, he had a sword in his hands. He tries to strike the monster's back. The sword blade is swooping at high speed, but the monster is incredibly fast, turns and reacts, so that only a small scratch on the arm remains from the fatal blow. After the monster's arm is cut, tentacles like worms start to come out of it, which was the most terrifying possible outcome. After seeing this, it's hard to believe that they are still in the real world. The tentacle becomes huge and starts to attack the boy, but a man appears and cuts it off before it pierces the young fighter's body. The man asks the boy to step back, and meanwhile, new tentacles appear from the monster's chest, and there are more and more of them. Several dozen tentacles appeared where the wound on the monster's arm had been. "Everyone retreat!" the man shouts loudly. The tentacles became so large that they began to attack everyone who was nearby. The ends of the tentacles were so sharpened that it was not a problem to cut through the human body, and some of the guys suffered such a fate. It was a real disaster. Everyone who saw the attack screamed, and for many, it was the last moment of their lives. The monster ruthlessly continued to take everyone's life. The tentacles grew to the size of buildings, and it became increasingly difficult to defend against them. On the battlefield, Concrete from the broken buildings flew around and fell to the ground. The bodies of people who had not been able to escape this disaster were lying near the concrete fragments. Getting down on one knee and leaning on his sword, the man manages to stand up right in the middle of the rubble of the destroyed buildings. Blood runs down the man's face, merging with his beard. His gaze is cold and iron, because you can only survive here with an icy heart and a complete lack of fear. They are left face to face with this monster, whose body consists of muscles, eyes glow red, and giant tentacles grow out of every scratch. Turning his hand into a tentacle, the monster swings at the man. He has to decide how to act, and after weighing all the problems that may arise after the attack of this monster, the man realizes one thing. He realizes that this is a real curse. Looking into the distance, he notices a giant golden tree. At one point, the man is ready to die, closes his eyes, and accepts that his life is over. But something forces him to open his eyes. A protective barrier appears right in front of him, preventing the monster from passing. The Virgin appears next to him and reminds him that she asked him to be much more careful. She becomes a gift from God to him, magic forming around her hands, which she had carefully prepared in the carriage. The guy on the left apologizes for keeping her waiting. Seeing his sweet face, the man is overjoyed and happily says his name, Lancelot. The monster is indifferent to their conversation. It continues to act. Its tentacles become much sharper, positioned behind its back, allowing it to attack more effectively without interfering with the blows with its hands. Mech's foot pushes off the ground. He stands up and cuts off the end of the tentacle with his sword. Without fear, he continues to run with the axe in his hands, and even the fireball is not afraid of him. Mac admits that the appearance of such a monster in the real world upsets him greatly. Turning to the man, he asks, "Are we trapped in the same trap again?" Beaten, barely breathing, with a wound on his forehead, the man agrees and says, "Yes, Mac." Their conversation is interrupted by a girl who asks to speak to him after they finish the fight. She wants to get it over with as soon as possible and finally wash up. Magic begins to form in her hand, which she uses easily. The fireball she creates flies straight towards the monster. Even the monster, seeing this attack, opens its mouth and starts to squeak. The fire engulfs him and creates a funnel from which only his piercing screams are heard. However, the devil cannot be hit by fire, and this monster remains alive even after the attack. It has more wounds on its body, which means more tentacles, which it points towards the team. Mac is the closest to the tentacles, and he has to fight back with his axe. The most dangerous tentacles were the ones that were low to the ground, and Mac jumps up to avoid them. "Die!" Mac shouted while in the air, preparing to swing his axe. His attack hit, and the monster's arm flew off its neck. The boy laughed and called the monster a wimp when he saw the arm fall off. But he didn't know that after such wounds, the monster's body mutates and even bigger tentacles appear. If small scratches grow into impressive tentacles, then such a large wound will grow into even bigger ones. Now the boy's laughter stopped, and he was no longer laughing like he had been 5 minutes ago. The monster released one of its tentacles right at the boy, and he didn't have time to put his axe down. The tentacle hit the boy, throwing him back. He hit his back against the rubble, and the tentacles began to approach him. He was saved only by the barrier formed by the girl in front of him. The lady appeared and saved him. Standing behind him, she shouted, "Run away quickly!" The boy thanked her. The staff in her hands glowed, creating a chakra around her that corresponded to the power of the wind. The attack the girl used is called Cutting Wind. It releases waves of wind that fly quickly toward the target and deliver a striking blow. The wind waves crash right into the monster's body. Blue energy flies around, and the monster becomes even more fierce and tougher. The speed of its tentacles causes fire to appear at the tips due to friction with the air. This time, the boy saves the girl by cutting off the monster's tentacle that almost killed her. "Have a nice trip to hell," he says, addressing the monster. One side of the monster is already completely cut off, and tentacles are scattered around it. The girl performs a fire wave, one of the most powerful attacks. Everything around her begins to glow red. The monster's screeching is so loud that it seems it can be used to break windows in buildings. A moment later, there is an explosion, the wave from which is larger than any building in this place. Someone was watching, standing on the edge of one of the buildings. It was a man with a scar on his face who saw everything from start to finish. Even one eye was enough for him to follow everything that was happening. The golden tree now looks red because of the glare of light from the fire that has engulfed almost half of the city. The body of the monster lies among the rubble of the buildings, because it was he who caused this disaster and paid for it with his life. During his death, he squeaked loudly, and lying on the ground dead, he remained with his mouth open. The team stands over him, assessing the monster and reflecting on what a great job they had done, and how strong an enemy they had defeated. Their silence is a testament to their strength and courage. They discuss who it was and how it got here. "Who the hell are they?" said the guy. The lady thanked everyone, putting her hand on her chest, and said that thanks to them she was able to get to the temple. The guy asked her not to thank them, because she had paid for their hotel accommodation, and he thought that they should thank her in this way. After that, he asked permission to greet her. When she heard this, she was very surprised. She turned to Mr. Mario, not understanding how he had come to be here, and asked him about it. He explained that he had received a report that something terrible was happening in this city. Looking at the number of corpses, it was obvious that it was true. She also wondered how Fibrio was doing, and asked about him. Mario explained that everything was fine and there was no reason to worry. She was very excited and said, "Thank God," because Fibrio had gone to the capital alone. "By the way, you need to go there too," she said, turning her head to the boy, realizing that they were looking for someone in the capital. He confirmed her words. However, the lady emphasized that the capital was very large, and it would be extremely difficult to find someone there. She offered to help them if they did not mind. The boy was surprised by the offer and asked what she meant, but the other guy interrupted him and said that he shouldn't hesitate. The girl added that she didn't care. The main thing for her now was to wash. Listening to everyone, the guy thought about it. The fire continued to engulf almost every building in the place. In one of the castles, the lights were on in some rooms. The door creaked open to one of the rooms. A man with a scar entered the room and closed the door behind him. His face, as always, was very serious. He turned to the man sitting at the table, apologized, and explained that his order had been disobeyed. The man, adjusting the mask on his face, looked him directly in the eye, or rather, in one eye. This bitter truth was hard for him to hear, but there was no other way out. There were many boxes on the table where he was sitting, and he began to open one of them. This man was about 48 years old. His beard was already beginning to turn gray, and half of his face was hidden by a mask. When he opened the box, he saw a letter. It was the next experiment, sealed with a stamp with the silhouette of Ares. Among the long streets of the city, cold weather and icy mountains in the distance, where it is always snowy and cold. A guy is walking down the street, looking down at his feet. This is Dan. In the cold season, his breath turns into steam. He is looking at the building in front of him. From today, the internship begins and will last for a whole week. Usually, the destination is determined according to the class, but an outstanding student can choose the internship site himself, which is why Dan did. A man appears next to him and says, "You're very early." It was a man with a mustache. He asked if Dan was nervous on the first day, and said that he didn't think he would be among the excellent students. As they entered one of the buildings, they talked about who would be in which department. Dan said he would be in the 3rd department, and the man replied that he would be in the 4th. They parted ways and said goodbye. Dan walks alone again and sees a room number in front of him, exactly the one he needs. He opens the door and looks inside, looking closely at what's going on. He sees a bunch of people, each doing their own thing. 3 men are immersed in paperwork, filling out every line, and a woman is standing at her desk. Dan starts walking around the room, but no one even pays attention to him. He had to do something to get someone to look at him. He decides to introduce himself, walks up to one of the men and says, "I'm Dan von Mark, I'm here for an internship." "Hey, do you even know what time it is?" one of the men said to him. "How can an intern be late on his first day?" added the director of the 3rd group, Fell. Dan didn't understand why he was being challenged, since he still had 30 minutes to go before work started. However, Fell asked him not to even think about ever arguing with him. Then he repeated himself. "I advise you not to do it again." What kind of nonsense is going on around here? Dan thought to himself. There were still 30 minutes to go. In a moment, he was already sitting at the desk, filling out the paperwork as well. The principal was watching each of them very closely, not taking his eyes off the students for even a minute. Dan looked at the principal every 15 seconds, thinking about what a strange man he was. It seemed like the principal was filling out some paperwork and not paying attention to the students. But at that moment, the principal raised his head and looked directly at Dan, and then started shouting, "Are you done with your work? Why are you staring at me?" Dan replies, "I've done everything you asked me to do." The director came over and asked him to hand over the papers Dan was working on. The boy picked up a piece of paper and handed it right into the teacher's hands. The principal took the paper and began to carefully check each line written by the boy. One thing surprised him. He couldn't find a single mistake, and looked at Dan and wondered how he had done everything so quickly. The other students who were present were afraid of the principal. He turned to them and shouted, "What are you staring at? Don't you have anything to do? Get to work quickly!" The boys found this picture stranger and stranger by the minute. However, the principal didn't even praise Dan for completing the work quickly, but only said, "If you're done, you can start cleaning up. Don't just stand there." Dan broke out in a sweat and rushed to the next task. A very interesting intern, the director said to himself as he watched Dan perform the task. The boy wasn't going to argue, he just did what the director said. Either he's steeped in discipline, or he's just really weird, the principal thought. It was already night outside, around 10 o'clock in the evening, but the streets were still filled with people. One of the people on the street was the principal, who was returning from work. He was walking after a hard day's work, and was enjoying every moment of the walk. When he reached his destination, he entered his apartment. "You're so punctual," he heard someone say. The guy who had addressed the director with these words was sitting at the table waiting for him. "Long time no see, Grant," the young man greeted him. Inside the brew pub, a conversation ensued about how the new guy, Dan, had been put in charge of all the accounting duties. Dan told the mustachioed man, "Not only were all the receipts and paperwork not organized at all, but I was left alone." The mustache assumed that Dan was suffering. Even after all this, the opportunity to get up to speed was wasted. "I thought Dan was special, even though it was ridiculous at the time. But he didn't even hear a single compliment from them," he added. "However, you shouldn't be so remorseful on your first day," the guy continued. After that, he asked Dan to cheer up and said that someday the head of the department would appreciate his talent. Dan drank his beer and remained silent, trying to drown out the hard day with a glass of beer. After drinking the entire glass, he slammed it loudly on the table. Having gathered his courage, he decided to see who would win. Meanwhile, in one of the buildings, the director was talking to a young man, expressing his dissatisfaction with the fact that he had been sent interns again, even though he had not asked for them. The guy explained that they were distributed equally among the heads of departments, and he couldn't just skip him. "Maybe you just can't forget what happened in the past," he asked. "It happened 5 years ago. You've repented enough. It's time to let it go," he explained. The director listened attentively. Finally, he could not stand it and said, "How can I? That incident is still fresh in my mind, as if it happened only yesterday." The guy listened to these words in silence, understanding the director, because such incidents leave a big mark on one's life. After that, the director put an envelope on the table with something in it. "This is information about Scorpio. Look at it," the principal said. The boy opened the letter and began to read it carefully. After studying the details, he concluded that this person was too weak to be part of Scorpio. The director explained that this person could be a decoy. That was one of their options. "Bait, you say," the guy repeated, holding his chin with his hand and thinking, suggesting different options. "You could die. Are you still willing to do it?" the boy asked the director. And then there was a pause. However, the director said that he had come here knowing the risk that might be involved. He asked him not to worry, and explained that he would catch him, no matter what it took. Meanwhile, it was daytime in that place, and there was snow on the mountains. It was so cold that every building was wrapped in a blanket of ice, and there was ice on the roofs. A guy was standing right outside Dan's door and knocking on the door. It was Fox, and he said, "Dan, breakfast is ready." But there was only silence outside the door, and no one answered. Fox waited for 5 minutes. Finally, unable to stand it, he opened the door to look inside. Seeing the emptiness, he was surprised. There was no one in the room. The only object was a lone chair, a bag on the table, and the bed was made. No Dan was there. Meanwhile, at the school where Dan was doing his internship, he walked into the classroom and noticed that the principal's desk was filled with a pile of documents. This angered Dan, because he had come to work even earlier to file an appeal, but no one was there. While he was angry, the head of the department appeared behind him. "You probably have nothing to do since you came to work so early?" he asked him. Dan said hello, and the boss replied, "Good morning, my friend," and walked over to a chair, pushing it back to sit down. He put a large pile of papers on the table that needed to be dealt with. Dan walked over to them and was frightened when he saw them. The boss explained that it was a list of all the residents of their neighborhood. "Can you organize them by age?" Dan heard the request and looked at the pile of papers and got a little confused. "Yes, sir," Dan replied, and the words resonated throughout the room because he said it with excitement. This day was going to be very busy. Dan sat at his desk with the other students who had arrived on time and sorted through the paperwork as he was asked. The head of the department also worked carefully with each document, taking a responsible approach to his job, although he had completely different thoughts in his head. Suddenly, a loud thud of papers on the desk came from right next to his left hand, and he looked at the huge pile of documents in front of him. Dan was sorting through this mountain of papers, categorizing them by age. His boss asked him to let him know immediately if there was anything else he needed to do. The director probably expected Dan to refuse, but he asked him to organize the documents by address. If he doesn't want to do it, then let him not do it, the director thought to himself. Realizing that the guy was not obligated to anyone, However, Dan took up the documents and said he would do it right away. He organized everyone by address, drawing with a pencil on paper, and thought to himself, "What a jerk with glasses this director is." Time passed, and it was almost mid-afternoon. About a few hours later, Dan brought in the same mountain of documents he had made. "I'm done with this. Please look at these documents. Check the work," Dan asked. But in his head he was thinking, "Well, damn department head. Do you think I'm going to lose to you?" The director took one sheet of paper and said, "This is the list of the dead for this year. Go and remove them from the list you just made." "The list of the dead?" Dan repeated quietly, and the principal asked, "Don't you want to do it?" "Then don't do it. You don't have to," said the boss. But Dan only went deeper into his thoughts, deciding that he couldn't and wouldn't give up. His expression became more serious and very angry. "Can I go to the restroom?" The conversation continued in the classroom. A lone bird adapted to the cold season flies in the sky. Right next to it, something is flying at a very high speed. What can fly like that in the sky with the help of magic? It must be somebody, the bird thought. It is an angry Dan flying and saying curse words at the teacher. His emotions are off the charts, he's furious, but he still continues to speak. Okay, let's see who wins in the end. Dan's hard day comes to an end, and it's already evening, but there is one but. All the work that he has undertaken is not yet finished, and he has to stay in the classroom to finish everything. 3 of the pencils he used have already broken because he was so angry and just smashed them on the table. Behind him, the principal is watching through the window. The director continues to think about the conversation that happened last night. Once again, after a hard day, he walks down the same street. He enters a pub and asks for the cheapest alcohol they have. The bartender starts to explain what the cheapest alcohol is, but then the word sunset is uttered, which is a code word, and the bartender understands. Turning back, he asks the director to go to the room behind him. The door to this room opened. A girl in a purple outfit was sitting at a table right in front of him, with various flasks of drinks in a sideboard behind her, with spells on them. "It's been a long time, Mr. Fell," the girl said, greeting him with these words. He came closer to her and put his backpack right on the table. Without even greeting her, he asked her if she had prepared the information about Scorpio that he was expecting from her. She realized his serious intentions and how serious he was about hearing everything from her about Scorpio. The words rang out in the room. Of course. And for another character, the day came to an end. Dan, barely able to move his feet, walked down the same street with his head down. "Damn department head. Do you think I'm going to stand still?" "Just wait. I'll get back at you someday," Dan repeated to himself. Then he saw the same department head coming out of the pub carrying a backpack. Wearing glasses and with a face that expressed satisfaction with the job he had just completed, he looked confident. Dan saw this and, reading his expression, couldn't believe that he was going to come out of there. Looking to his right, he noticed a sign that said beer bar and had a glass of beer drawn on it. Then Dan understood everything and guessed why the man had come here. The sun's rays were falling directly on the building. Its columns had been standing steadfast for several thousand years. Dan was inside, his face wet with sweat, because he had an important task to perform. In front of him were 2 giant stacks of documents to sort through, and it seemed like there were more and more of them every day. He turned his head back to look at the man who had given him such a difficult task, placing an unbearable burden on his shoulders as his fellow students watched. The damned boss had started bossing Dan around since the morning, not giving him a break. "Do you think I'm going to stay put?" Dan repeated to himself over and over again. And these thoughts brought a mysterious smile to his face. He turned to a student like himself and asked if he wanted a cup of tea. He agreed and said, "Sure, if you don't mind." Dan went into the kitchen and started making tea, putting the kettle on and pouring hot water into it. There were already 5 cups of hot tea on the table, with steam rising from them. To his left, he opened a portal and stuck his hand right into it. From the portal, he took out a leaf of yerba morphine, which causes abdominal pain after use, and thought, "Bear with me for a while. After this, you'll have to go to the bathroom right away." Dan opened the door to the room, walked in, and told everyone that he had already made tea and offered to drink it. Everyone agreed, and recognized that it made sense. He took the last cup of tea he had in his hands to his boss and put it on his desk. Dan smiled in a friendly way and asked for permission to return to work. The boss picked up the cup and began to stare at it as if he were suspicious. Dan sat back in his seat, turned his head, and couldn't wait for the boss to take his first sip. The cup was getting closer and closer to his mouth. And then he took the first sip. A loud coughing sound echoed throughout the audience. The boss began to cough, and blood began to flow from his mouth. Everyone immediately ran to him, but he had already fallen face down on the table and fainted. One of the students shouted, "Contact the church immediately. What are you doing? The principal's glasses fell off as they hit the table, and his blood continued to flow. Dan himself did not expect this turn of events. The tea he had given him was not supposed to have this effect, and it all looked very strange. Meanwhile, right in the hospital, all of his graduate students and friends gathered around the bed where the director was lying, standing in anticipation and sadness that this had happened to him. The doctor said that, fortunately, his life was not in danger. One of those present asked a question. What happened in the first place? And another question was asked. Do all the students have magic? Dan held his breath. It would have been too bad if Mr. Dan hadn't used his detoxification magic against the poison. It was incredible. I've got a new way of looking at you, he heard the man say behind him. The man asked again, Is that really you, Dan von Mark? The man asked Dan if he could have a moment to talk to him to discuss an important matter, and to thank him for his help. Dan was very curious about what this man wanted from him. He turned and began to look at his interlocutor carefully. It was the Knights of the White Deer. Their building was incredibly beautiful, and a concrete sculpture of a white deer's head towered above the entrance with majestic columns. After placing a sample of gastric juice on the table, they said they had found that the poison in Mr. Fell's stomach contained the substance chorin. They assumed that it was Dan who had poisoned him and questioned him. Dan took the piece of glass with the gastric juice and began to examine it carefully. But there was one problem. Dan had not added this substance, called chorin. There are witnesses who claim to have seen Mr. Fell coughing up blood after drinking the tea you prepared, Dan heard. No, why would I add poison? The boy shouted back. The people wanted to beat the truth out of him and forced him to confess. Dan begged them to stop bluffing and start telling the truth. The door to the room began to open. The person who entered addressed the man with the words, Didn't I tell you not to accuse so quickly? This man was in charge of the Knights and had been teaching them how to investigate cases for some time. He turned to the young man and asked him to apologize for his subordinate's mistake. He told Dean that he could leave and promised that he would continue to work on the case himself. A few seconds later, the door slammed behind Dan and he quickly ran out of the room. The man first of all thanked Dan when he heard that it was the guy who saved his life. He explained that they had been friends since they were young, but to be safe, they had to check him out. This is part of the process, so please bear with me, the sir asked. There was another substance they found while cleaning the director's stomach. The man took out a mirror with this substance on it. After research, we found that it was gergamorphin, the man said. The same substance was in the tea that Dan brewed, he added, and realized everything. He then asked the boy to explain what had happened. Dan had to think about what to say to get out of this situation. However, there is nothing stronger than the truth, and he confessed, I slipped him gergamorphin. He explained that over the past 4 days, he had been under a lot of stress from boring and difficult tasks, and although he knew he was doing something wrong, he still put the substance in the tea to give him diarrhea as revenge. The boy told this to the man, who listened attentively. However, the man had another question. How exactly did Dan get the gergamorphin? He heard from the boy that he had brought it from his small rural town. Dan explained that he needed the herbs for his alchemy classes, and that this substance was not illegal. Alchemy, the interrogator whispered to himself, realizing why the boy was able to save the director. It seemed that their conversation was already coming to an end, and the boy felt it, so he asked if he could just leave. However, the man explained that, unfortunately, according to the rules, he would have to stay here for a while. The first-ranking official almost died of poisoning. The kid had one request for this man, and he told him about it. Dan asked for just 1 day and assured him, Give me 1 day, and I will be able to find the culprit. How are you going to catch the criminal? The man asked him. Dan explained that the chorin found in Mr. Fall's stomach takes effect almost immediately, but there was a way to slow it down. The man listened to him carefully. He didn't understand how there could be a way to slow down the poisoning, but Dan wasn't going to stop and continued to talk. After that, the kid looked down at the substance in front of him and began to explain. If you cover the specially processed chorin with a thin layer, you can make it reach the stomach much more slowly, Dan explained. In simple terms, if we search everyone who might be using this method, we can find the culprit, Dan said. The man had a question. How do we determine the number of people who can do this? However, Dan asked not to worry about it. I have one way to do it. This left them with a question between them. That day ended and a new one began. Dan was no longer at the interrogation site, and it seemed as if he had disappeared. But in fact, he had begun to act on his plan. Now Dan had a difficult mission on his shoulders. He had a plan, and now he was standing right at the entrance to the beer bar he had left the night he met his director on the street. The Big Mama news agency had given him a map of the city and contacts to contact. The place where Foal went yesterday was right here. He had come here to find out about Scorpio. A question was asked behind Dan. "Why are you just standing there?" A high-ranking young man approached and asked Dan this question. This young man was the vice captain of the White Deer Knights, and he looked very serious. He annoyed Dan a little, but he had to put up with it. After taking a few steps towards Dan, he was already standing next to him, and they were looking at the same point together. They looked directly at the beer bar sign that hung above the door in front of them and said in unison, "Let's go." They walked into the bar with Dan and looked around, looking at every person sitting at the tables. The room was almost completely filled with people who came here to drink beer, eat shrimp, and relax after a hard day's work. Looking left and right, they saw who they wanted and started walking in the right direction. "A glass, please?" they asked the bartender. As he approached them, he asked, "What exactly do you want?" "A metal blessing," Dan suddenly interjected into the conversation. "The moist back meat is roasted, and the back meat will be pretty stinky," the bartender said, and asked if they needed more appetizers. After a few incomprehensible words the Dobermans used to address the boys, he realized what they wanted. He turned around and started walking toward the door behind him. The guy who was with Dan didn't understand what he was saying, because there were a lot of incomprehensible words. He asked him, but Dan asked him to just follow him. "This door hides many secrets," the boy thought. The bartender led them inside and told them that she would be here soon if they waited a little while. At the other end of the room, a door opened and a woman came out, talking to the director. She met the boy's eyes, and it was clear that this was not the first time she had seen him. Dan also looked her straight in the eye, because he had already done business with her and made a fake ID for her. They all greeted each other and sat down at a table with a magic ball in the center. Looking at this girl, Dan had a strange feeling, as if he was trying to see right through her. He realized that this woman was Granwell's informant, and her eyes seemed familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere before, not just during the ID production. The girl asked the boys what kind of information they wanted to get. "Anything we can find out about anyone who works with Horan in the imperial capital." "Felagrant von Bologna's tracks for a month," Dan asked. Dan also asked about all the information that Fall had bought from her. There was a pause. The girl thought about it, her eyes sliding from the boys to the magic layer, as if she were weighing all the possible answers. "This is unexpected. I didn't think you would raise a successor," she said. Dan was surprised and asked her to explain. The girl agreed and said she would provide all the necessary information. "The cost of the service is 2 gold coins, she added. "Why are you saying this to me?" asked the guy who was with Dan when he heard the amount. "Did you hear her? She said 2 gold coins. Put it on the account of the Knights of the White Stag," Dan said, teasing. His friend, however, was outraged and jumped up from his chair, shouting, "Why the hell are you doing this?" The girl apologized and explained that she didn't keep accounts or credit. The guys asked her in surprise if this was true, looking for doubts in her words. After that, the guy threw 2 gold coins on the table, which fell with a clang. The guy opened his wallet, and, very surprised, turned to Dan. "Where did you get such big money?" But Dan did not pay attention to him, continuing to talk to the girl, asking how long it would take. She leaned on the table and said with a smile that she already had all the information she needed. Suddenly, Dan heard a question from the girl. "Can I ask you something in advance?" And then came a very unexpected question. "How did you find out the password to our informant business?" A minute passed, and Dan remained silent, not answering, just looking her straight in the eye. 2 gold coins, the girl repeated, which surprised her even more, because she had no idea what he was talking about. But Dan continued, "I'll tell you if you give me 2 gold coins," showing the 2 coin sign on his fingers, indicating that was how much he needed. This made her think about whether or not she should give the money. Maybe I'm being tested, she thought, especially since Dan seemed very suspicious. "It doesn't matter. I'll figure it out on my own. Because I'm an informant," she decided. And decided not to give the 2 gold coins. Behind them there was a knock at the door. The girl sat at the table and thought about every word they had just said together while talking. After the knock, she heard someone's footsteps in the room. Someone came in without even waiting for her to open the door. It was a large woman, and she felt that this guy looked very familiar to the girl, so she asked if she knew him. Taking off her hood, she remembered that he was someone she knew from the Magic Academy. She deduced that he was here to solve the case of Fowl's murder, which she reported to the large woman, who smirked, having many questions. Since Fowl was an elite spy of the imperial capital, they realized who this guy who had just come to them was, and even the girl realized one very interesting thing. If Dan knew something, namely, that Fall had bought information from them last night, then it was very likely that he was Fall's heir, as the girls speculated. However, Big Mommy had very big doubts because of the word heir. and the girl was very much concerned that he had gotten here using the usual method of secret meetings, not the method agreed with the royalty. After that, the girl said she needed to find out how he knew the password he used to get in. "No, don't contact him," she heard her big mommy say. And this surprised her greatly. Addressing her mom respectfully, she asked if she could find out why. "It would be better if you just do as I say," the big mommy said, turning her head in her direction. The girl was about to say a few words, but the surprise on her face was caused by the way Big Mommy said it. "This is an order," she said. The girl fell to her knees and began to bow to her mommy, assuring her of her loyalty and readiness to always follow her orders. Meanwhile, outside, Dan was sitting on the stones that were laid out on the edge of the pavement. He was holding papers in his hands, and a boy was standing next to him. The papers were given to him by the informant, and he carefully read what was written in each of them. Dan had his doubts, but all of Fall's actions were described in detail in the papers for a whole month. From this he realized that Fall must have been someone even emperors feared. After that, he turned to the boy and asked him if he had a map of the Empire's capital. "A map of the capital of the Empire?" the boy asked in surprise. He then took the map out of his pocket and handed it to Dan. Dan quickly snatched the map out of the guy's hand in a matter of seconds. This embarrassed the guy a bit, and he said that he had to be careful with it because it was a boss card. Dan held the card in his hands, carefully studying its details. And next to him, he heard the boy shouting that he would be punished if he lost or damaged the card. When Dan placed the map directly on the brick, the boy almost fainted and started screaming loudly in fear that something would happen to it. "Oh shit!" the guy shouted, standing behind Dan. "Please be a little quieter," Dan asked him. Dan explained to the guy that they had to find the criminal, not worry about some damn map right now. Finding interesting details on the map, the guy continued to study it more and more carefully, because there was really something important there. In total, 36 people work with Horan in the imperial capital. Dan circled some of the symbols on the map that were drawn there. Horina is a poisonous herb strong enough, he realized, to require special magical protection. But even holding the magical protection cannot last long because of the strength of the poison, so there is a limit to how long you can carry it with you. Taking into account people who follow the same path as Minister Crook, the circle of suspects has narrowed to 3 people. Karpov, Dwen, and Byrne are the 3 people Dan considers suspects in this case, as he believes that only they could have done it because their magic is very strong. The boy finally waited until Dan was done and heard him say that they had to go. Without waiting for the boy to understand what he was supposed to do, Dan turned around and started walking away. "Where do we have to go?" the boy asked curiously. However, Dan clearly told him that their main goal was to catch the criminal. At the same time, right inside one of the buildings, a tense atmosphere reigned. Each room was full of interesting things arranged in a chaotic manner, as if everything pointed to hidden secrets. Behind the front door, muffled voices could be heard, among which Dan's voice was distinct. "This way," he shouted, directing his magic directly toward the door, after which the wood cracked and the door shattered. The onlookers became more and more fascinated by Dan's mysteriousness and could not understand why he was breaking the door so vigorously. There was one person inside the building who watched the door fly out, his eyes wide with surprise. "What the hell is this? Why did you break this door?" the man asked the boys. He had a beautiful French mustache and a white jacket that gave him a comical appearance. The guy behind Dan started to apologize, but Dan ignored him and showed the man a badge with a drawn deer on it, and said that they were the Knights of the White Deer. The man continued to ask questions, surprised to learn where they got the token. Dan replied with a serious expression that they were interested in his name and asked, "You're Karpal, right?" The man confirmed this information, but asked what exactly brought the guys here. Dan explained that they had received a report about drug production here. "What the hell?" the man said with a frightened face, beginning to assure him that their workshop was completely clean and innocent. Dan decided to check it out for himself, walked over to the flasks of colored liquids, and began to examine each one in the room. He picked up everything he saw, carefully examining the contents. His friend, frightened, asked Dan if he was threatening the man, knowing how serious drug-related crimes are. "Isn't that right?" Dan replied, "Of course. I know that even a first offense is punishable by a minimum of 10 years in prison, and possibly the death penalty." He knew this because he had won first place in imperial law in college. Hearing Dan's answer, the man froze and stood there, doing nothing. Dan asked him not to stand still and to search every shelf in the room, of which there were many, focusing on finding evidence. After a moment, they began to search the room together, carefully reading the labels on each bottle and looking for any clues that might point to traces of drugs. The kid went to one of the shelves and looked very closely at two small bottles with screw caps that caught his attention because of their unusual appearance. That's because sealing toxins requires the acid of a giant nepenthes and the blood of an ice troll, which was an extremely rare combination of ingredients. Even with magic, it would be impossible to hide the smell of these ingredients. And right in the middle of the room was an interesting tool that was used for special intentions. "Isn't it here?" the boy thought, clinging to every possible clue and beginning to doubt his conclusions. He turned his head to the left and looked intently at the man, who looked very suspicious, standing and whistling as if he were nervous. As he watched him, Dan realized that the man might be hiding something, so he approached him and asked him to step aside for a second. The man stammered and asked, "What do you mean?" Dan explained that he suspected the man was hiding something. "There's nothing! You must mean something completely incomprehensible," the man said, trying to remain calm. Dan turned to his friend, asking him to check the area behind the man, which made the suspect even more agitated. The guy walked over to the small box and started to open it carefully, while the man was screaming, "What are you doing? There's nothing in there! Stop!" As soon as his hand touched the box and began to open it, the man continued to shout even louder, "Stop! Stop now!" In a moment, the box was open, and the two of them looked inside, curiously looking at the contents. Their expressions instantly changed when they saw that inside were photographs that definitely had nothing to do with drugs. The box did contain some very interesting images, hentai photos showing naked girls, and it shocked them. The man was so angry that his body started to tremble, and he didn't know what to say, feeling extremely uncomfortable and humiliated. "Get out of here right now," he said, followed by an explosion on the first floor of the building. The guy was holding his right eye with one hand and could not walk quickly because of his injury. Dan turned to him and asked him to keep up because he was 10 steps ahead, but the guy explained that the bastard had hurt him. He started screaming without asking permission and promised that after all this, the bastard would rot in prison for the rest of his life. Dan did not even pay attention to these words. The guy on Dan's right continued to shout, annoying and annoying, but Dan looked ahead, focusing on something else. Looking at the map, Dan searched for this place that was now in front of him, thinking that it might be the other suspect's workshop. This time, Dan knocked lightly on the door, not demolishing it with his magic. The door opened and a man with glasses peered through the crack, asking who was there. The boys asked if it was really Devin's workshop, and the man replied by asking what brought them here. Dan grabbed the door near the man's glasses, which confused him. The man hadn't expected the door to open so quickly, because Dan had pulled it hard and didn't even ask permission to enter. The man looked suspicious, and he immediately started asking what they were doing here. Dan answered that they had received information about drug production and trafficking in this place. "What? Drugs?" the man asked in surprise, but Dan kept moving forward, ignoring him. The man started calling it nonsense and asked him to leave immediately. His appearance raised even more questions. There was a magical barrier in front of the door that the man had used for safety. What is he hiding behind this door? Dan thought as he continued his mission. "Sesame! Open up!" shouted Dan right in front of the door, raising his hand up and using magic. The man did not expect the boy to be able to use magic. When he heard the door open, he squeezed his eyes shut and gritted his teeth. Under his cloak, he could see that his body was bandaged. The moment Dan flew through the door, he decided not to use magic, but simply broke through it with his hand. What he saw inside raised a question in his mind. What is this? They saw wooden barrels standing at the end of the room. Together with the boy, they came closer and looked at them carefully, because there was nothing else in the room except these barrels, and they were very curious about what was inside. When they opened one of the lids, they saw drugs, a purple liquid with bubbles on the surface, which indicated the presence of drugs. The man realized they were caught. "Shit, we've been caught," he said, addressing an unknown person. Suddenly it became clear to whom he was addressing, because people appeared from all corners of the building. They were sitting at tables, hiding wherever they could. The man, thinking there were many more, turned to Dan. "Why are there only 2 of you here? Kill them," was the immediate order given to these people. One of them was holding a knife. The guy had to take his knife out of his pocket. He could not even imagine that enemies would be hidden here. The guy turned to Dan and asked him to stay close to him, because otherwise he would not be able to protect him. Holding a knife in one hand, he began to cover him. Behind him, Dan said, "You don't have to worry about that." Dan already had a gas mask on his face, protecting him from the poisonous gas. The boy looked at it and was very frightened. Not understanding why his friend was wearing this mask, Dan had an interesting thing in his hands, a smoke bomb with his thumb on the trigger. The sound of tsk 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 was heard as the iron bomb fell to the floor tiles and rolled straight toward the criminals. His friend was holding a sword and watching closely. All the criminals and drug dealers focused their eyes on the checker that rolled right to their feet. There was one question in their minds. What is this? They had no idea what was happening. Smoke began to come out of the hole of the checker rapidly and very quickly. There was so much of it that it was flying out of the front door into the street, creating a large cloud of smoke that made half of this giant building invisible. Through the thick fog, you could barely see the door and see it. It was not an ordinary smoke at all. The men had to get acquainted with the chemistry that was inside. It made them all faint and lie on the floor. Each of them, even the main thief, did not have time to escape. Although usually the main criminals always find a way to disappear. The deputy boss was also lying on the floor, drooling from his mouth. Even he was in Dan's sights. Dan did it on purpose so that this guy would get some sleep. It would all be over for him when he woke up from his short nap. After a while, people began to gather near the same building where the events had just taken place. 3 men entered the building to see what had caused such a thick cloud of smoke outside. They noticed unconscious people inside. This led them to assume it was poison gas. However, one of the men said that an investigation revealed that an accident had occurred during an alchemical experiment. Their identities were established. They looked like workshop workers. But this still had to be verified. He walked over to the vice captain and saw that his eyes were closed, but he was breathing. Reaching out to him, he tried to revive him by speaking to him. Vice captain, wake up! One of the men noticed that there was a note on the vice captain's chest and reported it to the captain. There was a note on the vice captain's chest and a flower in front of it. The man bent closer to take a closer look. The note itself read, "Died here fighting with a drug dealer," and next to it was a red rose. The note was written right on the map Dan had taken from the vice captain. "Hey you, why are you writing on the map? I'm going to get punished," the vice captain barely managed to say as he woke up from his sleep. The man leaned closer to hear what the vice captain was saying. They were waiting eagerly for his next words, and he spoke a little louder. "Oh, you rascal, are you really dead?" The men stood over him and listened to his words, trying to understand what he was saying. At the same time, on the roof of one of the buildings, in the silence of the night, Dan, wearing his cloak, walked along the edge of the roof, keeping perfect balance despite the danger of falling. He reached for his mask. Thanks to the magic of enhanced perception, the Mark II mask gave him additional capabilities. Soon he was at the window, about to open it and climb in. In a moment, he was in the room. In front of him, he saw a beautiful table with books on it. On the right side of the table was a giant shelf full of books. He looked around the room carefully, searching for something important, and his eyes fell on a very interesting thing that was lying right on the table. It was a nepenthes flower, which looked extremely interesting and attracted attention. Dan didn't expect to see anyone in the room, but he heard 2 men talking. One of them said, "Damn, how did he survive? I must have added poison." The second man continued. Fortunately, they detained a civil service trainee as a suspect. "Are you saying you can blame him if things go wrong?" Their main goal was to avoid responsibility, even if things went wrong. One of them assured me, "There is no reason to worry. If something goes wrong, the owner will arrange new identities for us." His friend hoped that everything would be as promised. Confident in his safety, the man suddenly heard sounds behind him. It was Dan jumping off the roof. He appeared from the side, and the man turned his head to see him and was very surprised. For this insidious conversation, Dan kicked him, sending him flying. His friend saw his friend flying backwards and crashing right into the closet. His friend was very scared because he thought that his friend would become very smart when he remembered the whole library that he flew into from the impact. However, he didn't have to be afraid, because his friend was already tied up with a rope in an instant. It happened so fast that he didn't even have time to realize anything. Dan stood right in front of him, waiting for words, not even asking anything. Their silence lasted a long time, and Dan's face showed seriousness. With his Mark II mask on, he finally spoke. "The Black Reaper has come for you. Who are you?" the man asked in fear, immediately asking to be untied. In one of his pockets was a very interesting thing, a golden badge. Dan reached into his pocket to look at it and take it out. He became very curious about what kind of badge it was. Dan was surprised to see the badge, and when he looked at it closer, his eyes opened even wider in wonder. The badge depicted the emblem of a wolf howling inside a wreath. And then it became clear what this was about and who these people were. At the same time, a man stood by a window with purple curtains hanging from it, looking out into the infinity of the big world. He was staring intently, and not a single nerve in his face flinched. It seemed that he could stand there for hours. A woman in purple with a scorpion mask on her head asked him why he was so nervous, and then she asked, "What's wrong?" It was her. One of the 12 signs of the zodiac, Scorpio. Screaming, the man explained that he was no good for jokes. It all happened when they were trying to deal with hunting dogs that were chasing her. She told him that he got a little confused, and it happened when he was caught right by the tail. Standing up, she said they had nothing more to talk about and it was time to say goodbye. The man asked her to stay and to wait, but she ignored his request and started to leave. He asked her what she needed and what he should do to kill the dogs. She was already at the door, turned around and said, "You know the answer, and you are transformed." And after that he realized what she meant, the blessing of the goddess. A thief named Lupin had stolen it, and waving his arms he began to shout at her. She did not expect that he had not yet been accepted. With red lips painted with bright lipstick, she said, "Then there is nothing to be done." She added that she would collect her debt herself, which confused him even more. He was very nervous and saw her leaving, which he did not want to do, and asked her to stop. "If I get caught, you will be in danger," he shouted after her on that magical day. Right next to the building, on one of the roofs, were Dan's feet. Dan, having finished with those 2 scumbags and left them a whole shelf of books to study, was already here. It was here that he learned a very interesting name from these guys, the Marquis of Bolton. The man tied up with ropes explained that the Marquis had taught him alchemy and ordered him to poison Foal. He added that he was really only following orders and knew nothing else, and he was telling about it in a panic, tied up in ropes. He hoped until the last moment that Dan would let him go and untie him, allowing him to go about his business. But Dan didn't think so. He took the gas mask out of his pocket again. Putting it over his face, Dan explained that if you complete a mistake, you have to be punished. The boy looked at Dan with fear, not knowing what would happen next. At the same time, a knight was standing in the hallway guarding the room. He was wearing iron armor and holding a sword. The knight stood there, unsuspecting, enjoying the sunlight that fell through the window. The sun's rays fell on him and illuminated the crystals that appeared next to him and began to glow. His eyes began to spin and he began to lose consciousness. A moment later, he fell to the floor with a loud thud and his armor crushed him. He fell into a deep sleep. His body began to be drawn into the room behind him. It was Dan who dragged the knight into the room and stood right next to him. After the dirty work, he shook off his gloves, looking at the man who was lying right under his feet. Before sunset, Dan needed to find proof that the Marquis of Bolton was behind this. He looked at one of the rooms in front of him and remembered that there was a safe in that room. He needed to find the safe first, because it might contain something important, and he was almost certain that he would find something useful there. Dan opened the door to this room, went in, and saw something that surprised him. Right next to the safe was Scorpio. She stood right above the safe, looking at the picture on the wall, which depicted mountains, and said, "Oh my God, this is not a place where anybody can go." Dan had expected to see only a safe, but what he saw now made him even more excited and surprised. She turned to the boy and asked him what brought him here, calling him a dear guest. His first glance at her was silent as he gazed intently into her face. She was wearing a scorpion-shaped mask, which he found strange. The meeting here, in this empty room, seemed absolutely impossible. "It's very strange, because I didn't expect to meet anyone here," he said. To which she replied, "Neither did I," echoing his words with amazement. "But since I was the first to arrive, this area is kind of mine, isn't it?" she asked, placing her hand on the safe to her left. "We'll see." Dan replied, disagreeing with her. "You know I'm no pushover, don't you?" she said, gauging his level of surprise. They stood opposite each other, as if in a duel, under an elegant chandelier. She was the first to speak. "I may regret this someday." She looked him straight in the eye, wondering if she should lash out at him. Starting a fight for no reason could mean defeat, she reasoned. He agreed with her words, deciding to back off, but curiously asked who would win. "Is this a comparison?" she asked, to which he replied that she was very smart. "Then what about this?" she suggested, throwing in a new idea. She reiterated their common goal by placing her hand on the safe again. "If we find something extra, we can exchange it. It will be much more efficient," she suggested. His response was silence. He just stared at her intently. "We need to be careful." His voice finally rang out in the room. "I love being careful. I'll give myself one chance. Every safe belongs to the person who takes it," he said. After that, they agreed to meet at this spot where everything would be in plain sight. But it was clear from the way he looked at her that he didn't trust her. She had the same look, although it was not visible through her mask. But everything was clear. He had to act very quickly. He pushed off the ground and ran in the right direction, and the cloak on his back began to develop from the speed. But they hadn't discussed what to do if they both wanted the same thing. This could have led to a conflict. This was not the way to go. First, Dan had to find as many things as possible. Meanwhile, the deputy who had been poisoned by smoke the day before was lying in the house. Slowly, he began to regain consciousness, and his consciousness gradually returned to him. The captain approached him and saw that he was already lying with his eyes open. He addressed him. "Are you awake?" The guy started to get up, and the captain was surprised to see that. They began a dialogue about whether the boy was feeling better, whether he was feeling well. When the boy got out of bed and sat up a bit, he saw a rose and a note on his chest, which surprised him. The captain explained that he had been told that the note was attached by magic. The note said that the magic used the flower as a catalyst to block half of the soporific effect. "Well, okay," the captain said, deciding to change the subject. He then asked where exactly von Mark Den was. The guy started mumbling something, but couldn't explain anything concrete. When he recovered a bit, they started walking down the corridor and talking. The captain was very surprised that the kid had used a sleeper bomb, and he didn't understand what they were thinking. The deputy did not know what to do next. If people find out that they were dealing with suspicious people, this issue will not be left alone. The captain suggested continuing the investigation into the drug trafficking case, but the question arose as to where to find the person using the sleeper bombs. The captain knew that the real culprit would be found today, and suggested waiting. The boy listened carefully to every word of the captain, memorizing everything he said. Meanwhile, in the Marquis of Butlen's mansion, the girl stood by the safe, carefully studying it. She was looking forward to the guy who was about to come, but he still wasn't there. Behind her, she heard a sound as if someone was coming. She turned her head back to see if it was Dan. Yes, it was him. He walked into the room wearing a mask, keeping quiet and saying nothing. She noticed he was late and asked what he was looking for. Fortunately, he had been the first to receive the cure about the Marquis of Butlen, but he needed to check everything. He approached her and offered to proceed with the deal they had agreed on. The girl agreed. She snapped her finger to summon the portal. A portal appeared right next to her, from which she could get anything. This is the so-called space. Dan saw it and was very surprised when she opened the space. Various objects began to fly out of the space. Golden rings, jewelry boxes, magic carpets, blue necklaces, and many other things, including diamond rings. All of this was worth a lot of money. All these objects began to whirl and fly around her. She turned to the boy and said, "What do you want? Tell me and I will give you everything you need." As Dan looked closely at each item, he realized that they contained everything from war fairies to rare magic ingredients. Almost all of these things were hard to get, even if you really wanted to. She asked him to show her his items. The space Dan had summoned opened up on his right side, and in a moment, his hand fell in. At the same moment, various documents, white paper, certificates, all of them flying around him. She was very surprised that he had mostly just documents. She was interested in the documents titled Northern Continent Conscription, End of the Magic Clan, and Breath of the Saint Clan. He said that there was everything except the end, and they stood opposite each other, holding their items in the air with magic. The contrast in the value of the items seemed great, but the documents could be much more valuable than any object. She took one of the certificates in her hand, opened it, and began to read, saying to herself, "Very good. Now it was time for Dan to choose what he wanted." His hand began to reach out into space again, and his fingers got closer. After a moment, however, Dan was standing by the window with one foot on the sill, about to leave. As it seemed that everything had already been decided, she called the guy very businesslike, but her eyes under the mask hid something, and she had her own agenda. Every moment in that room Dan felt tense. When he was about to leave, she asked him a question. He turned his head to her and listened intently. She put her fingers to her lips, which were covered in black lipstick, which was very flattering, and praised him, saying that he was the first person who had ever made her so happy. As she said goodbye, she wished him a good day and said mysteriously, "See you later." When Dan looked around once more, he saw only the wind remaining in the room in the form of energy. Its disappearance was so curious that even Dan, who had long known magic, was surprised. Evening came and another day was over. In one of the many rooms in the city, a man was looking at documents by candlelight. He turned his head to the left, attracted by a sound coming from that direction. He saw the body of one man, and another with him, fall into his room, tied with a rope, after kicking in the door. "What's going on? Who are they?" the man thought as he looked at them. And they just lay on the floor, not knowing what to say. Dan appeared behind the man and said, "I promised to find the real culprits." Dan held up a piece of paper that was evidence, and told the captain that he had found them, At Dongjendo Station, a man stood on the platform waiting for the train to arrive. The sound of iron wheels was heard, and a steam locomotive was pulling up to the station, honking loudly. Out of the train came the boys who had recently fought heroically in the desert, rescuing their mistress and defeating one of the most fearsome and powerful monsters they had ever met. This girl was Dan's sister, who had been traveling the world in search of her little brother, and they had arrived at the exact place. It was exactly where her younger brother was. After searching for clues and signs of his whereabouts for a long time, they finally arrived where they needed to be. That evening, the captain was handed over the real criminal, his accomplice, and the evidence. All these gifts were provided by Dan. All the rest of the work was to be done by the Knights of the White Stag. What are his principles? Dan wondered, finding himself in a place he never expected to be. He spent several days in a detention center sitting in a cold cell. It seemed like he wanted to do a good deed, but he ended up behind bars on straw. He was a little relieved when his friends from the boarding house visited him. But after that, he decided to refuse the visits because they would come, stand under the cage and shout, "What are you even doing there?" Only Alice mockingly said that this place suited him very well. Soon, Warden Felgrad woke up in the giant building. The boss, whom Dan had met again, said nothing, but then looked at him and smiled calmly. The meaning of that smile, which Dan did not understand at the time, was revealed to him when he checked his performance evaluation sheet. He carefully studied each line in the table, and next to each grade was the highest possible score. All the while, Dan thought that this man was bad and was just throwing assignments at him because he had nothing to do. However, in this battle, he was the winner, and the boss appreciated him by giving him the highest grade. Meanwhile, Dan returned to the training center. Opening the door, he walked into the classroom, which was already almost full of people going about their business. He walked over to one of the tables and sat down, preparing for a long class. He spread the papers on the table in front of him. He looked carefully at each of these documents, which had not only text, but also something else written on them. There was an invitation. "We invite you to the Green Magician's Tower. The stone on the Magician's Tower is always open to you," was written on the sheets, and various photos were attached. After an internship in the Guardian Department, the mage's training begins. There was one more reason why all the trainees were gathered at the training center today. The mage's dates needed to be distributed. The Mage Tower in the Empire looked very impressive. It was a huge and beautiful building that served as a kind of state corporation where mages worked. In short, it was a place where magical research was conducted under state control. They also make sure that no research is carried out that poses a threat to the country, because magic can be very strong and dangerous. Officials are sent to help and monitor the Tower of Magic. Dan met up with the mustachioed man again, who came up to him and said that he had been having a hard time lately, and asked if everything had ended well. Dan turned his head and greeted him. Dan then thanked him for visiting, and the mustachioed man was glad, because the danger was really close. They talked until the door slammed and a woman entered the classroom. This woman informed everyone that 23 towers had applied for the competition this season. The students listened to her say that among them were well-known great towers of magicians, and there would also be towers they would hear about for the first time. She held up a dark-colored box with an intricate cutout on top and continued to say that in order to fairly admit the students, their Mage Tower Union decided that the criteria for admission would be based on the lot, not on grades. That was why she had brought this box. Mustache said that it was a bit unfair because Dan had the highest grades and it was a bit of a shame. Dan interrupted him and said that it was okay, and he would be lucky because he was lucky, although luck has nothing to do with it, unlike his eyes. After all, he can see the contents of the box with the help of clairvoyance. It was time for the draw, and Dan approached the teacher, choosing the Tower of the Red Wizards to go to. It is located in the center of the system, and is one of the 7 great towers of magic, so he thought there would be a lot of unusual things there, such as magic tools that he knew about. As expected, he got the Red Wizard Tower, and he started walking to his city to get back on, but turned his head back because something important was happening there. The mustachioed man also participated in the draw, and he got the same Tower of the Red Wizards as Dan. He also told the teacher that it was not surprising, because he had had a good dream last night. Dan thought he was the lucky one. The weather was cold as usual. The feet of those who had arrived by train were walking along the streets, looking for the boy. The 3 of them walked down the street with one goal in mind, to find Dan. They were not interested in anything else. Except for one thing. Her uncle lived here, and the girl asked if he really lived here when she saw this building in front of her. The building was so big that she couldn't believe he lived here. The guy went to the gate and asked her not to stand there for a long time, saying that it was time to go in. His hand took hold of the handle to open the door, but the boy interrupted him and asked him to wait. At one point, the kid became very scared to go in, and he also noticed that the door was closed. However, there were no obstacles for this boy to open it, and he just broke it down. The vice captain always did this, and this time he did the same, not looking for any trouble. They held their breaths as their attention was focused on what was just outside the gate. As they examined the building, they heard strange sounds that seemed magical, but they could not understand their origin. To their left, ice began to appear from the ground. It was obvious that it was magic. They watched closely as the ice grew larger and larger, and it surprised them greatly, because they realized what this phenomenon was. Every second their attention was growing. When the girl saw something, her face instantly changed, and so did the guy behind her. Around them appeared many knights in armor, holding weapons and having bad intentions. They were the house guards. The main knight in iron armor, without a helmet, with light stubble, asked, "Who are you?" He was very angry, probably because of the broken gate, and asked the boys if they knew where they were to do such a thing. The kid knew what the vice captain was capable of, and he was the first to start talking to the knight, asking him to calm down and explaining that they were crows who had come to meet Vlada. When the knight heard their name, he calmed down a bit, but asked why they were so eager to come. The kid apologized and explained that they had accidentally broken the door. Their conversation was interrupted by the sound of the word "stop" from behind them, and they turned to look at the source of the voice. They saw a man running around the yard, asking everyone to put down their weapons and waving his hand. The head guard asked him, "What are you doing here?" The man, breathing heavily, explained that there had been a big mistake. It had been more than 3 months since they had received the news of their arrival, and they had forgotten about it again. He invited the boys inside and explained that Master Vlad was waiting for them. Now they could be calm. The evening was coming to an end, and the lights were on in the windows of every house. There were many people on the streets, each going about their business. A man in a cloak stood at one end of the street. A quiet voice was heard under the hood of this person, saying, "Here we are." The shadow hid his face, and it seemed that there was no one around him. Another person in the same outfit, wearing a brown hooded cloak, fell from the roof of the building. He came down from the roof and agreed with the other man, saying, "Indeed." The man explained, "Even if you try to hide your presence, you can still be recognized. One day you came to the institute by yourself," he added. His naked torso was visible from under the cloak. He was wearing nothing but the cloak, and he took something out from under it. He was holding a scroll in his hand, ready to hand it to this guy. The light fell at the right angle, and the scar on the face of the guy who was waiting for the scroll became visible. The scar said, "When the experiment is over, your tombstone will be a butler." The one who held the scroll asked you not to talk nonsense. There were many secrets in their conversation, and the second man with the scroll said, "If my experiment succeeds, I will be reborn." One of the men took off his hood. It was him, Scar, and he wished the boy good luck. A little time had passed, and the Red Tower of Mages was full of events. Many students gathered inside, and one of the main ones congratulated everyone on getting to the Red Tower. He stood in front of them, and everyone listened attentively. He explained that in just 1 week, they would learn all sorts of interesting things that they had never even thought of before. He only asked them not to touch things because it could cause problems. At this point, their conversation was interrupted by Dan, who was a little late and entered the room behind the rest of the group. The teacher, who was explaining everything to the students, yelled at him when he saw him at the back of the group and emphasized that the meeting was at 9 o'clock. Dan, playing dumb, asked, "What time is it?" He was told that it was 9 o'clock and 10 minutes. "Minus a point," said the teacher, very angry with the boy. The mustachioed man, who was already there, turned his head to Dan and asked why he was late on the first day of training. Dan explained that he had something to do. When the teacher overheard their quiet conversation, he shouted at them even louder and asked who had allowed them to talk. "Minus a point," he shouted. "Wow," said the mustachioed man. Dan shut up and listened carefully to the teacher, and the mustachioed man realized why he had a bad dream today. He was a big believer in dreams and how they come true. However, everything was going according to plan for Dan. According to his estimates, he would be sent to the Imperial Court 100% of the time. This means that there is a high probability of meeting Uncle Vlad, which Dan does not need at all. He needs to somehow get the lowest score on this internship to avoid being transferred to the Imperial Palace. "This is where the magical tools are kept," the teacher continued, pointing to every single thing in the place. He then explained that if someone is appointed to the Red Tower as a magician, they will often come here. For their information, very valuable things are kept here. The teacher again started shouting at the boy, who only wanted to touch one of the things, emphasizing that nothing could be touched here. He had already repeated this many times, but he had to say it again. "Minus a point," the teacher said, and warned that if anyone did it again, they would be immediately punished. Dan looked at the teacher and thought, "Look how stern he is, like a squid, because of his funny beard." But Dan didn't care about him. He came up with the nickname Squidgy Squid, and decided that he would continue to call him that, hoping that the teacher would remain as stern as he was. "This is the Chimera research equipment that makes our tower proud. Inside these flasks are creatures that look very much like monsters," the teacher continued. "Biomagic is essential for the future, if only to heal people and extend their lives," the teacher explained. Dan walked behind the group and looked at everything in one of the cages. He saw a lion-like creature with long hair like a human's and wings on its back like a real angel. It was a real lion with angelic wings. He was lying down as if he was sleeping, or maybe he was unconscious. What a chimera, the boy thought when he saw this creature. There were many cages with different creatures on the ceiling. If you think about it, this place looked like a zoo from Dan's past life. After showing the room, the teacher explained that this was all for today, and asked everyone to ask questions if they had any. After that, the hard squid walked down the hall. After class, he completed his work that he had to do for the day. But that was not all. He came to a large door at the end of the corridor. Then his hand began to knock on the door. From inside came the voice of the Lord of the Tower. "Edward, you can come in." He went in and apologized to the Lord for distracting him from important matters. But the Lord reassured him that he was free now. The Lord of the Red Tower asked Edward if he was in charge of the Chimera breeding laboratory. "Yes, that's right," Edward replied. His appearance showed that he was very nervous. The Lord noticed this and asked him not to worry. The Lord then asked him if he knew about Subject 46A 103-3046. "Yes, I know," Edward replied, standing next to the two sofas, but not sitting down to show his respect. Lord explained that the subject had started to grow much faster than expected, and asked if there were other measures being applied. Edward's face showed that he had not expected such a question, and he answered honestly, "No, nothing is being done." The man scratched his beard, assessing the situation and drawing conclusions on the matter. But the Lord called him not only for this reason. He had a personal request. "I am listening to you carefully," Edward said. The Lord asked him for one favor. On his left side, there were many books on the shelves, and under these books, there was a scroll. The scroll was twisted very tightly. Suddenly, there was a thud on the floor, and the pieces began to fly. "You idiot! What did you break again?" the man began to shout, noting that this was not the first time, and asked if Dan would be able to work normally. Dan apologized and explained that his hands were very slippery. The mustachioed man looked at this and thought it was very strange. He went over to his friend and asked him if he was okay, because Dan was making mistakes he had never made before. "What happened?" he asked. Dan replied that he just made a mistake, but it was suspicious. Mustachioed offered to help. "If anything happens, just call me. I'll help you any time," he said. Dan agreed. Sometime later, Dan was walking under this house. There were green bushes all around him, and everything was just blooming. Something on his left hand caught his attention. It was a postcard with a string tied to it, and a badge hanging on it. When the guy saw whose name tag it was, he smiled and reacted happily. On the badge was a photo of a man wearing glasses. Night had already fallen, and the Red Tower of Magicians looked even more beautiful, made of red stone that had stood for 1,000,000 years. Inside, all the valuable items were left unguarded at night. Someone crouched down on the ground in the center of the room, wrapped in a cloak. It was Dan, now wearing a mask and gloves, a mask called Mark II. He was going to investigate what was in this tower. Using the badge as a key to the door, he put it to a special sensor, and the magic worked. He managed to get into a room they hadn't been shown before. He opened the door and went in. There were various objects on the shelves, and on one of them was the skull of an animal, without skin, long dried. "This is no joke," Dan thought to himself. On the other shelf was the magic Philagrappus stone, which could only be seen here. He went to the shelf and took something from it. He had seen this thing for the first time in his life and did not understand how to use it, so he thought he should make a copy. He wasn't going to steal anything, but he heard a sound behind him. He saw someone and quickly hid behind a nearby table. Sitting behind it, he barely breathed so that no one would hear him. It was the rough squid, but what was he doing here so late? Dan watched closely from the edge of the table he was hiding behind, and what he saw shocked him even more. The squid was taking out a cage containing a lion with angelic wings. and this time he was not sleeping, but conscious. Where was he taking this chimera in the middle of the night? The door began to open from this room. A man began to take out a cart with a cage. Squid wondered why the Lord of the Mage Tower was not here when he looked into the room. Right in the center of the room was a magic circle in front of a table where the Lord of the Tower was sitting. Different characters were drawn on this circle with magic. The pentagram left questions in Squid's mind. What is it, and how did it get here? He began to look at it carefully when he heard someone appear in the room on his left hand. It was the Lord of the Tower. He came in, and now the two of them were in the room late at night. The man said that he had gotten the room as requested. The man held a piece of paper in his hands and began to read it, which caused Kalmar to ask what was going on. What kind of parchment? Asked the Squid. But the Lord was looking at the piece of paper and reading it with intense attention. Around the Squid, the light that fell on his body began to become brighter and brighter. The magic circle began to grow, and Squid found himself in its center. Something incomprehensible began to happen around him, and the Lord continued to read the writing. Lord, my body, help me. The Squid could no longer move. While reading these words, only a loud scream was heard in the room. The Lord continued to read the words written on the sheet, and the man screamed more and more, the circle causing him pain. Great sheep, you have allowed a weak man like me to see a bit of your knowledge, the Lord continued. The lion began to roar. Thanks to your teachings, I am one step closer to you, the Lord continued. He was reading when he was interrupted by a voice addressing him. Great Master. This caused him to be distracted from his reading. He looked around, but saw no one but the man under his spell, and did not understand where the voice came from. The hectopascal blow was the name of the blow that Dan used to hit the man in the center of the circle, and his body flew away. The Lord was very surprised, because he did not expect to see anyone here, and did not understand where Dan came from. How these events unfolded 10 minutes ago. The man had just carried this chimera to Lord's room. With a serious face, he walked down the hallway carrying the cage with the chimera, hoping that everything would go according to plan. The glow from the open door fell on him in the cage, and he was ready to go in. A moment later, he was no longer in the corridor. He was in the room, and the door was closed. Dan was watching from around one of the corners, having noticed the man enter. It was easy for the boy to guess that something unusual was happening, but he was very curious about it. The Tower of Mages held many mysteries for him, and what was happening made his curiosity even more piqued. The man was already in the room, and the boy couldn't just sit there and watch him. So he climbed up on the roof of the building and leaned over, looking out the window so that he could not be seen. He was very curious about what was happening there, especially when he saw what was inside. A magical circle and the presence of the Lord of the Tower of Mages. What kind of magical flow is this? He wondered. It was very similar to the black magic he was already familiar with. The boy heard a man shouting as he stepped into the center of the circle. He saw that the energy was holding the man inside the circle, and the Lord was reading something from a paper he was holding. O great deity, the Lord said, thanks to your teachings, I am one step closer to you, the Lord continued to say, while the man was in more and more pain. After that, the events we know began. Lord turned his head, hearing some sounds. In a state of shock, Dan kicked, using a hectopascal kick, and the man flew out of the magic circle. He fell to the floor, and a bruise appeared on his cheek from the blow, which was very severe. The Lord remained standing with the paper in his hands, waiting to see what would happen next. He saw the guy in the room and asked him, Who are you? In response, he heard a counter-question. What are you doing here? The old man's Lord was speechless. Dan realized that the old man was about to do something very bad, so he joked, What exactly are you doing here, old man? The Lord didn't answer. He just looked at the paper in his hands, from which a red glow began to emanate, which hit him right in the face. He began to control the energy that swirled around the cage with the chimera. The chimera began to growl very loudly, became angrier, and its eyes filled with red color. The wings on its back came to life. It roared so hard that it seemed as if it was about to chew through the cage. There was an explosion at the top of the mage's tower, and stones flew out with a crash. Dust began to spread throughout the room. Dan barely survived and did not understand what was happening. He closed one eye because it was hard to breathe. A silhouette appeared behind Dan, which was difficult to see because of the thick fog and dust in the room. Only 2 red dots were visible, which were the eyes of the silhouette. Dan turned his head back and realized that it was time to run, because an attack was being prepared. He was right. Powerful magic in the form of red chakra began to form behind him. Dan had to push off the ground as hard as he could to avoid this attack. He managed to dodge the beam, and he saw that it was the same person who had just been in the room. But now there was no skin on him, just a single skull with a staff in his hands, shouting, The time has come to carry out God's punishment. Dan didn't even know it. but it seemed to him that he had already received it by the look on this man's face. However, he still had a very difficult battle to fight against the monster. It began to form energy in his hand, which gathered in his palm. Dan had to dodge the attacks flying in his direction, but it was not as easy as it seemed at first glance, and he had to act, because it was impossible to run away from this monster all the time. He formed a portal near him and pulled out a stick that was not a simple stick. It was a magic stick, with which he was able to summon a fire attack, which he launched directly at the skeleton. He watched with his red eyes as the fireball approached him. As the Lord of the Mage Tower, he knew all the magic by heart, and it was not difficult for him to deflect this beam with his staff, which he did. He deflected this attack so skillfully that all the energy was directed to the side and exploded there, without causing him any harm. The fire began to burn from the side. Dan did not expect such a turn. He thought that with this attack, he would be able to knock this monster down. The Lord started laughing and said a few words to Dan. Although the experiment failed, the power is strong enough. "Praise be to the Great One," he shouted, pointing his staff toward the boy and saying incomprehensible words that increased the energy at the tip of the staff. Dan expected a giant explosion, and soon there was one, blowing away one of the walls of the building. Using the magic he had already used to fly, Dan miraculously survived and was now in the air near the Mage Tower. Flying a little further away from the Lord, Dan tried to solve the mystery behind the Lord and what was wrong with him. Like a thunderstorm from the sky, the Lord appeared behind Dan, holding a Rasengan in his hand, which was about to fly at the boy, asking, "Where is your courage gone?" Less than 3 seconds later, the attack flew at Dan, creating a massive explosion. Dan, as if he had been born with his shirt on, had only a few scratches on his face, which showed his skill in dodging. After the attack, Dan looked around but couldn't find the Lord. "Hellfire, destroy him!" The words sounded next to Dan, and he turned his head in that direction. Like rain from the sky, drops of fire flew straight at him, and the skeleton of the Lord who had spoken those words hung over his head, sending jets of fire at Dan at the speed of bullets. Dan managed to put up a barrier in front of him, which momentarily stopped the attack. However, the Lord continued to launch more and more fireballs at the boy. The barrier was barely able to deflect each attack, and Dan realized that he had to do something. Gathering all his strength, he dared to show his courage and flew straight towards the skeleton. The skeleton watched with its red eyes as Dan approached it at high speed. The expression on the skeleton's face showed surprise and mockery. Ha ha ha! He did not expect such a turn. Staff against skeleton, against a living person, and Dan managed to deliver a powerful blow with his staff to the pitiful skeleton. After that, Dan gathered the energy around his fist, and, with a swing at a speed as fast as the young Naruto's when he created clones, he punched the skeleton in the side. A powerful thunderclap rang out as Dan hit the skeleton's chest. The blow was so strong that half of the skeleton's jaw flew off, teeth smashing against teeth. Dan's bravery was on point, but there were more surprises for the monster. "Magic bullet medium version!" the boy shouted, and directed an attack at the skeleton, which pierced every bone, flying through. But the skeleton found a solution to this problem and put a barrier in front of him. He was lucky that it was a medium-level attack, and his barrier was coping, deflecting the attack for now. Each part of this energy hit the barrier and faded away, but would the skeleton have enough energy to repel this attack to the end? The answer remained unknown. Of course, the skeleton didn't have enough energy. There was an explosion, and his skeletal body was thrown back. I wish it had gone to Narnia, but it flew back to the wizard's tower where it all began. It would seem to be an accident. But he flies right through the window and inside the building. He hits his back against the brick wall. His body seemed very strong, because when he hit the concrete with his back, he remained intact and did not crumble into small pieces, but simply sat under the wall. And somewhere else he found the strength to laugh. How much strength does this lord have, and where does he get it from? But these are not all the surprises that awaited him on this day, which he considered the day of his victory, and the realization of all his plans that he had conceived so long ago. He looks to the side and notices a piece of mirror next to him, in which he sees his reflection. A skull. He touches his bones to his skinless face and cannot understand what has happened to him as he says it out loud. Dan appears right in front of him and asks, "Did you just find out?" The skeleton puts out his hand and asks him to wait for the boy. In response, he hears, "Well, goodbye." And Dan's magic staff begins to glow brighter blue, approaching the skeleton's face. A moment later, a loud explosion is heard in the tower, lighting up everything around in blue. Right in this room, slime began to fall from the ceiling, spreading across the floor and causing disgust in everyone present. Suddenly the voice of a magician was heard in the air, calling for more diligence and knowledge to improve life. "I wanted this, not this dead shell," he said, lying on the ground and feeling no life. Over time, his skull began to dissolve into air, and only half of the bones that had been alive just moments before were left. In front of Dan, the killer of power, the bones crumbled to dust and dissolved into air. This guy had managed to defeat such a serious and dangerous enemy, who had endangered his life and brought him many problems. Only the Tower of Mages was damaged so badly that the ancient walls now need to be reconstructed and restored. Almost half of the building was smashed to pieces, and the lower part that survived also shows cracks all over the facade. All the students who were in the building were sleeping when these terrible events began. They were evacuated, and now they are looking at the ruins from the outside. But then the tower began to tremble, and under the screams of the mages collapsed, falling right in front of their eyes. Dan managed to disguise himself as an ordinary student, and pretend that he had been among them all along, hiding in the crowd. He breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that no one would know what he had done, because he was doing it for good. Even the remains of the tower began to crumble and collapse, adding to the chaos. The civil servant, reborn in another world, stood in the middle of the ruins, contemplating his next move. Their entire company went down to the basement, where it smelled damp. The only light was provided by candles attached to the walls, which gave off a faint glow and made the atmosphere even more mysterious. The girl wondered whether they were still in the Dorcas or not, and she asked her uncle to explain where they were going. He explained that outsiders should go to the secret meeting room by this way, so that it could be closed at any time. The boy also asked about any progress in finding Dan, to which his uncle replied that there was none so far. He continued to answer in vague terms, avoiding direct answers. To reassure them, he asked them not to worry too much, and promised that they would find Dan soon if they joined forces. After that, he just smiled. When they got closer, they were asked to be a little quieter. It was the vampire who warned them that even the slightest noise could be heard in the meeting room. They laughed and replied that they were seriously making a lot of noise. The uncle looked at the vampire and noticed that he looked very tired, and then asked what had happened to him. The vampire said that yesterday someone had destroyed the Red Tower of Mages, which was something his uncle did not expect to hear. The deputy turned around, started walking to the door, and said that he needed to finish quickly because he was very busy. The sun was shining brightly outside, and the day was just beginning, promising many events. The emperor met them and noticed that they had a very difficult journey, asking them to come in quickly. The boy was very surprised to see the emperor in front of him and could not help but exclaim, "Your Highness, the Emperor!" The boy was so overcome with emotion that he could not restrain himself. "Great honor, Your Highness. We are deeply touched by your concern for your subjects," he continued to shout. Uncle Vlad sat down on a chair, put his feet up on the table, and said that this place was not so official, so there was no need to follow court etiquette. The boy couldn't believe what he was seeing, but his uncle reassured him by keeping his feet on the table and asked him to relax. The deputy took the documents in his hands and proposed to start discussing Dan Blade's escape. The first question that was taken into account concerned the portrait that had been handed over to the expert. The emperor asked about it, and my uncle handed him the paper and said, "Here, I brought it." The emperor took the document in his hands, smiled, and began to carefully study everything that was written there. A portrait of Dan was drawn on the paper. The emperor asked again, "This is your nephew, right?" and remarked that, as far as he had heard, this guy was very young. The uncle came up behind the emperor, smiled, and added, "This is a young master, by the way." The emperor replied that it was the first time he had ever seen such a different portrait, and everyone started laughing. There was even more laughter when my uncle picked up the portrait and asked everyone to look at it, saying that this portrait was more similar, but it was just some scribbles. He showed the portrait to the boys, and they immediately recognized it as Dan, because they had been with him all their lives. The emperor just sat there and listened to them as they discussed how well the portrait was drawn. "Well, I think we need to postpone the meeting," the emperor said, holding the portrait in his hands. After the incident at the Mage Tower, there was barely anything left of it, and now snow covers the rubble. The neighborhood around the Tower of Magicians was tied with a rope so that no one could get closer, except for the knights who guarded the place. However, behind the rope stood one boy. He had a scar on his face, was wearing a black cloak and hood, and looked very suspicious. It was hard for him to look at what he saw in front of him. He closed his eyes and started to turn around to leave the scene. As he turned around and started to walk away, he whispered, "Asshole," referring to someone in particular. Meanwhile, in the mountains, where it seemed that everything was quiet and nothing could happen, Strange things began to happen. In the distance among the green mountains, there was an explosion, and very loud sounds came from there, and you could see the dust rising. A huge rhinoceros, which was 20 times bigger than a man, was rushing at a frantic speed right at the guy holding the sword. The great dust and loud sounds showed that he was dodging the rhino, jumping up and down with a serious expression on his face, as if it were not difficult for him. And the rhino was hitting the rocks with its horn. He was holding a sword with a very sharp blade. His long hair fell over his shoulders, and he had a red sign painted on his beard. The boy struck right at the rhino's neck, cutting its flesh and causing great pain. Mastery of the sword required a lot of training. In addition to swordsmanship, this guy knew parkour very well. In addition, he was so strong with his sword that he was even able to cut through the horn of the monster. During his attacks, he noticed something that caught his attention. It was another giant monster that he had to fight. This monster had white hair. By making a transverse cut with his sword, he was able to inflict a serious wound on this monster. It was a wild boar, and after it died, it became much smaller. Its internal energy was fading away, and it was lying on the ground. The guy had just dealt with 2 monsters, and then he put his sword in its sheath and looked carefully at the consequences of his work. It wasn't just playing with monsters. He was not only defending himself against them, but actively attacking them. The woman asked him a question. "Well, are you done hunting?" It was Elder Murpha, who was already very old. But old means very wise, and she looked around at the monsters the boy had defeated. She noticed that he had cut up all the valuable things, and there were a giant raven, a lion, a rhinoceros, a boar, and several other monsters lying around. He apologized to the elder and explained that he still lacked skills. She supported him and said he would learn soon. "The system's New Year's festival is coming up soon, so you better get ready," she said. The system's New Year's festival is different from their villages. You could say it's different, but in some aspects it's a little bit similar. The grandmother continued. She knew almost everything and, walking alongside, told the boy about the festival. She explained that at both festivals people have fun and fight in the same way. Walking down the corridor, Dan felt an itchy nose and sneezed so hard that even spittle flew out of his mouth. As always, Mustache turned to him with concern and asked if he was okay. Wiping his mouth, the boy said that everything was fine, just that someone must have remembered him. Mustache took over one side of the corridor and started checking, while Dan turned to the other side. He followed Whiskers with a keen eye, watching his movements. Dan is currently in the Central Protocol Office in one of the Imperial departments. The training of cautious mages ended in an unexpected incident. However, fortunately, thanks to the proportional application of the points he received, he achieved high results, although there is a certain danger. The Central Protocol Department, where he is now, is the last stage of his training. This department supports and organizes national events. In particular, this department deals with key foreign personnel. He is currently undergoing training to prepare for a martial arts competition in honor of the New Year's festival. At this very moment, he was stacking a large pile of boxes, which he accidentally touched and collapsed, causing a panic. The person who was helping him stack the boxes was outraged that Dan had broken the mountain. Dan did not do it on purpose, but because he was focused on his rank, which led to low scores. Meanwhile, horses are riding on the streets of the city, pulling carriages, which are usually occupied by very important people. One of these carriages was traveling, its wooden wheels banging on the stone road. Inside the carriage sat a young man, tired of life, thinking about its difficulties. A man sat opposite him and addressed him. "Your Highness, Crown Prince, why are you sighing like that?" He sighed again and asked him to ignore it. The servant suggested, "If something bothers you, you can come to me at any time." However, the prince sat in silence, and the carriage continued on its way. After a while, it reached its destination, and the door opened. The important person got out of the carriage. His white pants did not have a single stain on them, and he was neatly dressed as he should be. During the ride, he was wondering what the building he was headed for would look like. He saw a large temple with huge columns and domes on the roof. "This is what a great temple looks like," he said, and behind him a servant was bowing and holding up a stick, addressing him. "Your Highness." He was told that a staff is a symbol of a gentleman, and on a day like today, not holding a cane would be disrespectful to the enemy. The prince understood and followed all the instructions, entering the beautiful temple. They were greeted by a man with long hair and a long beard. "Greetings, Your Highness, Crown Prince." Cardo Fernando said this, and the Crown Prince thanked him for his hospitality. Fernando pointed in the direction and invited him inside. The Crown Prince looked at Cardo Fernando with his beautiful blue eyes and listened attentively. Cardo Fernando was a supporter of the temple's right-wing policy, Most right-wing supporters hate the imperial family for destroying their former glory. However, Fernando had no such animosity at all. In other words, this man had the gut of a snake. He came today to invite Saint Hillis to participate in the New Year's festival. This is an important event, and if the saint herself blesses her, it will be a good political gesture for the imperial family. But will they listen to him, and will his blue eyes help him? Fernando looked carefully at the prince, turning his eyes in his direction, even though his back was to him. Dan couldn't stand still, and soon everything began to turn crimson from the sunset. Meanwhile, the boys were training vigilantly, never letting go of their wooden swords. Fox had always dreamed of becoming a knight, and was ready to train as long as necessary. Alphonse helped him with this, and they fought with their swords, imagining that they were real iron swords. Alphonse praised Fox and said, "You have become even much stronger than me." The fox had been waiting to hear these words from Alphonse for a very long time, and when he heard them, he smiled, and was very happy. The fox was swinging his sword, and Alphonse was deftly dodging every attack. All this time, Fox dreamed of telling this boy how important his recognition was. Sometimes, when they fought with wooden swords, their expressions were so serious that you would think they were really fighting with real swords. Things went so far that they even used their chakra during the battle. This was done to make the battle as close to reality as possible. They were fighting to prepare for a real battle, not just to play with each other. The blue energy was so strong that Alphonse cut off part of the fox sword with his wooden sword. The tip of the wooden blade flew in the air, creating a whistling sound. It flew several dozen meters and stuck in the ground. "I told you can't be defeated," Fox said to Alphonse. They were good friends. Dan appeared in front of them and watched this, even heard them talking, praising each other, saying how great it was. He came over and asked, "What's the fight, guys?" The guys greeted him with joy. They told him that they were going to take part in a martial arts competition at the New Year's festival. Dan was surprised and asked, "Really?" Alphonse was so excited about this that he could not hide his joy and said with emotion that he would also participate, and he needed to win for sure. At the end of the conversation, Alphonse added, "Dan, I also heard that you learned fencing. Is that true?" Dan replied that he had only learned self-defense. After that, Alphonse tried to invite Dan to compete with him. Dan was almost blue with excitement and didn't even know what to say. After that, the boys heard from Dan that he was very tired today. He began to walk away from them, saying, "I'm very tired today. I'm going to rest." The boys looked at him and really believed that he was very tired. They were sorry to see him go. They wanted him to stay longer. After that, the guys decided to have another fight, even though it was getting dark outside. They fought until it was dark. While in a beautiful building, two guys were talking. One of them asked, "Is there no other way out but to remember the saint?" The other answered, "Yes, there is another way." The deputy explained that during a recent visit to the system, Saint was seen with a red-eyed man and woman. He smiled and said that he was much closer to Sviataya. After that, he offered to meet with them. "May I ask for an invitation then?" the prince asked him. He replied, "Of course. Of course," he repeated as he sipped his tea. Meanwhile, the three friends were sitting at a set table, and the deputy was ready to organize this meeting as soon as possible. A girl in a wheelchair sits by a large window. In front of her is a table with a lamp, where she likes to read books in the evenings. Sometimes she feels very sad, and this is one of those times. She is looking into the endless distance outside the window when a girl enters the room. It is her younger sister who has come to say something, and addresses her older sister. The latter sits silently, continuing to look out the window, not responding to her. The younger sister sees how difficult it is for her and understands the suffering of the older one. She comes up behind her hands falling on her sister's shoulders, touching her blue hair, which looks very beautiful. She begins to hug her, shedding tears, and asks if she is very late. The sister starts crying even harder and apologizes for being away for so long. She barely holds back her tears to keep from crying. Gathering her strength, she says that everything is fine. A flame starts to burn right on the wooden table, and it is not an ordinary flame. It is a flame caused by the magic of the people gathered around the table for negotiations. This is a clan of 12 zodiac signs. One of them speaks to an owl, or rather to a man wearing an owl mask. They discuss the fact that only 5 people have gathered, and whether it was worthwhile to gather at all. They were looking for the culprit, the one who organizes these meetings, joking with each other. The owl turned and asked one of them, "Aren't you always the one who organizes these meetings?" He replied sarcastically, "Wait, is that right or what?" The other, adding to the humor, made fun of his friend, saying that as he got older, he was forgetting more and more. Then he asked if he knew that the Raven leaders are now running around the Devil's realm. He replied that this was a second-level power that exceeded all expectations. Suddenly, the owl heard the words, "It is time to stop." The man in the ugliest mask told everyone that their life limit had been exceeded. They turned their heads to him and stared in silence, waiting for him to say more. He turned around and said, "If you call me for something stupid again, be prepared for the consequences. And one more thing was guaranteed." He turned his head and said, "Because if you do, I'll kill you." He turned and started to walk out, while the other participants remained sitting at the table by the fire. They were watching him go and laughing to themselves. Meanwhile, in one of the buildings where the meeting was being discussed, the prince asked with great interest if they could arrange a meeting with the saint. He was already talking to a guy who had a red mark on his head. It was the mark of the village of Voronev, and the prince asked him to organize this meeting. It was not difficult for the guy, as he said. It was so simple for him that he didn't even consider it a favor. Their conversation ended. They agreed. The guy started to leave the prince and turned around and said he would contact him as soon as possible. The prince even thought that he had agreed too easily and simply. "Crown Prince, shall I prepare your carriage?" asked the man standing behind him. The man replied that it was nice to finally get out to a place like this and breathe in the fresh air, raising a cup of tea to his lips. "You can drink tea before you go," the prince said, and the man understood and agreed. He stood behind the prince, waiting for him to finish his cup of tea. With each sip, the drink was running out, and the man was almost done. The prince's servants often have to wait for them to drink tea. The prince was sometimes annoyed that his servants were so vigilant. He turned his head and asked them not to stand over him because everyone was watching. He said he would wait outside. "Thank you," the prince said, leaving him alone to finish his tea. As he was taking his last sip, he heard a conversation outside the window. He saw Dan coming and talking about the New Year's festival, that it was about to start, and that there was no way he could change his place now. The guy next to him told him that. Dan replied that it was a one-way message. The other man explained to the kid that then he would have to contact the Mercenary Association or another union. The kid just agreed. During the conversation, he noticed that some important person was sitting outside the window, and realized that it must be a civil servant. It's a busy time for civil servants, just like for everyone else. Shouts can be heard all over the city. "Big sister." This is a girl shouting right in the middle of the crowd. She is very nervous and shouts at the top of her voice, "Big sister! Big sister!" The man turned to the saint and said that she should go back and they would find the Vibrio themselves. However, she was indignant and asked, "What are you talking about? The more people search, the faster we will find it." Without listening to what he had to say, she decided to go there and told him to look elsewhere. She was so nervous that it was immediately noticeable. She ran and looked for her older sister as fast as she could. Where did she go? Didn't anything bad happen? She asked herself these questions as she looked around. She ran down the road, pushing even men on her way, ignoring them. After she hit one of them, she heard screams behind her. There were two guys standing there. One was bald, and the other was sitting on the floor, holding his shoulder, screaming. The bald one told the girl that she had pushed him and walked by. Shouldn't she apologize? Baldy started to get angry because the girl only apologized, and the other guy said that he thought his leg was broken. The bald man said to the girl, "Did you hear that? The bone is broken." But she froze and could not understand. She felt very ashamed because she thought she had broken his leg. The bald, impudent man came closer, leaned over her and asked, "Can my friend lie?" He saw that she was from a family of aristocrats and told her so, and then offered to settle the matter with money. She had no money, and he replied, "Oh, then you don't have to worry. And instead of money, you can give me something else." He started smiling suspiciously. She was scared and did not understand what this man wanted from her, but he seemed very strange. "There's no need for that," a voice said next to her, and the bald man turned around. Dan was holding the crying boy's hand, lifted it, and said, "He's not broken. Are you trying to die?" The guy pulled a knife out of his pocket and started threatening Dan. His attention was drawn to a pleasant sensation in his hand. He looked at his hand and saw a shiny gold coin. Dan asked him teasingly, "Your leg isn't broken, is it?" The man just looked at the coin in his hand. Then Dan got up and started walking over to his bald friend. "It really isn't broken," said the bald man, turning to him. The bald man heard the question. "What are you doing there?" "Come here quickly," said his friend, who was already safe and sound. They started walking away, no longer limping, and seemed to be feeling fine. The bald man came back to ask again, but the other man told him to shut up and keep walking. After that, the girl heard a question. "Are you okay?" This was asked by Dan, who had just saved the day and prevented the bad guys from doing anything to her. Sometimes Dan seemed like a real hero because he fought evil and saved those who needed help. The girl was very beautiful, and they met each other's eyes and began to look at each other for a long time without saying anything. Sometimes this is better than millions of words. At a time when the city is freezing cold and every building is covered with snow, there is a place in the world where the sun is shining and green grass is growing. Right in the mountains there is a giant tree, and a girl is standing next to it, looking at it carefully. Her hair is blowing in the light wind blowing around her. She thought she was alone by this tree in this cozy setting. "There you are." The call in her direction interrupted her solitary enjoyment of the tree, interrupted this beautiful whistling of the wind. The most unexpected thing was that a stranger approached her. "Who are you?" she asked. "Introduce yourself first." Wearing an owl mask with a pattern on it, he introduced himself as Libra. It was one of the 12 signs of the zodiac. She turned directly to him, curious about who he was, especially with the mask. His name left a lot of mysteries, and he asked her again, "If I introduced myself like that, do you understand?" But her eyes showed that she did not understand. She asked another question. "Why did you come to me?" He replied that she probably needed advice. "Advice?" the girl asked in surprise. He looked at her, not looking away through the dark glass of his mask. Then he said, "You need to leave the Great Temple." He continued, leaving the sentence unfinished. "Because there is nothing for you there." After a 3-minute pause, when they looked into each other's eyes in silence, he finished the sentence. "You can't do." Meanwhile, in another part of the world, her attention was drawn to the box the guy was holding, especially the badge on it in the form of a golden crown, and she thought he was a civil servant. However, he noticed her gaze and said that he was just doing an internship. In any case, she thanked him because he helped to solve everything. The man, who did not want to let the saint go alone, started looking for her and finally found her when he saw her talking to a guy. He ran up to her and told her some very important news that made her happy. The Vibrio had been found. Dan stood and listened to their conversation. "Where is it now?" he asked. "He went to the Great Temple a while ago," the man explained. Dan was very surprised because he realized who he had met. He had met a saint. She continued to talk to the man, asking if the Vibrio was hurt. The man replied that he seemed to have just returned from a walk. This was a real relief to her. She turned her head to Dan, her beautiful yellow eyes looking at him, and said, "I'm sorry, I really have to go." She said it quickly, and before she knew it, no one was in front of her. The man said to her, "If you mean the young man who was here just now, he left quietly a while ago." She was very surprised and thought about it. How come? She also thought that she should have at least learned his name. Meanwhile, Dan was walking down the street, holding the box under his arm. He realized that it was better not to get involved with an important person. Nothing good could be expected from them. It was better for him to be a simple civil servant and not show his face to anyone serious. Meanwhile, in Uncle Vlad's beautiful house, the boy was surprised when he heard the words, "His Highness, the Crown Prince of the holiday." The boy explained to him that he had asked for it, and the boy responded with a counter-question. "Have you forgotten? Lady Hestia asked me not to interfere in the politics of the Empire." But he just laughed and said that he didn't know that, and that's why he got involved in such serious matters. However, it seemed that he knew everything, and just answered the boy like that. The boy hoped to the last that he had not yet told the saint. He continued to laugh and answered, "Of course, I sent a letter right away." Sometimes it seemed that the boy had not heard from him yet, and at that moment, when he heard this information from the boy, he was very surprised. He continued to hear more and more amazing news from the boy. "If she read this, she should be here right now," the guy said. And at that moment their attention was drawn to the appearance of someone behind them. It was Saint with her bodyguard, who appeared right behind them, apologized, and asked if she was late. The words used to communicate in this world left the boys, and they seemed to be frozen, turning their eyes in her direction and looking at her with a silly expression. "He, congratulations," came from them in her direction right there in the building. The snow in these mountains never stopped covering every peak. The streets were full of students. Each of them was busy doing their own thing. Some were walking with their children. There were not only students, but also ordinary people walking through this place. Everyone was preparing for one event that they had been waiting for all year, the New Year's festival. 2 young men with beautiful hairstyles stood right next to the door and were ready to open it with their hands on the door handles. Gently pulling on them, the light from the street began to penetrate the room, and the entrance was open. All the people standing on the street were eagerly waiting to see who would come out of that door. A saint wearing a crown on her head and an incredible dress that is hard to describe in words came out, and all the people saw her. Behind her was another very important person. It was a prince who was ready to come right out to the girl with a confident smile. All the people who saw her were just crazy and delighted to see her. Her dress was fluttering in the wind, as was the fabric of the cloaks of the people from the 12 zodiac signs who were standing on one of the buildings called the Bell Tower, right next to the Big Bell. They were discussing whether any of them would interfere with Libra, contrary to what he had planned. One of them asked his friend, "Isn't your goal the saints?" It was, and the New Year's festival gave them a very good chance. The other one said exactly what he meant. "Then there's no need to block it," the other continued. In his plan, the holidays are very important. "I know, but it's not the time yet," the second replied. He knew that if Svyataya died, that was all that would be left. They watched the festival closely, keeping an eye on each person, especially Svyataya. Perhaps their actions would result in the death of many people. The saint was holding a paper with a text that she had to say, and was reading it for the sake of the saint's protection. The arena where the festival was held was impressive in its size. The stands were packed with people, and each of them was overwhelmed by the emotions they were receiving for this holiday. They were watching two gladiators fighting on a large battlefield, expecting a fierce battle. The fighters themselves, holding their swords, were also experiencing fierce emotions. The man rushed first, swinging his weapon. His sword blocked the defense of his opponent, who was Fox. This was his first serious fight in the arena, for which he had been preparing for a long time. He has been training almost every night with Alphonse and is now fending off a heavy attack from the enemy. His enemy is a few years older than him, looks much bigger, more pumped up and angrier. He has a lot of practice behind him. He has already fought many battles. But will it help him against Fox now? He is surprised when his blades fly over Fox's head without hitting him. It's very difficult to hit a kid. But he doesn't look like a kid at all. His expression is that of an experienced adult knight. His attacks are also confident. With one blow he knocks down the enemy, and he flies back screaming. Fox's victory is solemnly announced, and he exhales after his first important battle and can celebrate it with confidence, because this is what he has been striving for since childhood. His sister Alice was sitting in the stands, shouting her brother's name with joy. "Yay, he won!" Yulia was next to her, and they were talking about Fox and the fact that it was now the 16th round, where the prizes would begin. The girl brought her hands to her cheeks to direct her voice directly toward the arena and shouted, "Fox, my birthday is coming up. Buy me a present with the money you win." Alphonse appeared next to Yulia and told Alice that if she knew who his next opponent was, she wouldn't have shouted like that. The fox went down to the room where all the fighters were preparing for the battle. There were a lot of weapons hanging on the walls. As he was going down, he heard words, namely a woman's voice. "Fencer, you are not bad." He saw the girl next to him and thanked her for the compliment. She was very beautiful, her hair was red, and she looked quite unusual. Anyway, they got to know each other, and it was nice to meet them. Alphonse told the girls that his next opponent would be the challenger to win this fight, and the next opponent of Fox will be the one who is standing in front of him now, and whom he is pleased to meet. Bloody Rosalie with a platinum plate, her weapon is unrealistically large, just like her big, voluminous, beautiful, unrealistic eyes that drive all men crazy. Ha ha ha. And this girl is the contender to win this fight, the guy explained to them. The next opponent is Bloody Rosalie with a platinum plate. The girls froze. The joy disappeared from their eyes, and their faces became much more serious. "Well, aren't you going to participate in the duel? And why are you here?" the girl asked. There were words and then a long pause from him. He explained that he had been caught using magic and expelled from the previous yard. His sister didn't understand and didn't believe him when he said it. He walked up to them, hugged them, looked one and then the other in the eye and explained that he didn't care because his friend Fox had made it to the 16th round. Their eyes began to look toward the arena, and they were filled with wonder and anticipation of what was to come. There was Fox standing in the arena, and across from him was this crazy girl. The hot battle of the 16th round begins. The first participant of the 16th round, a newcomer to this tournament, Respawn, the announcement was made, and the guy began to take his sword out of its sheath. "His opponent is the winner of the last tournament," the commentator announced loudly. At the same time, the girl was doing tricks with her axe, demonstrating how skillfully she wielded it. "Bloody Platinum Rosalie," she was announced, and at that very moment she smiled, hiding all her emotions and feelings for her opponent under her eyes. He needed to take this battle seriously, because his opponent was not just any girl, but also the winner of the last tournament. He clenched his sword in his hands and took a fighting stance. "Don't worry," she said to him, trying to calm him down, because she could see that he was very nervous. It wasn't hard to see. She said they would have fun, and then he would come home. He smiled and asked, "Do you think it's really going to be like that?" "Well, then I'll have fun alone," the girl replied, jumping into the air and swinging her axe. Her eyes began to glow red, and her energy changed. You could watch her strike forever, because they were so beautiful. They were so powerful that they made the concrete under the axe crack in different directions. She thought that the fight would be easy, and that she would defeat the guy literally from the first or second blow. But after the first blow, she looked around and did not understand where he had gone. When the dust from the stones settled, she saw him in front of her. He took a few steps back, dodging the attack. He was enjoying it, and so was she. But his excitement was evident on his face, and she could feel it immediately. There were so many people that not even everyone could get inside the arena and sit in the stands. Those who were lucky enough to sit in the stands watched the fight with delight. His sister was holding her breath, worried and believed in his victory to the last. She saw how hard it was for him to repel every attack from her giant axe with his sword. The pressure from this axe was much stronger than from an ordinary sword. Even though she was a girl, her strength was equal to that of an adult knight. Sparks flew with each blow, and loud sounds from the clashing iron filled the arena. She was amazed at his resilience and praised him, saying that he was great at taking punches. "How about this?" the girl said, and the guy froze in anticipation of what would happen next. She uses one of her signature attacks. He barely manages to deflect it with his sword. An ordinary guy would not have succeeded. He would have already put down his weapon. But the fox almost failed to do so, causing him to be pushed backwards, and he flies off, falling to his 5th point. He doesn't stay put, but slides across the arena from such a powerful blow. A very strong attack puts the guy in a difficult position. She doesn't stop. The blood in her veins is boiling, and she jumps high above the guy, swinging the axe over her shoulder again. The axe has already cut through all the air around him, and is ready to make another slash. To avoid this attack, the boy had to gather all his strength and jump back. In combat, there is a hidden technique of psychological pressure that is often used to break opponents. Looking into the eyes with a confident look, the enemy cannot withstand this load and simply breaks down morally. This is what the girl is using now. Despite everything, she is still launching attacks that are right next to the guy. He can barely stand the pressure anymore, and he urgently needs to do something. Finally, his perspective changes. From the gaze of a little boy, it becomes the gaze of a grown man. She is preparing to strike again, and it seems that her endurance is endless, and she can do this forever. She strikes, but is left with the axe in front of a void. The guy reacted so quickly that he moved behind her. Now she has no one to psychologically pressure, and she doesn't see anyone in front of her. She feels the energy behind her and notices a scratch under her eye left by the guy's sword. In a fighting stance, standing bravely behind her, he holds his sword, challenging her. Due to his intense excitement, he has developed shortness of breath, which can play a very bad joke on a guy. This fight did not go according to her plan at all, and she even wondered what his name was. She asked him. "Ripson," the guy answered, not showing his pride. The girl quietly repeated his name. After that, she turned to him and said that she really liked it. Energy began to form around her, and it seemed that her power was getting stronger and stronger. She said that she had to remember his name. He sees the energy appearing on her body. It seems that he should expect even more surprises from her. Her gaze becomes so sharp that it seems it could cut through him. If he doesn't attack first now, he is guaranteed defeat. But he is brave enough and decides to rush at the girl first, regardless of what is happening to her body. During the attack, the boy started screaming very loudly. So loudly that it made her smile because his cry was more like a child's. This hard battle continues under the sun, which shines brightly on this day. His shortness of breath became even worse after the attempted attack. But the girl, unlike him, looks at him confidently. She doesn't seem to be tired at all. All the stands are excited to see what will happen next in this heated battle in the arena. The bell rang and half of the sword sank into the concrete behind the boy as he charged. She cut his sword with her axe, and it split into 2 pieces, one of which flew far back. At first he didn't even notice it, but then he looked down at the sword in his hands and saw that only half of it was left. "Well, shall we continue?" he heard the girl ask him. "Because the outcome of the fight is already known," she said, confident in her victory. But will the guy who had been preparing for this fight all his life give up? Will he put down his weapon, leaving the story unfinished? "I lost," the boy said, coming closer to her. Her laughter rang out and confidence appeared in her eyes. She threw her giant axe over her shoulder, her pigtails not even untied. "The fight was very good," She turned to the boy and said these words. A smile appeared on his face. They shook hands. Most importantly, he had learned a lot, and he thanked the girl for that, standing right in the center of the arena. The stands did not expect such an outcome, let alone the close people of the first and second participants. But the boy's sister is not disappointed at all, and smiles because her brother made such a wise decision. The announcement is made. The first winner of the 16th round is Roselli, and a person in a purple cloak appears behind the stands. It was a Libra, one of the 12 signs of the zodiac. It was early afternoon, and there were a lot of people around. Some have left the arena, some have stayed to watch the next fights. It's all coming to an end, and it's time to award the winner. St. Hillis is preparing to present the award. The winner is asked to go up to the podium. The girl begins her congratulations by saying, "Congratulations on your victory." She fought really well, showing a masterclass to the guy and cutting his sword. For this, she receives many congratulations on her victory, standing right on the podium. The attention of every spectator is riveted on her. She is a real hero today. However, a man in a purple cloak, along with other people, is closely watching every move of Hillis. His long beard lies on his purple cloak, which completely hides his body. Only the owl mask under the hood is visible. His attention is so focused that his gaze never leaves this girl. He watches as she awards the winner. But then something terrible begins to happen. A bunch of magical arrows fly at the girl who won the duel and at the saint. They turn their gaze and notice this. The girl shouts at the top of her voice, "Look out!" Everything around them lights up with a bright shine. Did they die from this attack? All the people are screaming in panic. The saint's guards cannot believe what they are seeing. A great panic begins. Every spectator starts to run away and everyone is screaming. However, Libra is watching all this motionlessly, taking out his magic staff. This plan he has conceived can lead to many casualties. Moreover, he does it right in the arena, where there are a lot of people. In the very epicenter of this attack, only a pile of smoke is visible, which has gathered after the explosion of these arrows. But miraculously, Sviataya survived. The girl saved her with her axe, deflecting every arrow that flew at them. All these blades were stuck right in the floor below them. The saint was very frightened, sitting behind her, and could not understand what was happening. What can I say? Even this girl can't understand anything. A purple cloak is visible at the end of the stands, and it is his mask that looks very suspicious. The girl turns to him. "How scary," saying it with sarcasm. He realizes that he has been noticed. At the same time, right next to the arena, many people gathered on the street. No one suspected what was happening inside. A man asked Dan if he had checked the documents for today's event. Dan replied that everything was checked, and the documents were sent to the church. This answer satisfied the man, and everything seemed to be going according to plan. However, their attention was drawn to loud noises coming from inside the arena. At first, it was hard to understand what those sounds were, because there was a battle going on between the knights, and the man suggested that they might be the sounds of the end of the finale. The man added that it was not even necessary to watch the competition, because it was clear that Roslis would win. At this time, Dan was looking carefully in the direction of the arena. However, the man's assumptions did not match what was actually happening inside. The screams coming from inside the arena were the voices of people running and trying to escape from what was happening there. As time went on, the panic only grew, but there were fewer and fewer people around. The man was holding a staff in his hand, and energy began to form around him, which revitalized him. This energy appeared on the floor in the form of a stain and, like a purple fog, began to spread across the floor. It intensified and eventually became like blue fire. A figure appeared in a terrible cloak that covered the entire body, a figure summoned by magic. From under the hood, it was impossible to see if anyone was there. Some people managed to see it, but ran away to escape from the terrible monster that appeared in front of them. It was scary to look back, but out of curiosity, the girl still looked. What she saw stunned her. An infinite number of monsters appeared again and again. They had no heads and giant claws instead of hands. They all tried to grab people. One of the monsters was cut by a man with a sword, but instead of flesh, it just dissolved like a shadow. The man ordered everyone to defend the saint. He was the commander-in-chief of the knights. Taking their swords in hand, the knights fought against the spirits. The first knight flew aside from the spirit's blow. It turned out that they were not so easy to kill, because they were much stronger than anyone could imagine. Hillis sees all this, standing behind several knights, and sees the spirits approaching her. Something has to be done to keep her safe from these monsters, and her husband orders her to stand back. She is ready to do whatever they tell her to do, just to save herself. because this whole attack is aimed at her. Before they have time to retreat, the dark magic is already flaring up with blue fire at her feet. "So we meet," the words came from next to her. "I've been waiting for this day for a long time," said Libra, holding his staff in his hand. His body was burning with dark magic, purple fire engulfing his cloak. The man, protecting the girl, rushed at Libra, trying to stop him with his sword. But Libra just raised his staff and said a few words, reciting a spell. Right next to his chest, the magic accumulated, and the knight began to fly backwards. This attack was deadly, and his body burned in this energy like a match. This all happened in front of the girl, who was not ready to see her protector die right in front of her. Vesey approached her, standing over her, and breathing softly. He conveyed his long-awaited message. He warned her that she should go with them. "If you don't want to die, come with us," he said. She listened to him carefully and tried to keep a brave face. "That's what I wanted to say," Vesa said behind her with a hint of something interesting. It was a hint of a punch, and the girl rushed at him with her axe, wanting to use her signature punch that she had never used before. However, she was unable to do so because Libra put up a shield in front of him, and the axe crashed into it. There was such a ringing sound that it almost made her ears bleed. This made Vesey angry, and he turned to her, holding his staff, ready to fight. He struck her so many times that she barely had time to hold out her axe to repel his attacks. And then she notices that the color blue appears, and this glow becomes stronger and stronger. After that, there is an explosion caused by the man. For her, this is one of the most important battles of her life, and she has to do something. It was hard to decide to make this strike, but she does, and a wave forms right in front of her, cutting through the concrete under her feet and heading straight for the magician. This attack forces him to move and dodge as she gets closer and closer. After she finishes breaking the concrete, she decides to attack him directly, her eyes starting to glow red. She swings the axe very quickly. It feels as if this old man knows the techniques of anticipating combat, because he dodged the blow very professionally. We don't know for sure, but we do know that he is skillful with a magic staff, and magic begins to burn around him again. The girl opens her mouth and looks at him closely, and her hair flies away from the gusts of wind. She realizes that what is happening in front of her is complete madness. A powerful blue pillar of light rises straight up to the sky. This attack was caused by the staff, and Libra thinks that he has already completely finished with the girl. But a few seconds later, when the smoke clears, he notices that a surprise awaits him. The surprise is that the girl's axe is flying straight at him, but this time he manages to dodge it. If he hadn't dodged, his body would have been cut in two. The axe crashes into the ground behind him, creating a large cloud of dust. He turns his head to look there, and that becomes his mistake. The girl's fist, clenched like a stone, whistles right into his mask. She hits him with such force that the mask cracks on his face, and there is a suspicion that we will see his crazy mustache. "You bastard," says the bastard because his million-year-old mask is cracked. This makes him so angry that he begins to form a magic ball in his hand, preparing a much more serious attack. He is ready to end the girl's life and says it out loud. She hears these words and her breath catches in her throat. Not because of the words, but because of what she sees in front of her. This energy is so strong. But he cannot understand what is happening because he hears very strange sounds. He hears the sound of a pigeon's wings, and it is not a simple pigeon at all. Its wings are burned with fire, and energy in the form of fire is burning around it. He raises his head and sees dozens of similar pigeons. They are flying in the same direction, and he asks himself what it is. The pigeons are flying in the direction of the clones, who are killing all the people they see on their way. The energy of these pigeons is so strong that it leaves no chance of life for any of the monsters. Flapping their wings, they cut through the clones, creating holes right in their bodies. After making 2 circles, they created twice as many holes, and the clones could no longer attack anyone. Lowering his staff to the ground, Libra looked at this picture. He had used 80% of his magical energy to summon the clones, and now they were flying like pieces of paper. And his legendary mask was cracked. "Well, that's taken care of," Dan said, and appeared right next to them. He looked at the magician, and these words were addressed to him. But Dan did not understand what was going on here and asked, "Who will explain to me what is going on here?" "We don't have much time," he said, "so you better tell me quickly." Everyone was silent, and to break the awkward pause, he said, "I'm talking to you seriously." Dan gradually approached them, step by step, as if preparing a new adventure. The confident wizard turned to the boy. "You, boy, are not afraid of death at all, are you?" And he heard the answer. "More than death, I'm afraid of ruined vacations, and mine starts tomorrow." The magician was enraged by the boy's impudence, and without hesitation, began to use magic of a completely different level. Enraged by the boy's show-off, The magician decided to deal with him in an instant and launched several magic balls. A blue barrier appeared around the boy, ready to repel every attack of the magician. The confident expression on Dan's face could not but impress. He closely watched the bullets that hit his barrier and stayed on it. At one point, everything lit up with red light, and the magician was sure that the guy wouldn't be able to hide behind it. The fire elemental attack required the magician to rise into the air and start spinning, causing a hurricane of fire. This attack was much stronger, and the guy even grimaced while holding the barrier. It was so hard. There was a loud explosion, and everything around him turned red. However, the barrier remained unbroken, and the boy stood behind it without a scratch. The remnants of the fire were slowly falling to the ground, burning everything around him. Dan looked around, but didn't see the wizard nearby, thinking for a moment that he had run away. A spirit with a large sword of dark power appeared behind him, ready to strike at the boy. He had to react very quickly. That is exactly what the boy decided, turning to the spirit and using his staff to repel the attack. The spirit was cut into 2 pieces, but another one appeared, suddenly attacking the boy. Not expecting it, the boy flew backwards from the blow, unable to stay on his feet. The dark forces were skillful with weapons and knew how to kill. The attack threw the boy back, but he managed to defend himself and survive. "Kill everyone alive," came the order from the boy's right, and he heard it. "Release your hatred!" The magician gathered all his power and summoned many clones, ordering them to kill all the living and release all their pent-up hatred. The puppets rushed at the boy on the orders of their master, and now he had to defend himself against so many monsters. Dan was furious and decided to summon a barrier of the next level, which was already glowing red. This barrier could turn into a portal from which pigeons covered with magic flew out. So many pigeons flew out that you could see all the anger the guy had accumulated, because the magician had killed so many people in the arena. The pigeons created a big key and began to rise higher and higher into the air. "Fly, birds, and destroy them all," came the order, and the pigeons flew rapidly toward the clones. One by one, the clones flew away from the boy's magic, which was stronger than that of an experienced magician. The pigeons didn't even notice the clones on their way, creating holes in their silhouettes. They got even angrier and switched on super speed, piercing the clones' bodies, leaving holes in them, and in some cases even their shadowy heads flew off. Then, as quickly as they had been born, they melted away, lying on the floor. The guy looked around carefully, assessing the situation. The situation could not but make him happy, because all these monsters seemed to be destroyed. The magician who stood behind his summoned shadows said, "Do you think such primitive magic can work on these creatures?" More of them appeared, and the magician shouted that he could not be defeated even with such strong magic. The monsters began to approach, and the boy fell to the ground from their pressure. Then something incredible happened that the boy could not believe. Everything around him began to glow with a golden light. The guy got up and started to approach, but he had a question in his mind. What was happening and where did all these monsters go? Not only the monsters, but also the magician disappeared. Everything around him became clean and empty. The arena seemed to be deserted. He realized that it must have been God's magic, given the energy coming from there. When he turned his head back, he saw someone there. It was a saint who had used her power to destroy this villain. Behind her, another spirit appeared that was still alive. Dan saw that he was flying quickly toward the saint. He shouted loudly, calling out to her, "Saint!" But the mighty axe with which the girl had won the competition left no chance for this creature, and it was cut in 2. The girl asked the saint if she was okay. She was very worried about whether the saint was hurt. She could hardly breathe after running fast to hit the monster and stop it. She raised her cross, and everything around her, Dan and the girl, was covered in radiance. All the clones, these evil puppets, began to die, because the saint said, God said, "Find my land, and declare this place the territory of God." Their bodies began to dissolve, their energy rose up, and they fell victim to God's power. Their dark lives ended with the last squeaks they gave out. God's energy became so strong that the entire arena shone with golden lightning, leaving no living dark forces. Libra, stepping aside, watched this and saw his creatures disappear. He planned to capture the girl, but she came and killed his creatures. "What now? Is it over?" asked Dan, appearing behind Vesey. Vesey blamed Dan for everything that happened and called him a bastard. But in his position, he shouldn't have said bad things to the guy. The power Dan uses is called handcuffs of imprisonment, and the magician's body is tied with a magic chain. This power is so powerful that the chain cannot be broken. Libra, like the girl, starts asking to be released and does not believe that he is really a young man. But Dan just laughs and asks, "Would you let go if you were me?" "Why should I let you go? Dan added. Two people appeared behind Dan, clearly not with good intentions. He looked back and saw knights, but these knights were holding swords pointed at him. What is going on? What's going on? Dan wondered, not understanding what was happening around him. What's going on now? He asked the knights who were holding their weapons pointed at him. Shut up, Lupin, one of them said to him. Another added, I bet you don't even know you're a suspected sect. Dan didn't know what the word sectarianism meant and asked, What is that? One of the men thought the boy was mocking him and called him an asshole. It wasn't enough for you to injure Fernando's map. Now you've killed Mario's paladin, one of the knights accused him. Are you still pretending you don't know Mario? Who is he anyway? He asked. The knight saw that the boy was pretending to be a fool and asked him not to do it. Dan denied it to the last, but at some point he thought, What's really going on? He began to dig through his memories and remembered the moment when he was holding the princess in his arms and a man with a long beard attacked him with magic. And just as Dan was beginning to figure out what was going on, a voice came out and ordered everyone to let the boy go. It was a saint. She explained that the boy had saved them and apologized for the way they had treated him. But Saint, said one of the armed men. Dan smiled and said, That's it. You can't treat me like that. The saint stood and listened as Dan now spoke to them, pointing out what she had said about his importance. This went on for several minutes, but only this time, the saint added, getting the attention of everyone who was arguing. She explained that it would not happen again. Dan felt a little uncomfortable, but he lightly teased and agreed with her. Realizing that he had nothing more to do here, Dan told everyone that it was time to leave, turned around and started walking in the other direction. But he was called by a voice that made him turn his head back. And he saw another interesting thing. Right on the floor was a chain that seemed to be still a little warm. In the bright sunlight, a girl stands near a giant tree. She feels someone appearing behind her. It's a man in a purple cloak who is coming closer and closer. It was Libra. He managed to escape and his mask had a mark on it from the girl's blow. He approached the girl and said that he needed to change the plan. The events were getting more and more interesting, and a new day had already begun. It's early in the day and the dawn is forcing sunlight through the window into Dan's room, illuminating his bed. It's time for him to wake up, but he doesn't want to today because he hasn't been in bed until late. How much effort he had to put in to get to where he is today. Tears come to his eyes at the thought. The first day of vacation in his life as a civil servant after all the suffering. He feels it only when he is lying in bed. He does not plan to get up today. The day started quickly. Dan quickly left the room, and Alice and Yulia ran in, started to lift him out of bed and slammed the door loudly. Alice asked sarcastically, Is today your vacation day? What are you doing? You should be out having fun. There was fire in her eyes, and Dan stood up and just thought, Why did you come in here? His mind was racing with thoughts that they were making fun of him. At this time, the market, which sells everything from clothes to sweet fruits, the girls were happy with every purchase, and Dan had to carry everything, and his face did not look very happy or sleepy. The girls started a real shopping spree, and they wanted to buy everything they liked. Bag after bag flew into Dan's hands, and he didn't know what to do with them. They could barely fit in his hands. Julia apologized and explained that her subspace was completely full. Dan smiled and said that everything was fine. He realized that it wasn't her fault. It was his fault for going with them. Alice also yelled at him, trying to make him go faster. Dan, is that you? He was asked. It was a mustachioed man who did not expect to meet Dan at the market. A little girl was standing next to him, and he asked Dan what he was doing here. Dan explained that he just had some business to attend to. He noticed the little girl, who looked very cute. Is this cute little girl your daughter? Asked Dan. The man laughed. What daughter? She's like a little sister, the mustachioed man explained. Her name is Arwen. To be more precise, she's like a half-sister. She is from the same orphanage where I grew up. She's doing well now because her teacher takes care of her, the mustachioed man explained. Dan realized who the girl was. He leaned over nicely, greeted her, explained that his name was Dan, and said, Nice to meet you. However, it seemed that the girl was uncomfortable. She just remained silent and did not respond. The mustachioed man explained, No matter what happens, this child will not say anything, but she understands everything, so you can talk. She saw a spark of kindness in Dan's heart and took his hand, began to run her index finger along his palm. She traced every line on his palm with her finger. You couldn't laugh at her gift. Dan smiled a little at first, but then apologized. Since we've already met, maybe we should have tea sometime. The mustachioed man suggested, and Dan had his hands full of bags. "Hey, you said we came for clothes," someone said behind them. "I knew it," explained the girl who had recently won the festival. She came with a mustachioed man. He explained to her that he had just met an employee he knew, and she was surprised. Dan started looking her straight in the eye, because he recognized her immediately. "That's Rosalie, the winner of the fight," Dan realized when he looked at her. She turned to the mustachioed man and said, "If you're friends with such a fool, I should thank you." "It's nice to meet you. My name is Rosalis," she continued. Dan didn't know what to say, and at first he began to stammer. Then he gathered his courage and said his name was Dan. "Now there is one last agenda left, a conversation right inside this building. The last agenda is the selection of interns for the civil service, and all the important people gathered around a round table to discuss this issue." One of them turned to the man sitting on the right and asked him if he had a favorite. The man replied that nothing had changed in the rules, and that he should choose a person with good grades. He offered this man to choose first, which surprised him that it was possible. But another man interrupted them and asked them to pick first this time from the headquarters of their Adventurers Guild. He said there was someone he had his eye on. It was the leader of the Adventurers Guild, Glant. Everyone was curious about who he was, and one man couldn't resist asking him, "Who is this?" Glant put the papers on the table and began to move them to the center of the table with his hand. Then he gently pushed them so that they twisted in flight, and when they were in the center of the table, they lay down with the names and photos attached. The two forms showed Dan and the mustachioed man, and the man said that they had chosen these two. Inside the building, a conversation was going on. "Do you really want to do this?" they asked him. "If you say yes, then it will be so." One of the men doubted his choice and asked if there were other people like him. The others also confirmed, but this man disagreed based on his own considerations. When asked about his reasoning, he said he didn't think he wanted to tell everyone about it. "But you should explain the reason anyway," the guy said. But he was interrupted, and the word Arcanta was mentioned. After that, the man added that he had never asked him for anything. He simply asked to go the other way and do the favor he was asking for now. The man seemed to swallow his tongue and agreed. He looked at him carefully, sitting right across from him. The day went on, and the sun shone brighter and brighter on the whole neighborhood. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace, which always amazed with its beauty and grandeur, the door to one of the rooms slowly opened. A beautiful girl, very interesting looking, took the first steps into the room. She had horns on her head, and she was dressed in red, like her hair. She walked in and addressed General Orphan, saying that she had returned from defending the demons' territory. "It must have been hard because the demons are going crazy," the captain said. "It was easy," she said, "thanks to the soldiers' cohesion." Another added, "It was probably only easy for you." These words made her very angry. She turned to him and asked him to shut up. Uncle Vlad smiled and said that it was his mouth and he could say whatever he wanted. But she got even angrier and called him names. The captain said, Yes, let's leave the exchange of pleasantries. And then, now we can start the meeting, now that everyone is here." The little prince interrupted them and turned to them. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Dan was standing in the street. This time, he had a smile on his face. Dan was having a great day. After a 2-week break, the city had new positions for employees. His Adventurers Guild headquarters was located in the east of the Imperial City. Finally, today, he would begin his life as a government official, something he had been waiting for so long. He walked into the headquarters, and a voice rang out, "Oh, you're here so early. I have been waiting for you for a very long time so that we could come in together," said the mustachioed man. It turned out that Flam had also been assigned to the same place, and Dan realized that his fate was intertwined with Flam's. They walked down the hall together, talking about how they needed to get in touch. Flam apologized for keeping him waiting, but Dan laughed and said he didn't want to burden him with difficulties. And so they came to the door they needed. They opened the door and started to walk in curiously, looking at what was inside. Inside was an empty classroom, with not a single soul sitting on each chair, even though there were a lot of chairs. It was Dan's first office, and he stared at it for a few minutes. He stared until a man appeared behind him and asked if they were new. "You're early," the man said. It was clear because he had a toothbrush in his hands and a towel on his head. It was Demur, one of their bosses. After he introduced himself, the guys also introduced themselves, and they were pleased to meet him. "Dan? Are you Dan?" the boss asked them curiously. "Yes," the guy replied. "Wow, nice to meet you. I've heard about you." "About what?" asked Dan. "About your mom, who is preparing you to become a government official," Demur explained. When Dan heard the word mom, he was very surprised. The man continued to explain. "Have you forgotten? The realtor on Velikon Street is my mom," the man said. Dan remembered the words of the woman who had told him about her son, who was also preparing to work in this field, and she had informed him well. Then all the mysteries were solved, and there was no point in worrying. The Adventurers Guild was a fairly calm department. "The newcomers who have been assigned to me for this time, right?" said the teacher sitting at the table. He had 2 sheets of paper and a pen in front of him. "Nice to meet you. My name is Archon von Fabian." Their teacher introduced himself and came closer to them. He said that he would be the one to teach them their duties. He pointed to the entire classroom, or rather the office, and gave them a choice to sit wherever they were interested. "Here we are getting ready to have adventures," he added. "Gradually, you will get used to the process. On the 2nd and 3rd floors, you can find branch directors or adventurers who want to stay overnight. These people are usually above the silver level, so please be careful. Senior officers and knights above the 4th order work on the 4th floor. They often travel for work, so you need to pay special attention to them." The boys listened to him and said in unison, "Yes, sir." The 5th floor is where the guild owner's office, reception, apartments and services for people with platinum level are located. "First, you need to greet the guild owner, understand?" the boys asked. After that, they waited eagerly for an answer. And at that moment, Dan's attention was drawn to a very strange thing he saw in front of him. There was magic on the door in front of him. What is this magic on the door that covers the entire 5th floor? The teacher opened the door to the guild owner and told him that the newcomers had already arrived. However, the guildmaster was not there, and only Rosalis was sitting there. She said that the guildmaster was not here. He had gone to bake cookies for the newcomers. Mustachioed immediately saw her and was very happy, exclaiming, "Sister!" He ran to his sister, asking, "Sister, when did you come?" She didn't know what to do and asked him not to be so friendly and to get behind. Then she added, "I live here, you idiot." Dan didn't think it was Rosalis' magic on the door. The teacher and the boy were standing next to each other. "Do they know each other?" the teacher asked. Dan answered, "It must be Flam's sister." "That's impossible, Mr. must be an only child," the teacher said. He then started walking toward the door and said he was going to go look for the guild owner, asking the boys to wait in this classroom. "Is Arwen at home?" the girl asked. The teacher explained to her that after everything he could not bring her to work. However, Dan's curiosity got the better of him, and he couldn't resist asking them if they were related or not. "What family?" the girl began to argue. "We're friends," the mustachioed man added. "We're just like family." Then he said, "Actually, my sister's father and my teacher know each other, so we've been close since we were kids." She added, "Who else would be friends with this idiot with an old man's face for so long? I'm 7 years older than him." She looked much younger, and Dan told her so. "Oh, really?" she asked again and beamed because it was nice to hear. The mustachioed man stood and said, "Listen, I don't think so." And the sword flew into the wall right next to his head. All this happened because of the guy's comments about how old she looked. He added that he was just telling the truth, but she asked him to shut up. The door opened and the man said, "Good! Ho, ho, ho! Good to see you so active!" He walked into the room, saying that this was exactly what he expected to see from the newcomers, and he was very happy. He was holding a tray of baked cookies in the shape of little bears. Dan turned his head and immediately noticed the cookies, but he was not thinking about the cookies. He was thinking about magic. He assumed that perhaps the magic was coming from the guild owner, because he looked rather suspicious. "Dad, that mouth said I look like an old woman," exclaimed Rosalie, and turned to the guild owner, pointing at the mustachioed man. He turned to her and said that he hadn't said she looked old. He just said she didn't look young. "That's the same thing," the girl shouted and spun the turntable so that her foot flew right into his beard. Her dad just laughed and was happy to see everyone so healthy, but he asked them to stop and eat the cookies, because if they didn't, he threatened to eat them all himself. And after all this, a question appeared in Dan's mind. Will he be able to work here normally? Dan wondered if there were any other peculiarities associated with the demon realm. Other than what was presented in the report, there is nothing else. The conversation continued around the table. However, in the current demon realm, there is a chief of the Raven tribe named Damston Blade, the girl explained. Uncle Vlad was very surprised and asked, "What is Henin?" The explanation was that Henin is a man's address to an older friend or brother, and Henin is an even more formal address. "How many people know about this?" he asked the girl. She explained that besides the people here, William, her 2 subordinates, and the Red Dragon Knights knew about it. The next question came. "You'll make everyone keep their mouths shut, right?" "Of course," she replied. "By the way, did you happen to hear why General Domston left the Forest of Olympus?" But she was unable to get any answer about it. So, in the current situation, Hestia is occupied by the tribe of crows. my uncle concluded. And they asked him, "Could you ask Dempston why he left the forest?" The prince who asked received an answer from his uncle. "It is not difficult to ask, but it is better not to expect anything." He went on to explain that he was a man who had left Olympus, and the line had already been drawn. The room fell silent and everyone listened attentively. Meanwhile, where were Dan and the mustachioed man? Great. "So you've passed the background check?" the teacher asked them again, and asked about their main man, whether he had shown them all the interesting people. Dan smiled and said, "Yes." The teacher asked them to be careful what they said, because for him, the head of the guild was no joke. They started to argue. In any case, you have to be careful what you say in front of newcomers. After a little more arguing, the four of them stood around Dan and the mustachioed man. The teacher introduced the others. These were their senior colleagues with whom they would work together. One of them pointed to himself and said, "You have already met me. I am mainly responsible for accounting and related matters, but I do everything in general. My name is Fiona. I'm in charge of the budget and external affairs. My name is Dana. I mostly deal with claims and adventurers." "Nice to meet you," said a man named Roger, walking over to Dan and putting his hand on his shoulder. He then explained that he was the oldest man here and played the role of a manager who coordinated everything. "If something happens, I'm responsible, so you better report to me right away." The teacher adjusted his glasses and added that his main job is to sort the tasks. For the adventurous, he sorts tasks by their level of difficulty. In this room, it was suggested that everyone greet each other. Dan was excited to meet them for the first time and said, "My name is Dan. Nice to meet you." "I'm Flam," said the mustachioed man. And so, at this point, everyone introduced themselves and knew each other. However, the oldest of them was curious. "By the way, how old are you?" he asked the mustached man. When he heard 17, he was very surprised. "You're lying. You look like my age," came the reply. "Well, it doesn't matter," he said, and they were asked to take their seats. "Yes, as you say," they all replied and began to take their seats. Some of them had been walking for half their lives to this point to finally sit in these seats. This map of the distribution of demonic beasts over the past 6 months also provides an analysis of the distribution of their territories. As you can see, the demon beasts area has begun to shift towards the archipelago. In addition, if you check the statistics of injuries and deaths, as well as additional details, the demon beast realm is getting bigger and bigger. It's hard to know if this is a normal situation or if something is pushing them to shift their territory. It's been reported that Demonstrator Blade is currently in the demon beast realm. The girl placed a report on the table in front of Big Mama after this conversation, and asked her to take a look at it. She picked up the papers and read the title, Confidential Information of the Imperial Army. Based on this information, one of the great mages, Mirfa Ismal, and a man named Blade are working together. Just because of Dempston's appearance, many countries are in a state of quasi-war. The Empire has no choice but to cover it up. In any case, all information will be considered top secret, even from our side, Big Mama said. "We should try to find out more about the demon realm," she continued. The girl listened attentively and agreed with every word. Then she asked a question. "Where should we start?" Meanwhile, Dan was getting more and more immersed in the atmosphere of his new profession. "From now on, you and Flam will be responsible for things like paperwork and controlling supplies," the girl explained, walking next to the boy. She added that one of them could handle the cash register. "Rogeland's promotion is just around the corner," she added. "A new employee is going to take over." Dan told her that he had heard about the overtime and asked how often it happened. "Usually there is overtime once or twice a month," she explained. She also explained that their branch hires adventurers who are retiring. In addition, after 23, a protective magic is triggered. An ordinary person won't be able to get through. "By the way, I don't even know if Lupin could have been the one who robbed Count Durbin." "Could Lupin have robbed the adventurers?" asked Dan curiously. The girl laughed and answered, "Well, yes, she is very sweet and beautiful. Even if he comes, Mrs. Rosalis will break all his legs," she continued. "If that's the case, then you probably know that Rosalis's father is the head of the guild," she added. And Dan was a little surprised. "Yes, I know," Dan replied. She hadn't expected him to know. "Then he probably knows that too," she added with a question. And 2 people appeared behind them, approaching. They walked and looked at the mess that was around them. Soon the day was coming to an end. In one of the shops that sold toys, the sun's rays fell on each toy through the glass, and they looked very beautiful. Behind these toys you could see Uncle Vlad sitting alone at the table. He was so tired during that day that he closed his eyes and started to take a nap right there. The voice of the man behind him woke him up. As usual, this man chuckled and asked, "Are you here early?" "Let's hurry up," Vladdy asked, and said he thought he was going to die of shame. "Oh my God. What kind of a way to respond to your old boss?" "Okay," said the other. "Here's a gift from Archant." And he put a box tied with a yellow ribbon on the table. "It's late," the uncle explained, "but it says it's a reward for cleaning up during the New Year's festival." "What a bastard! If you're grateful, you should give it to me yourself." "What cowardice," he thought. The uncle didn't want to talk, turned around and started to leave, explaining that it was time for him to go. The other man threw up his hands and asked to stay a little longer, asking why he was leaving so early. But he was told, "I'll meet you at the tavern then." In any case, the man left, leaving his uncle thinking that he was a crazy, lousy person. Soon, the waiter brought them the coffee they had ordered, greeting him as a dear guest. And he was left alone to drink tea in this establishment. He liked the tea so much so that he even said to himself that he would come here again someday. "How long are you going to sit there?" the man said to the person in the purple cloak behind him while drinking tea. It was one of the 12 zodiac signs. He got up and started to walk over to the man. He agreed that he also did not like this kind of place. Then he offered to go somewhere else, standing right behind him. The man turned his head back and met his eyes. They both looked each other straight in the eye. They both agreed and decided to go elsewhere. A lively conversation continued around the books. Everyone recalled how surprised they had been. Mrs. Rosalis proudly told how she had gotten rid of the bandits and returned to the archipelago. She asked the girl not to be surprised by her abilities. The girl was not surprised, because Rosalis was fulfilling the conditions for promotion. Dan listened attentively as she was promoted from silver to gold. He also heard that she had made a historic achievement. Everyone was excited about her, and she couldn't stop talking about her success. She wanted to bring up the episode with the promotion exam. The man interrupted her, explaining that when Fiona started talking about Rosalis, there was no end to it. But a guy who was watering the flowers said that sometimes listening isn't so bad. The girl continued to tell him that if you meet all the requirements for an adventurer's promotion, you can get it. She didn't stop talking. Dan felt like his ears were going to bleed. The girl was a real fan of Rosalis. Dan decided to intervene and said that it seemed that Flan had been friends with Rosalie since childhood. "Thanks, new guy!" the girl shouted and started running in the other direction, going to talk to Flan. Dan followed her with a look and apologized to the mustachioed guy. The guy praised Dan. "You're smart, buddy," because he had fallen for the girl's stories more than once. Dan wanted to say that maybe Fiona was Ms. Rosalie, but the guy interrupted him, asking him to keep quiet because Rosalie was a taboo in their department. "No one knows when Ivana will stop talking, maybe by the end of the day," he said. "But there is one way," he said, adjusting his glasses. "Do I need to teach you how to do it?" he asked. Everyone turned to him and waited impatiently. "There is a sign on the door that says Rosalis. This is her office." Dan stood right in front of the door, carefully reading her name. He mentally prepared himself to cross the threshold and go inside. He remembered what the boy had said about that method. Ms. Rosalis should appear right in front of Ms. Fiona. However, both boys were unclear about what this meant. Ms. Rosalis doesn't like it when anyone talks about her. "When she appears, Ms. Fiona will not be able to say anything," he continued. "Wait a little longer, Flam," the boy thought as he stood in front of the door. Dan had to save his friend. He took hold of the doorknob and was sure that he would soon save him. Opening the door, he entered the room and saw that it was empty. Looking around, he called out a name, but no one answered. He saw that the bed was made, and she was not in the room, but something else caught his attention. He almost closed the door, but his curiosity got the better of him. He closed the door and didn't go in, but he could feel the presence of the guild head. It was definitely not magic, but something else in the room. Maybe it was the enemy. Dan was sure of it. He went back and opened the door again. "It's not going to go away. We have to check it to be sure." He heard soft laughter in the room. "Hee hee." "Angelica, I actually have something to tell you," a voice said. The girl was sitting on her bed, surrounded by many plush toys, telling them, "I was praised today." "Well, are you jealous, Angelica?" she asked the teddy bear. "It's been a long time since I've heard such praise." And then she noticed someone standing in the passage of her room. She saw Dan, who had opened the door without knocking and was now standing on the threshold. Dan felt very uncomfortable, as if he had broken into the room. He apologized, turned around, and started to walk out quickly. But the girl was also uncomfortable, and asked him not to leave so quickly. However, Dan left anyway. She ran after him into the corridor, explaining that she hadn't seen anything and would just continue her work. "Don't lie to me. You saw everything," she exclaimed. "I really didn't," Dan replied. She was annoyed that he kept denying it. "It's a misunderstanding, I believe you." Dan felt something approaching him quickly from behind and turned his head. He saw the girl's hand fly like lightning in his direction and crash into the wall next to him, sending stones flying. "Shall we talk for a while?" the girl suggested with a frightened expression on her face. Dan looked at her and could not refuse. Meanwhile, in the same house under the same sun, she was explaining to Dan that her father, or rather the head of the guild, had single-handedly penetrated one of the 10 forbidden territories, the Mephisto Gorge, making a deal with the Dragon Tribe and reaching an agreement with the Empire. "Thanks to him, the 3-race system was established," she continued. "Yes, I know," Dan replied, listening to her. "He led a cavalry column and destroyed the Red Army regimental commands, often winning outnumbered," she continued. "Oh, just incredible," Dan said, and she continued. "After establishing the tactics of warfare, he founded the Black Buffalo Knighthood. The head of the guild, leading the Order of Knights, saved Orentha from the invasion of monsters. And now he is the owner of the legendary dolls," the girl concluded. Dan assessed the situation and couldn't understand why he was experiencing such an unpleasant situation now, as he had a little earlier. He was extremely uncomfortable. But she was leading up to saying one thing. She did well in the martial arts competition. She had completed her task, and the holiday was also safe. After that, she asked the boy if he understood what she was saying. Dan was silent, and she offered to explain again. Dan heard the words, "explain again," and got very scared, because he was not ready to listen to this mountain of words a second time. He briefly told her that he had heard it, and she started to listen more attentively. Dan explained that the head of the guild had praised her for her martial arts competition, and she was in a good mood, and he had witnessed the scene. A minute passed, then 2, and she stood there in silence. But then she said, "Let's let go of the word emotional." The conversation moved to another level. Dan suggested calling it a scene where he saw her in a good mood. "Yeah, that's right," she continued, not wanting to argue with the guy, and confirmed that he was right. "That's why it would be great to keep it a secret." With Dan's look and his unwillingness to have long conversations, he just looked at the girl silently and agreed with her words. But he did have one meeting that he told her about. It's not to say that she expected to hear it from him. The day was already coming to an end, and the color of the sky outside was something to fall in love with at first sight. Dan and Rosalie walked into the room where the mustachioed man was. They greeted him and told him about the situation with Fiona, who was always talking about Rosalie. The mustachioed man thanked her, saying that if it weren't for her, the girl would still be tormenting him. "This is a bit unusual. I didn't expect you to join us," he said to her. "Do you want to know why? Today I'm going to go with you to a place." "That's why," she explained. "Are you really taking us there again?" a guy behind them asked. She turned to him. "Hey, what's the big deal? It's a newcomer ceremony." "It's more like a bad habit," he argued. They began to argue. "A bad habit? Are you saying you were robbed last time?" "Who said that?" There are those who understand everything, and their dialogue continued for a very long time. Dan and the mustached man just sat there and listened. At one point, Dan became very thoughtful when he heard something in their dialogue. However, their dialogue ended, and it was already night outside. They had come to the place she wanted them to go. The 3 of them stood there, looking carefully in front of them. The faces of the 2 boys were filled with surprise when they saw what was in front of them. The girl began to explain to them where they had come. Then she asked, "Well, shall we go?" "We have come straight to the Labos Casino." This building was glowing like a garland with very bright colors. There was a pile of delicious food on each of the tables. It was really nice there, and there was live music playing, a usual atmosphere for an expensive and high-quality casino. All the players there were throwing their money at roulette, hoping to hit the jackpot today. That's what the casino was built for. Dan and the mustachioed man felt very strange here, because they were not used to this environment. "Are you guys just going to stand there like idiots?" the girl asked, holding a bag in her hands. She suggested they have fun and took out 2 more bags. She gave one to each of them, and each bag contained money. To avoid misunderstandings, Dan asked if they could have fun with this money anywhere. She said she heard him. She took Dan by the shoulder and took him aside, explaining that she was going to go have fun with the mustachioed man, and he could do whatever he wanted, leaving the mustachioed man alone. The boy was not entirely sure that he could be left alone, but the girl explained that he was not so weak that he would be beaten up somewhere. She and Dan went to one of the tables where people were playing for money. She saw that they were playing cards and suggested that they go there as soon as possible, because they hadn't played cards for a long time. She approached the man who was dealing the cards and asked if she could join in. He said that of course she could. Each participant carefully examined the 2 new players who had arrived. One of them looked suspicious because his or her face was hidden under a black gauze, through which nothing was visible. The suspicion disappeared when this person lifted the gauze and said, "I did not think we would meet here." The guys were very surprised to see her, and she offered to play once. It was Lady Sviatia, and the girl screamed with joy, not expecting to see her here. Miss Sviatia put her finger to her lips and asked for silence. She explained that she hadn't played for a long time and asked to keep it a secret. Rosalie immediately agreed. Okay, no one will know about it. They turned their heads to the left together and remembered something. Saints immediately began to recall the guy's face, because she had something to remember, the moment he saved her on the street from two thugs who wanted to take her money. "Are you the one who saved me back then?" she asked. The guy answered in surprise. "Really?" Rosalie couldn't understand how their dialogue had started and asked, "What is it? Do you know each other?" "Not really, we just passed each other," the guy explained. "Can we start?" the man asked, ready to deal the chips. Everyone was given one stack of chips, and everyone agreed to play roulette. A conversation ensued between everyone. The man skillfully spread the cards on the table surface. He shuffled them and showed some tricks with the deck. Dan was holding his breath, seeing this for the first time, and carefully watching the man's card-handling skills. He looked at the table carefully, memorizing every move. The chips were placed in front of each player, and the next step was to start the game. Rosalie was the first to pick up a card and stared at the table, not taking her eyes off each player. Dan also picked up his cards. He knew the rules. He had already heard of this game. As he expected, the ace of spades was the first card in his hand. In this case, he knew what to do with it. The girl with short hair had a red 10, a spade 9, and another 10. Dan realized it when he saw her eyes. He easily read the cards from the saint and determined that she was lucky. Rosalie had the 6 of spades, 3 of diamonds, 4 of hearts, and 2 of clubs, the worst possible hand. Dan realized that his physical vision was so good that he could see everything even without magic. However, he knew that he had to win gradually so as not to arouse suspicion. First he won one stack of chips, then another. At this rate, he continued to win, and people at each table began to pay attention to him. They all noticed how many chips he had accumulated around him. These mountains seemed huge. "Don't you have too many chips in your hand?" Sviataya asked, looking at him. "I'm lucky today," he replied. "It's good to be lucky," said Rosalie, frustrated with her hand. Her luck seemed to have completely deserted her today. Suddenly, 3 stacks of chips appeared in front of her, 2 yellow and 1 red. "What are these?" she asked Dan. "That's the stacked bet from the beginning," he explained. "That's even more than I gave." She was surprised. "Think what you will," he said, and started to smile. "Oh, you lousy guy," she exclaimed. "It turns out you're a good guy," she praised him, and tears of happiness appeared in her eyes because now she could continue playing. "Shall we start again?" the girl said and threw the chips on the table. "The real game will start now." There were many people in the casino, and everyone was busy doing their own thing. Some were playing for the house, some for the car, and some just came to relax. Dan stood at the table where you could order a drink and buy more chips, because after a long game he was a little hungry and wanted to eat. Sviataya came up behind him and asked, "Is your name Dan?" Then she told the boy that she had to go, because if she came late, she would get in trouble. Dan, caring for her, asked if she could walk on her own, but she explained that she lived nearby. "Anyway," she said, "today was really fun. If you have time next time, let's have fun again," she suggested, and the guy agreed. After that, she turned around and started walking toward the exit. He could not even expect to meet the saint here, but he was worried for nothing. "What are you doing?" Rosalis appeared behind him and asked the guy. "No, nothing," he answered so suspiciously that she asked again. "What happened to you? By the way, where did Flam go?" Dan asked. She replied that she had gone to look for him too, but he seemed to be gone. She pointed her finger in the direction in front of her, suggesting that the guy had gone that way. "Anyway," she added, "I was going this way, so I don't care." Right in front of them, they saw a door, and 2 guys were standing next to the door. It was clear from their appearance that they were guarding the door. "I haven't seen you for a long time," one of the guys greeted the girl with respect. They talked briefly about their business. In secret, he told her that they had an impressive newcomer today. Their dialogue was coming to an end, and he wished them a good time as he stood there listening to their conversation. The place didn't seem like a casino anymore, and the guy asked her where they were. She replied, "You'll know when we get there." The girl explained that she started talking about today's goal. What could the goal be? Thought the boy. She began to accelerate, even running into the passage next to her. They ran out and huge stands appeared in front of them, where people were going crazy. For a long time they looked around, watching what was happening. Dan watched carefully, and what he saw in front of him did not cause him any emotions. Right in front of him was a giant cage with a fight going on inside. and people in the stands were going crazy watching it. The girl explained to him that it was a fighting arena. You bet money on a fighter. If he wins, you get twice as much money. Simply put, it's gambling. Isn't that illegal? The boy asked again. It is illegal, she replied, but no one reports it. Then he asked, do you know who these soldiers are? This is the grave of retired mercenaries and adventurers. Adventurers who retired or were seriously injured come here to make a living. That's why newcomers are shown this place, the girl continued to explain, showing this amazing world to the boy, to demonstrate that adventurers can meet such an unfortunate end. He actually wondered if it was worth studying for a long time and going through such a difficult life to end up like this. However, it was unclear where Flam had gone. The girl thought he would be playing quietly, but he was nowhere to be seen. An announcement caught her attention. The next fight is the newcomer, the Underground Arena Crusher and Undertaker. Dungeon Undertaker. And they began to look at the ring carefully. They were so surprised that they couldn't believe their eyes. What nonsense, thought the girl. She saw a giant wearing a mask with a cross on his forehead, with a crazy smile showing under the mask. He was wearing funny shorts and an orange cloak on his back.